Good morning. My name is Daniel Brown, TK2618, and I'm a member of Garrison Tyrannus and the squad leader for Inferno Squad, located in Northern Virginia. In just a few moments, we'll be kicking off the InfernoCon holiday special. This was born when the InfernoCon committee was talking during the week following the first event that we did in October. I had been thinking about the possibility of doing something like this, but I was nervous about even asking the folks on the committee what they thought about doing a holiday special after all of the months of work they did preparing for the first InfernoCon in October. I typed up a message and I let it sit in the chat until I worked up the courage to send it. I figured, once I sent it, that I would hear responses of, "Oh, I have too much to do," or "Work is busy, sorry," or "It's too soon after the last one." Instead, almost immediately and unanimously, they jumped on board and here we are today. My thanks go to Jim Riley, Tim May, David Perdue, Julia Evans, Amanda Brown, James Beveridge, and Jason McNally for all of their work and time spent to make this happen. I also want to thank the members of Inferno Squad and Garrison Tyrannus for being so willing to help us present panels and content that you're about to watch. And of course, a big thank you goes to my friends in the Rebel Legion, Saber Guild, Galactic Academy, the Galaxy of Heroes group, the BRG Alliance, and the Walking Wounded Detachment. Finally, I'd like to make sure to express how honored we are to have our special guest and honorary members with us today, and I know that you'll enjoy hearing from them as much as I do. This has been a tough year for everyone. There's been enough heartache and loss for what seems like at least 10 years. And for many of us, this was brought sharply into focus by the recent passing of our friends from the Star Wars universe, Mr. Jeremy Bulloch and Mr. David Prowse. We would like to dedicate today to everyone who has struggled this year, to all of those who have lost something or someone, and to everyone who has worked so hard to keep the light burning for us all. Please enjoy the programming today and help us support Make-A-Wish. Your contributions are so important to the good that they're able to do for others. And now, without further ado, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the InfernoCon Holiday Special.
Hello there. Hey everybody, James Arnold Taylor here, the voice of that fellow right there. And I want to wish everybody a very, very happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And I want to thank everybody for taking part in InfernoCon and Garrison Tyrannus, although, that name, I have a bad feeling about it. Anyways, all of you that the 501st, is just an amazing group of people, no matter where I've gone in the world. And I've been to a lot of places in the world for a lot of different Star Wars conventions and such. I am always amazed at the kindness, the giving, the love, the compassion, and just the sheer excitement for Star Wars and spreading the good news of it to people all over the world through all of the 501st. And yes, I know they're the 501st, but you know, what are we going to do with them? As an honorary member of the 501st, I am just thrilled to be able to share with you just some memories here of my favorite. Being inducted to the 501st was at Rancho Obi-Wan, Steve Sansweet's amazing, magical place. And my dear friend, Concetta Parker, who is, of course, a 501st member as well, she made me an honorary member and presented me with a plaque, and I was in my Obi-Wan outfit at the time. It was great fun, and that was many years ago. So I've been a member of the 501st now for so many years, and everywhere I go, when people see, I'm smiling thinking about it. You get cards. The cards, I love the cards. I should have had my card here. I have a card. And I love that we all have this communication in this way of just saying to each other, like kind of like a little You know, gotcha. Here's my card. And then you get to keep it and then you collect them. And it's so fun. And yet, then you all go and do these wonderful things for Make a Wish and other wonderful charities, but you're doing Make a Wish here now and for InfernoCon, and I am just thrilled to be here virtually with you all. And I hope everybody's staying safe, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful holiday season and getting ready for Christmas and New Year's. I know that the Taylor house is certainly going to make it a happy Star Wars Christmas, and maybe we'll watch that new Star Wars Christmas special. You know Obi-Wan's in there, don't you? Yes. Anyways, I can't thank you all enough for including me in your con here, your virtual con, and I wish but nothing but the best for everyone for this coming year, and that 2021 is maybe just a little different than 2020. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? Here's hoping, and here's hoping to so much more fantastic Star Wars adventures and storytelling and just love of all things Star Wars. My absolute sincerest thanks to all of you in the 501st, wherever you are on the planet, serving the 501st and helping bring smiles to children and families and just people that love Star Wars. God bless us all. God bless all of you. Thank you so much. And of course, may the Force be with you, always.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to InfernoCon, the holiday special. We have our first panel here talking about armor, the thing we all love. I'll give you to our host, Dave. Take it away, Dave.
Good morning. I'm Dave Perdue, TR71576, and this is the first panel of InfernoCon, the holiday special. I'm joined with a couple of panelists from Garrison Tyrannus, and today we're going to be talking about armor, that one thing that we love all year long. Before we get started, I do want to remind everybody that for InfernoCon, the holiday special, we are raising money for Make-A-Wish. So if you have a moment, please go ahead and hit the links wherever they may actually be and make a donation. So join with me today. I have James Silvius, Daniel Brown, Jim Fratt. Gentlemen, if you would do us a favor, please take a moment, introduce yourself, where you're from, and what kits you currently have. Jim, if you'd get us started.
Hi, I'm Jim. I'm with Tyrannus, my TK 19650. Interesting enough, my first kit was, I had just finished playing Knights of the Old Republic, and I had to build Revan. So I built a Revan, and I didn't even know about the 501st at that time. And I had taken it to AwesomeCon in DC and came across the table. And I got approved that Monday. So it was my first experience. Of course, once you have, soft kit, you got to have the full armor. So I have a New Hope stunt TK. I have the original Anobo's $300 kit. And it's been, 5 years now, and it's still hanging in there. So I just tell you, you can take care of your armor. It'll last forever.
Very good. James?
I'm James Silvius. I'm from just outside of Richmond, Virginia, North Chesterfield. I am TK12953, and my first kit is a New Hunt stunt. I unfortunately was under the impression that you had to build a stormtrooper before you could do anything else, because every forum I went to when I was looking for 501st information asked for a TK ID, and so when you find out TK designates the stormtrooper, that's what I had to do. So I took a fair amount of time to get mine together because I'm an IT guy, so I didn't have a clue what I was doing. And but I have that, and I have a bridge crew and a tie reserve, because you got to have a soft kit, because you can't sit down on those darn TKs.
No, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Brown. I'm the squad leader for Inferno Squad and a member of Garrison Tyrannus. I joined back in 2010, I think was my first event. I went to the Richmond Christmas Parade in a stormtrooper that I bought off of eBay against all expert advice. And the lessons I took away from there were you probably shouldn't buy anything from eBay. And hot glue does not hold on things like, thigh armor very well. So, but since then I still have the TK. I built a short trooper. I have a Boba Fett, Darth Vader that gets trooped every now and then. I've had a Royal Guard and a Scout and a couple others along the way.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Okay, so you've ordered your kit from wherever you're getting it from. That great day arrives. The UPS man, the FedEx man, the postman, however it's being shipped from wherever, drops off that big brown box on your doorstep with a whole mess of plastic inside. Jim, I know you said that you had ordered one of the original Anovo Stormtrooper TK kits. Was that your most memorable big brown box that showed up, or is there another one that strikes a memory?
Well, that does too. I also ordered a Shadow Trooper for my wife to build her Nova Medic from them, and I was more surprised that I actually got it. Because everybody knows the problems Anovo's had for a while, but literally, I like my first TK, I got it within 30 days from Anovos, and then the Black Armor kit I got from them, and literally it was 90 days. I was stunned at both, but after this was years later, and there's never saying, "Oh, don't order," but they had such a deal, and I loved the first kit that I had from them, so I was surprised. But I guess the second kit was the most memorable.
Okay.
For sure.
Now, Daniel, you said, you have quite the swath of kits there, and some of them are really intricate, like a Boba Fett. Did that come like one ginormous brown box, or a whole host of like small boxes, or what was that one like?
So I actually got the Boba Fett costume. I actually got off the 501st Legion boards. There was a guy who was a member who was selling it to do something else. He was pursuing another costume. So it got here in a pretty sizable box. And the first thing that I did was I did what we would all do, and I tried to put it on. And the flight suit was about 2 sizes too big, and some of the armor didn't fit. But it's pretty easy to see where to go from there. And I have never bought a costume that was ready off the rack, so to speak. So, the first thing, you try the piece on, well, I got to resize this. I got to take this in, I'm going to replace this. So, there's a lot of little tweaks that start happening, right away.
Mm-hmm. Now, James, how about you? When you got your box, was there something that you tried on right away, or were you a little bit more composed and controlled in the process?
I was I got mine from ATA Works. They were doing their 10-year anniversary sale, and I bought 2 kits because my father introduced me to Star Wars, and I introduced my son, and my kit arrived probably 2 days before his did. And I was ecstatic when I got mine. It was just, this big brown box sitting in the middle of my front porch. And I was like, this was amazing. I opened it up and I was like, what the hell did I get myself into? This is just a box of white armor and segments everywhere. But I think I was more excited to see him get his. We came home from, being out running errands, and there's this brown box on the front porch, and he literally got out of the car before I got it stopped and ran to the front door to get the box and pick it up. And so it's an amazing feeling when you see that there, and then you open it up and you kind of think a little, because you're like, oh, I didn't think that I was going to actually. This isn't Legos; they don't snap together. I might actually have to do stuff to it. I mean, it took me a good, probably 2-3 months before I even took a pair of scissors to it, because I was so afraid, the money that I spent out to cut it and mess it up.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I mean, that's a good point. So you've got your box, you've got all these parts. Some of them are in various forms, shapes, steps of being cut. I mean, James, you talked about a pair of scissors. What are some of your go-to tools that you used for
The
building your TK?
the I was lucky enough that I posted on the forums for the Garrison right away once I got my box, and I had like 3 or 4 people immediately offer to help me. They said, come and do this," and I'm in Central, and um, Stogie Swank is the armor for the Galactic Central squad. He called me up and said, "Hey, come to my house. We're gonna, we'll get it started for you." And he told me what to get. He told me, get some Lexicon scissors that you see for those RV cars people make. They're curved a little bit, so it's easy to work with. Told me to get a good sharp razor blade, and told me to get some tin snips. He says those were the best things that you could utilize to work with them. My suggestion was, if you get the Lexicon scissors, make sure you get a good pair, and make sure that the handles are a little bigger, because the ones that I got, they're so small initially that I couldn't use my fingers after about 20 minutes of trying to cut on that stuff.
Yeah, that was the same thing that I ran into when I built my kit. I had the little Lexan scissors, and I think after about 5 minutes, I ended up just putting my middle finger through the lower hole and just using my whole hand to try to cut that through, because that thicker plastic is not friendly at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one thing too, I'll break in here, is I get a pair of white scissors. If I can show these up here. These things
Okay.
pretty much cut an engine block, and they make.
That's awesome.
I mean, they're fantastic. I mean, I've used these now, 7, 8 years, and they're still just as sharp as the day I got them. You can get them at any hardware store. I think they were like $9.
Awesome. And now those work for about like any kind of different plastic or
Anything. I've cut face shields. I mean, with anything that's that burly, got to be a little careful with it. But yeah, even waltz armor that's really, really thick, I've used to cut that, and no problem at all. But like, everybody here has their own way of doing things. I've found sometimes just scoring with a knife and then breaking it off works really well. And they had this at Lowe's. Again, I'll try to show this. It's a Dremel Versa tool. It's basically a hot knife that you put like a little X-Acto knife blade on it and heats it up. It cuts like butter. But it's not a tool for the novice, because you can really, really hurt yourself.
Okay.
Trust me, my thumb still has the scar where I cut through my fingernail, and I didn't know it.
Wow.
So it's an amazing tool. And again, it's $20-$25. You can get them on Amazon, easy enough. Again, it's Dremel Versa tool.
Dremel Versatile. I have to check that out for next time.
The great thing is, like, with scissors and anything else, you always have pieces flying everywhere. Especially if I used to use a Dremel with a cutting wheel and cut it down, or a grinding wheel and grind it down. This thing cuts, there's no mess. And sometimes there's a little bit of it'll melt, obviously, a little bit. So you got to be careful where you're getting close to your finishing edge. But other than that, it's really great for lenses and things.
No mess. My wife would have loved me to have one of those.
Exactly.
I mean, Dan, have there been any tools that you've seen that people have used that just haven't been worth it? Tools that, overrated or so specialized that if someone's getting into building their first kit or getting into it the first time, that's just kind of not worth it, you think?
So I had to laugh when Jim was talking about, the cuts and stuff. When I was a kid, I used to build the plastic models, the Revell ones. And when I started, my dad gave me an X-Acto knife, and as a kid, that's like a pretty big deal. And I mean, I still have scars on my hands from cutting myself, and it's interesting because some of those same skills transferred over. The tools that you use for anything like this, for any project, whether it's building an armor kit, 3D printing, crafting, whatever it is, they're also personalized. That really there's not one thing that works well for everybody. So what I use a lot is a box cutter, but that's what works for me. So I do a lot of little trimming and then sanding and stuff like that. But I know that other people have used Dremels. Other people have used, the snips. That works great for them. It doesn't work so well for me. So you have to find what works for you. Otherwise, you're going to end up with something you're not you're not pleased with.
Very good. Okay. Now, seems like all you guys have, or I guess I shouldn't say all you guys, but the stereotypical kit in the 501st, right? What you were talking about, James, the Stormtrooper, right? Stormtrooper, a clone trooper. These are probably the iconic looks of the 501st. So I mean, not like calendar time start to finish, but actually working on a kit from start to finish. How long does that take, do you think? Or how long did it take you?
Let's see. The first kit I did probably took me 60 some plus hours. Calendar wise, it almost took me a year and a half because I just, I didn't have a clue what I was doing, and I was working with Stogie for scheduling so he could help me. My son's kit, which we built kind of at the same time, but not, probably took us about 40 hours because by now Stogie actually made me do it. Didn't do it for me. He showed me what needed to be done, but let me actually do it. So I knew how to get it done, and then helped me correct the errors I made. So once I built mine, I was like, hey, I can do this. So once my sons got done, it probably took us maybe 40, 45 hours to get it all done. So, I mean, I've had, some folks tell me that they've done it in, 3 weekends. If they've done it before. And it, like Jim was saying, I learned a lot of stuff that worked better for me doing it the first time. Like everything initially was the scissors. Well, then somebody at one of the armor parties I went to while we were building my kit showed me the score and snap method for the straight edges. So you take that razor and you just scrape it 3 or 4 times down that nice straight edge, and then you can just snap the ABS right in half. So you pick up some tools as you go along the way. So I mean, if you don't, there are so many folks that are willing to help. Once you get into your garrisons, reach out. They're more than happy to set it up and help you out. I've had a couple of new members that have come on. I'm an attaché for the first armor, or the white armor group, the FSID. So basically, I'm a glorified, hey, come join the white armor guys. But just being able to give them tips to help them get along that way makes it so much smoother and faster. And once you do it once you get done the first time and you understand what works for you, it speeds things up.
Okay. Jim, how about you? I mean, 40 to 60 hours, does that kind of...
Well, it depends on your comfort level. I think my first kit, like I said, I got it, I think it was Celebration. It was in March. I got my kit in April. Like most people, sat there intimidating me until July. And then it was Aaron Scare. I got approved right at Aaron Scare, which was in October. So, but since then, when I did my wife's FemTK armor, I mean, it was literally 2 weeks.
Wow.
But I knew what I was doing, at that point. I knew exactly. I had the tools already in line. I'd watch videos. I talked to a lot of girls who already had their armor. It's a big thing in the Atlanta garrison. So they were really giving me a lot of tips. And that's what you have to do, is you have to go out there and do your research. Get your ducks in a row, get comfortable in your mind with okay, I'm taking this, very expensive kit and I'm going to destroy it. It's either going to look beautiful or I'm done. I'm going to have a pile of scrap. But you just got to dive into it. And I've done other FemTK armors in our garrison in 10 days.
Wow. But
I was, at the time I didn't have a job. So I was like, okay, I can just sit here and, I can spend, 10 hours a day working on it. So when you say 40 hours, like you said, is probably a good, comfortable, if you have all your ducks in a row, if you know how you can do the strapping, it's not just the ABS armor that you see on the outside. You have to fit your helmet. You have to fit the armor to the body. You have to know how you're going to do the strapping. But you have the right boots, because you have to have the right height then for the armor that you're going to wear in your shins. Do you have the Velcro, all that kind of stuff, elastic, nylon, rivet gun, all these things come into play. It's not just the armor.
Well, Dan, Jim brings up a great point. I mean, if you're taking 40 to 60 hours to go ahead and take your big brown box and make a set of armor, I mean, how how much longer are you spending to go ahead and tweak everything and get it to fit just right?
Well, I think
you guys are done with that?
it never ends. It never ends.
Never ends.
And that's the thing too. As you gain weight, lose weight, you have to change the armor. Sometimes you have to change your strapping. Unfortunately, in COVID times, I know I'll put on a little bit of weight, and I know my armor. I got to make some changes if I need to wear it. So you got to keep things like that in mind. Your body changes.
You snap a shoulder bell off. Your bridges pop off. You know, it's constant maintenance.
It is, and that's the thing too.
It is.
Is you have to keep up on the maintenance. If you get a crack, you got to fix it now. And you have to learn to fix it, because if you don't, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And for a lot of manufacturers like Novos, they say they sell spare parts, but they really don't. You got to you either got to buy another kit to use for spare parts, or get lucky with somebody that's already done that and parting it out if you don't fix it right away. Like I said, mine's 5 years, and most of the original Novos armors didn't last long at all.
Well, that's a great point. Dan, what do you do to help maintain and take care of all your kits so that they are wearable for a long period of time?
Honestly, it's just kind of a constant process, like all this. You have to take care of the stuff. The minute that you get careless or you don't pack something the right way, you're running a risk, and stuff is going to happen. There was a troop years ago now where I was getting dressed. I was wearing the FET costume, and somebody accidentally knocked a piece of it over, and so you have to fix it. It happens, but there's no good way to stop the wear and tear. But what you can do is, if you see a better way to do it, don't be afraid to rip into it, make it better. I've restrapped mine, a couple times. Jim, I think you were talking about making adjustments, and yeah, we all have to do that. That's just kind of the way it is. There's not a one-stop shop for any of this. So if you have a jumpsuit that gets a little too big or too small, then yeah, you got to fix it. But the payoff is you get to go out and look like an action figure, and when you do it right, that's exactly what you look like.
Absolutely.
So, hope that answers.
Having someone run up to you and go, "Hey, can I get a picture with you because you were my favorite action figure as a kid. You were always my favorite character." I mean, that really makes all the hard work and time worthwhile, doesn't it?
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's what it's about.
Yep. Now we're here at the bottom of our first hour of InfernoCon. Want to take a short break just to remind everybody that we are raising money for Make-A-Wish. So if you have the time and you're so inclined, please go ahead and hit one of the links and make a donation in support of Make-A-Wish. And we'll all point to varying corners of our screen because the link is probably somewhere, someplace that we can't see.
David, I noticed, I've been watching the stream while we're on. Notice we're already at 186, which is, getting close to halfway to our goal of 500. I think we're going to end up pushing the goal up before we're done with today.
And that is a great place to be this early in our day.
And if I may, thank you, Darth, for the $66 donation. Execute donation 66.
A great order and a great donation to have. And to everyone else, we do appreciate the donations that have already come in.
Yep. Every dollar helps.
Yep.
Don't think it doesn't.
So James, what do you think was the trickiest or the hardest part of your kit to put together?
Honestly, like Jim was saying before, the strapping. The cutting of the ABS was scary. I ruined 2 sets of ears for the helmet because I couldn't quite get the curve right. So I ended up having to steal a pair from my son's box. So I was happy that we'd gotten the 2 kits. But that was all pretty easily done. But we went with two different strapping methods. My son's was a little bit more of the higher level of the art, authenticity type stuff. But mine was, I just wanted to get trooping. I wanted to get going, and so it wasn't as intricate, but it was just difficult trying to get everything measured right. I mean, I think I still have issues with my shoulder bells. I don't think they sit right, and just trying to get the things in there. So I'm constantly changing that. But I would say the strapping for getting the armor to sit right on my body was the most difficult part of it.
Now, Jim, you've put together a lot of TK kits and various permutations of the TK kits. So I want to ask you this question from our chat. A lot of people will customize their helmets, their buckets. And how have you seen, how do you recommend that people can do that? Oh, there we go.
I can't really
Just to
see the
make
inside.
it
The
more
inside
good.
of mine's like a flight helmet.
That is beautiful. Absolute artwork.
Seeing.
Oh, very nice.
I mean, it's got the,
It's beautiful.
This is wireless. It's got the ICOM system in it. It's got a MP3 player in it. The Hovey tips are speakers. I mean, there's all kinds of things you can do, to customize your armor, especially your buckets. I mean, the bucket is what it is at. I mean, when you take your helmet off, which we normally don't do, but if you're just standing there and somebody sees you taking a drink and they see inside your helmet and it looks like an actual use military helmet, I think it makes a difference. I think that's a lot of people go so far as to do the original insides that have all the exact, I mean, there's diagrams out on there everywhere from on the FISD forum and places. Guys are 3D printing all the stuff to make the inside of the helmet look like an inside of a real Stormtrooper helmet. I think that's great. I mean, kids really love that kind of thing. It adds the authenticity to it, and it's, just that much more. Even my wife loves it now. We were actually at the Pentagon for one, and her TK was playing a loop, and everybody just started laughing. We were in the briefing. It was hilarious. So it's good stuff.
That's cool.
That's the fun part.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, another question from the chat. And this one I'll ask Daniel. So if you're at an event and something breaks, I mean, this is kind of a lot of times the show must go on, but what do you do?
Well, I'm going to start here, if you don't mind, Dan, real quick. Most cons now have repair stations.
Okay.
So if you can't fix it yourself, you can't find someone else. Even if you're not in a 501st outfit, if you're just cosplaying, a lot of groups are just so friendly. It's a great thing to be in. Everybody's willing to help out. Just ask the question. Just ask for help. Dan, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, it was actually kind of funny because when David asked that, I could see everybody kind of go, what? Because I mean, that's like the worst fear, isn't it? Like you go somewhere and something breaks, you spend all the time putting it together and then it breaks. Or if you're unfortunate enough, like has happened to me or others, you forget something. And if you're really unlucky, it's something that you can't do without. Although you'd be amazed what you can do when you absolutely have to. Most of us, I was just thinking about the pair of shoes. I saw, somebody forget their pair of shoes. I've seen people forget their undersuits, gloves. We had, a parade at one time where we had Vader, who accidentally left parts of that costume home. We had to scrounge up something new. So when you get someplace, if something just breaks, and it happens, doesn't matter how good the build is, it'll happen. Most of us carry like a little repair kit. So for a lot of us, that's duct tape is like the number one thing. Like that's the first thing they told me when I joined, duct tape. So you can carry that. I have super glue with me. Super glue in a pinch works amazingly well, and it dries quick and it's easy to use. If you have snaps, you might have a spare snap or two. It depends on what the issue is. Now, if you have armor that just breaks, like if the plastic itself cracks, you may just be out of luck. But if the issue is like strapping or something, usually you can fix stuff like that. It depends on what it is and where it is. But I don't remember who said this, but somebody said the show must go on, and that's, I mean, nobody wants to go somewhere and say, I'm done for the day. You do whatever you can to get back out there.
Right. And so super glue and duct tape are your friends. They make white duct tape. It it really helps.
James, is there anything that you have in your repair kit or your bag of tricks when something goes wrong?
As I say, I've got a thing of CA glue. I've got a thing of E6000. I do have a bunch of Velcro that's the sticky backside so that you can slap it on, so you don't have to sew it on. To Jim's point, I did my son and I went to GalaxyCon, not last year but the year before, and we were in our Jedi robes. But I had lost so much weight from a weight loss program I was on that my belt kept falling off. So they had a cosplay repair station at the con, and they went over there and they helped me figure out with some bobby pins how to keep my belt together, because the belt was so big on me that I couldn't get it to actually fit any longer. So I mean, I've seen a lot of cons that have those stations there. I also tend to bring a spare set of things for my TK. Like I have 2 sets of under body suits, and I have 2 pairs of boots, so that if I forget something, or something gets scuffed up, or if somebody doesn't have something, I have something I can at least offer them to try to to help them so they can keep going.
So Jim, one thing that we haven't really gotten to is that different kits a lot of times are made out of different types of plastic, right? ABS, hips, sometimes parts, especially buckets, may be made out of fiberglass or some kind of resin cast, that type of thing. So one of the questions that we got from the chat is, how do you repair a crack that starts in armor? And I would kind of go with that. A lot of it's going to depend on what kind of plastic it is, but are there common fixes for ABS or hips or some of those different plastic types that people can use?
Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to stop it from cracking further. I've found in a lot of cases, I'll drill a small hole at the very end of the crack. That'll prevent it from going farther, getting worse. Then a lot, like especially with ABS and hips, you can make a slurry. You take a little bit of thinner of store, whatever plastic you have, you can mix your scrap. You should always keep it. When you cut your armor, keep your pieces left over. Keep a little plastic tub of it because you'll need it. And I'll take a little glass jar. I'll pour in a little bit of the thinner, and I'll put in a couple pieces of ABS. It'll sit for a couple of days. It'll melt into a glue. You can then use that to repair the patch. Things like fiberglass, and it's a whole different story. It's like an automotive repair. You can use Bondo, but fiberglass is more flexible. So you really got to know what you're doing with that stuff to fix it. But generally, fiberglass won't break nearly as easily as other items. Because again, I know Jim out of the Philippines uses a flexible fiberglass. That's really just amazing stuff. But you have to know how to coat it so you don't get itchy. You don't want to put fiberglass next to your face.
No.
Get stuff in your eyes, your nose, your mouth. So you just have to kind of know what you're doing. And that's why we have the forums. Ask the question. Say, hey, I just bought this kit from so-and-so. Then everybody knows what you have. Then they can give the appropriate responses. I've had people ask me, hey, I got a crack in my helmet. How do I fix it? Well, whose helmet is it? Where did you get it? Are there the basic things you need to start with? But like most of us know, super glue is your friend. And super glue, although it says it's instant glue, it's not. It still takes a little while to dry. They make something called Kicker, or I have this stuff called Instaset, because I like BSI products, super glues or CV glues. And this stuff sets it like that. The drawback is it makes it brittle.
Okay.
It doesn't become flexible. And again, back to all our things, there's hundreds of different types of super glues. Like if you were to use regular CV glue on black armor, it turns it white. It gets like this weird ghosting effect. But they make black CV glue.
Oh, okay.
It was beautiful. I built my wife's armor with it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're building armor your first time, I wouldn't recommend using super glue or CV glue, Instaset glue, whatever you want to call it, because that's it. It's on, it's on. You're generally not getting it off until you troop. Then of course it'll break and come off.
Well, so what would you suggest someone use instead of CV glue?
I think James mentioned it before, and I think Dan's mentioned it, is E6000 seems to be the go-to adhesive.
Mm-hmm.
There's 6000 and there's 6800, which is the marine version, which is waterproof.
Oh, okay.
Which is you can get it on Amazon, and I actually prefer to 6800. It looks almost the same, but it's got a yellow ring around the label.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that works really good, especially if you're going to be outside, the humidity and things like that. And you'll find CV glue is much better holding than the E6000 overall for long term. But again, your first kit, first time, use something because you can take it apart. E6000, you can pull it apart eventually. You can take it apart.
Little bit of heat and it comes right apart.
Little even pressure pops right off, and you can just peel the glue off with your fingers.
Okay.
And having said that, anytime you're going to use glue any place, sand first.
Mm-hmm.
What I tend to do is I'll put a piece of tape down so I don't scratch the rest of the armor, and then rough sand it so the glue has a place to stick.
Sure.
Whether you're using CV glue or you're using something like E6000, especially if you're using E6000, it gives it a much better place to stick.
Okay. James, any other tips or tricks or quirks that you've run into?
I say the what Jim said about the sanding was the key for a lot, because a lot of these kits are polished on the outside. I mean, if you look at them, there's an A side and a B side for these things, especially when you do your trim work. Make sure that you keep the shiny side up when you're doing your trim stuff. And again, a little bit of sanding, just a little bit of abrasiveness gives it some place to hold and click together.
So Daniel, we've talked about this a little bit earlier in relation to the strapping and how we keep our kits together. Beyond that, after you've had your kit a while, what do you use, or how do you go ahead and add the parts and pieces that just make your kit fit better?
Well, like we talked about earlier, the work on a kit is just never done. I've never met someone who said, all right, this is it. I'm not ever adding anything again. I'm not updating anything. That just happens throughout the course of you using it. You'll find something you like more. You'll find something that works better. And it's actually interesting because the next panel that is coming up is our 3D printing panel, and that has really kind of revolutionized the prop game, in the sense that now all the stuff that was hard to find, hard to get, there used to be props like blasters that there's one guy who made them, and that was it. And now you have people who can run this stuff off on their printer in a few hours. So James, I think, had mentioned the places like the FISD, and that's that's where you go to find this stuff. You go and you say, you look at somebody else's picture, you say they have that looks great. That's how I ended up with 2 or 3 of the rubberized weapons, the ones you drop on the ground and they don't break, because that's how somebody else had them. They look good, and I drop stuff all the time, so a weapon that doesn't break sounded like a kind of a win-win. So you add what you need when you need it, and then along the way you add the stuff that you think improves the costume as well. So I've upgraded parts of the Boba Fett costume because I found something that I thought looked more accurate or just looked better.
Mm-hmm. So James, you built your kit, you built your son's TK, You guys have gone out and worn them a couple of times. What is the one thing, I guess, that the I wish I would have known that a month ago, a whatever time period ago, when I started going through or started building this?
Um, I think that the one thing that I wish I had researched a little bit more was on my kit was the look and feel. Because to me, while it looks sharp straight on, my sides are way too. You see way too much undersuit because I'm a bigger guy. Um, there are many vendors that make these kits, especially the TK. Um, there are the original Stormtrooper guy, the guys in the movie were all like, under 6 foot and all like 150 pounds. So the kits that they've used, that they've made from the original molds or whatever, are they're a bit smaller for, I'm a 6'2", 250 guy, and so the armor doesn't quite fit me as well as I would like it to. And after I started going out and trooping and seeing other people's kits that look much better, that are my size, and I started asking what kit, who made your kit, and they started telling me about the other vendors that were available. I wish I'd done a little bit more research. I looked for a kit that was reputable, because there's a growing list of reputable vendors, and there's a sets of people that are just selling crap that, so at least I went far enough to find a reputable vendor, but then I didn't find a vendor that made the armor, more to my body style. So you can cut the ABS and form it and add patches and stuff like that. That's a little more work, or you can spend a little bit, spend a little more time and find a vendor that makes a bigger kit. I think the AM45 kits, and I think the Walt makes a bigger kit, and I think they said the RWM makes a bigger kit. So they've got some that scale. So I mean, I would definitely make sure that you take the extra time to research it, talk to the people on the forums, and say, hey, is this vendor a good fit for me? Because like I said, the exact same kit I got from ATA looks great on my 6 foot 150 soaking pound wet son, but it looks a little small on my frame.
Well, sure. Now, Jim, one thing that I wanted to ask you, where would you suggest that someone gets started when they're looking, they've got their box and they're kind of looking for the where do I get started? What do you think is the best resource, or a good group of resources for folks to use before they make that first cut?
Right here, right now. And seriously, no, the local garrisons, and everybody is willing to help. I mean, I'm willing to help. I mean, I'm the regional armorer. Everybody in this garrison who has whatever kit that they happen to have purchased, somebody else has it and knows how to build it or knows their shortcomings. So the internet, do the research, come to the garrisontranis.com, go to the 501st Legion, get a whitearmor.net or whatever group that is appropriate for your costume. There are hundreds of people, if not now thousands of people, that can help. Even the vendor you bought it from, most of them are really, really nice. Especially we were talking about Waltz a minute ago. I had to, my black armor I got for my wife was meant for a male. I needed, thighs are really hard to cut down appropriately. And he had a set of female armor, and I was able to purchase just the thighs. And same thing, they have kits for children. And granted, the 501st is 18 years of age and older, but we have a Galactic Academy for the youngers, for the younglings. And so there are vendors that make armor for kids that are screen accurate. So just ask the questions. I mean, there's hundreds of people willing to help. It's not a problem. Don't think you're alone in this. You're not. And that's the one thing that I was fortunate enough to run into the 501st at a convention. Had I not, I probably would have struggled. So that's what we're here for.
No, and Jim, I think that is one thing that that people really need to keep in mind. In the 501st, yes, we do strive for screen accuracy, but by the same token, it please, please, please don't wallow in silence and darkness. Reach out, use the forums, use the resources like yourself, Jim. You know, every garrison has an armorer or two. Reach out, ask for help. I mean, there are plenty of people that are more than willing and capable to help you. Yes, Daniel.
So I actually just wanted to add here. It's interesting hearing Jim talk about all the resources because there truly is an astonishing amount of resources. One of the first things I did when I joined was I was on staff over at the FISD, and like that's what we did like all day every day was go here, look at the forum. Somebody would say, "Oh, I don't know how to do this, go here." And so there are a lot of resources, but what I will tell you just from personal experiences, uh sometimes you just have to figure out what works for you. Sometimes you just have to find out a way, like you have to figure out a way to do something. And if it doesn't look like somebody else's, then it doesn't look like somebody else's. My armor is strapped for me. So if somebody else went and tried to put it on, it probably isn't going to work super well for them. Uh, Likewise, my helmet building strategy, is definitely different than, Jim's. I'm very much about utility and I don't care as much about how it looks inside. So, I build stuff that fits me, that works for me. I use methods that I know will work. The last thing you want to do is be hammering away on this, expensive kit trying to do something you're not comfortable doing. So that's, at the end of the day, there's really no substitute for what can you actually do. It's great if somebody has an awesome method, but if you can't do that, if they say, use this tool and do this, and you can't do that, don't do it. It doesn't matter what it won't come out right because you're not comfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo a little what Dan said is and some of what Jim said is that reading the forums, watching the YouTube videos, all great stuff, but I'm a hands-on learner.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just see a video or read somebody tell me or show me a diagram on how to do something. So if you get on the forums, say something to people. Tell them, hey, I'm nervous about doing this. I'm concerned about doing this. I'm not sure how to take care of this. And especially your local garrisons, get in with your squads and stuff, and tell them that we did. Stogie held like 4 armor parties just for me. He invited other people to come and do things. But once the COVID gets cleared out, we can gather again a little bit safely. I'm sure you'll see him again. But go to the armor parties, go and see what other people are working on to get some inspiration and get some of the experience that those folks have got, that they've built it already, and have them show you how to do it so that once you've got your hands on those 2 pieces and you know how to line them up right, so that it's different than seeing somebody else on a video doing it. So don't be afraid to ask, I guess is my question is just, get on there and say, hey, can somebody help me come do, because you'll get people to volunteer. I mean, I volunteered. I even volunteer now. Folks that I know, I said, hey, we'll go meet someplace, one of the parks somewhere. We'll wear our masks and we'll work outside where it's a little bit safer and we don't have to worry about things. And I'll show you how to put those things together. And
Well, gentlemen, let me say thank you so very much. This brings the first panel for InfernoCon, the holiday special, to a close. I am very grateful for your willingness to participate with us this morning, and very grateful for everyone that has been watching us on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, however you've chosen to join us today. Really grateful. And looking at the feed here, it looks like we have already raised $206 for Make-A-Wish. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far today. Thank you so very much. With that, I will turn this back over to Tim. Have a great day.
All right,
Thanks,
everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
We're going to now move to a very special greeting from one of our local garrisons, or not local garrisons, but our international garrisons. So here is a Christmas greeting from Indonesia. Enjoy.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Halo, PKID 19599 dari Garuda Garrison Indonesia mengucapkan selamat berlibur, Happy Holidays.
DC 33647 Garuda Garrison Indonesia, selamat berlibur.
PKID 27300 Garuda Garrison Indonesia, selamat berlibur.
Halo, saya Aryo Gono, Garrison Charity Officer TK 3906 mengucapkan selamat berlibur tahun 2020 dari Garuda Garrison Indonesia.
TK 22807 Garuda Garrison Indonesia, selamat berlibur.
BS 69869 Garuda Garrison Indonesia, selamat berlibur.
Infinite Gunner 23038 Garuda Garrison Indonesia, selamat berlibur dan tetap jaga protokol kesehatan.
Halo, PKID 19715 Garuda Garrison Indonesia mengucapkan selamat berlibur.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our next panel. We have our 3D printer panel, one of our most loved panels from our last InfernoCon. We have our host, Jim Riley. Take it away, Jim.
Hi, welcome to our new 3D printing panel. And we're extremely pleased to be able to continue this. We had a great time last time back in October, and we only got through about half the questions that we had prepared for. So it was pretty easy to prepare for this one moving forward. So if you did not take a look at that previous one, we encourage you to go to our YouTube channel and to check that out and to see some of the more basics. And we're going to be getting into a little bit more advanced things this go round. But first of all, I do want to remind everybody that InfernoCon Holiday Special is being done in support of Make-A-Wish, and we encourage you to go ahead and contribute to that. I know that on some live streams, you can just click on the banner and it'll take you to the contribution. On others, it may not. So if you cannot do that straight through there, go to inferno-con.com and look for the donate tab, and you can go ahead and make your contribution that way. So first of all, let me introduce our panelists today. We have Jason Carter, Sean Matthews, and Dan Brown. All of us have been 3D printing, I think, pretty much since the beginning of the year. So it's, although Jason, I know that you had some prior experience through work before you started doing it more as a hobby. And so just kind of to let people know that who have not met any of us before, I'm just going to go through each one of you and just ask to do a brief introduction and a little bit about your experience with 3D printing, then we'll get into some questions. So Dan, why don't we start with you as our squad leader?
People watching this are going to think all I do is sit around and do panels all day. Like I said before, my name is Daniel Brown. I'm the squad leader and a member of Garrison Tyrannus. I've been printing since the first part of this year. Like everybody else, the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden my amount of time spent with the printers sort of went up on the same arc that everything else did. So I went from one printer to, I think we have 4 at this point, which is it's astonishing how hot it gets down there when all 4 of them are going at the same time.
Thanks, Dan. Jason, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience with 3D printing?
Yeah, no problem. My name is Jason Carter, Garrison member down here in Stafford, Virginia. I've been 3D printing as a hobbyist for about a year now, but prior to pulling the trigger and just grabbing my own printer, I was part of a team that actually used 3D printing for government acquisitions. We would actually build parts with part of our team and use it for government things. So that's how I got into it. I was always really kind of interested in it. That was probably about 3 years ago is when I jumped in for the first time, and I had just been kind of itching to pull the trigger and grab something. I'm still stuck at one printer, but I've got 2 that I've just been waiting for them to get restocked on Amazon, and should be really setting up the farm here in a couple months.
Great. Thanks, Jason. And Sean, why don't you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your 3D printing experience and how you got into it?
Hey everyone, I'm Sean. I live down in Stafford also. I started 3D printing basically like everyone else the first of last year. Received a 3D printer for Christmas, and really, one of the things that got me into it was The Mandalorian. Like so many other people, the armor was just so cool, and there's really nothing readily available, or there wasn't at the time, that you could purchase through third parties. So 3D printing was the quickest and easiest way to do it. So that's how I started. I kind of got a crash course and been printing ever since, just working on both his armors. I've started with his pre-Beskar. Now I'm working on the Beskar armor. Actually, you probably can't hear it behind me, but I'm printing off a Rising Phoenix. So it's been a long learning curve, and printing is really only half the battle. And I know we're going to talk about that today because there's a whole other side to it that's almost more time consuming. So.
There certainly is. And so I can speak to that from my own experience. And just so the viewers know, like everyone else, I got into it earlier this year. It was probably around early to mid-March. And at that point, it was just slightly before the pandemic hit, or it was just starting to hit at that point. So things actually worked out well in terms of when I ordered it and being able to get something and be able to get filament. Because as we all know, there was actually a run on 3D printers earlier this year, among all the crazy other things that there were runs on. But there was also a shortage of filament for a while and everything. So it's been interesting and challenging for so many of us to be able to get into this. So let me get into some of the other questions that we didn't get to last time here. And the first one I want to talk about is what software you use for your 3D printing. I know there's a variety of programs that are out there, and some are for Mac, some are for Windows based, some are mobile based. And it's kind of interesting to see what different people are using and how they're employing that software. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. So, Jason, why don't we start with you? What do you use to slice your files and do you do anything? Do you do any creating of 3D print files, or do you just download files and then size them and slice them?
Okay, thanks, Jim. So I actually just had to minimize my screen to look at all the different applications that I've got on my desktop. I will tell you just straight up, the program that I use for most of my slicing is Simplify 3D. It's a very popular program, but it does cost $150. However, you can, there's a lot of other options out there. I've also got Cura up on my home screen, which is a free program, great for slicing. I've just really started tearing into Simplify 3D and all the different things I can do with that. But primarily Simplify 3D, I use Mesh Mixer to cut up my files. Like if something's way too big for my print bed, like abdominal armor or something like that, Mesh Mixer is my go-to there. But I also use a couple other things like Autodesk NetFab for a lot of measuring, skewing, stuff like that. And as far as actually modeling, I'm just now getting into that, which is funny because years ago, I worked with a team of engineers that did a lot of CAD work, but I've just started using Fusion 360 and Blender to learn how to model myself. But I'm no good. So primarily I use other people's files that I pay for, or if I can find a great file for free, I typically go to Thingiverse and grab them from there.
Great. Yeah, Daniel, what about you?
Yeah, so if you're talking about like slicing programs, I actually use a free one that it's interesting because I haven't heard a lot of people talk about this, but it's a program called Astroprint, and it works in a way that's similar to Octoprint in that all the printers are tied in to a cloud server with one of the Raspberry Pi boxes, and it's really neat because all of my files are in one place. You can slice on the program, so they've got an app, but then going through a web browser works just as well. The slicer that they have there it's a Cura one. It's not the best I've ever seen. It does have some limitations, but for what it is, it actually works pretty well, and it's actually easier to use than some of the, like I will use the Astroprint software over Cura almost every time. The only reason I'll go and use a program like Cura is if there's something really specific I have to do, like block support somewhere or something like that. But for most things, the Astroprint stuff works really well. So all I do is I can access it from my phone, and then I can just tell the printer to go right from here. The other interesting thing is, let me see if I can show you. So I don't know how well you can see this, but I can check the status of each printer here. And if you go into that, it shows the temperature, how long the print has to go. I can shut the printers down from anywhere, which I think is a huge thing. The only thing that I don't have that other people might have is I don't have cameras tied into that. I have cameras other places, but I don't have cameras tied in specifically to that software. But other than that, I mean, it works astonishingly well, and it's free. So hard to go wrong.
That's great to know because me, I've got a little stick here that I put the SD card in and put that in. I plug it into the back of my iMac and I use the slicing and have to load it on there and then take that down to my printer and take the SD card out and load that in. So it's not that bad. It gets me a little exercise going up and down the stairs, but it sounds like that's a pretty good system in terms of being cloud-based and being able to do from anywhere.
The biggest reason to use something like that, at least in my book, and especially if you have a house that's multi-level, is the safety aspect. I was terrified that what was going to happen is I was going to be away from the printer and something was going to go wrong and I would need to shut it down. That's what the software lets me do.
Great. Sean, what about you? How do you slice your files, and do you do any modeling?
So I use Cura. It's worked very well for me. It's very simple, no muss, no fuss. And as already stated as well, I also use Mesh Mixer for projects that are just too large. Since I'm only running a CR10 Mini, for example, the Rising Phoenix that I'm working on right now, I had to cut the actual body part into 4 different pieces, and Mesh Mixer allows me to do that very quickly and very easily with no problems whatsoever. So both tools are invaluable. And first, I was just using the stock Creality slicer that came with the printer, and it's not bad. But I think Cura just gives much more clean prints and a lot more fine tuning options as well. So that's what I'm doing.
Oh, speaking of that, that kind of leads us into our next question here. Are there any particular settings for your prints that you find work the best? What kind of orientation do you use for printing a helmet on the build plate? Supports and no supports? Why don't we keep it with you, Sean?
So for me, again, since my plate is so small, it kind of hamstrings me a little bit, and I got to get really creative. Helmets, I got to slice right down in the middle and print in halves. Generally with helmets though, I don't put supports on the inside, and you do get a little strawing on the underside at the top, but you save so much filament, and you don't have to wind up, changing filament halfway through. I know there's some people that just go full supports on helmets. Not needed. Pauldrons, I find you don't need inner supports as well. So as far as settings, I keep it at 200 degrees Fahrenheit for my print nozzle, and about 50 ms for the speed, and that seems to work fine for what I need and for PLA. Of course, one of the things that we haven't mentioned are the different filament types, and you need greatly different temperatures depending on whether you're going with PETG or PLA or anything else. So I keep things pretty simple though. I haven't messed around with my settings that much, and they seem to work really well for me.
And actually, you mentioned the filament. Do you find that there needs to be any kind of variation in temperature depending upon the color of the filament that you use, whether it's white or black or gray, or is it pretty much all the same?
No, it's all the same. I've never changed the temperature, and I've never had an issue with filament. I mean, sometimes you will get bad filament, or filament that just doesn't like being used, and that's really only happened to me maybe once, where I just could not work with a filament. But that's more of the producer and other factors. I mean, I don't know if the filament was stored in a humid setting at first. There's just so many different things that go into it. So,
okay. Daniel, what about you? What about any particular settings or how you print your helmets or anything else that you like to share?
So with the helmets, I actually just print them like a helmet, just like they're just sitting upright on the build plate. I don't do anything weird with them. Just make sure I add support on the bottom so that it's level and all that. And I did find you can actually print them without support in the middle. At least at least with some of the bigger nozzle printers you can. So definitely with an 8mm nozzle you can do that. As to as to the other stuff, settings are so finicky. The first thing I learned when I started this was there are a lot of problems that you can have, and they all look like slicing problems. So unless there's something really clear, like like the print head is coming off of the printer or something, you can say you have to go through and troubleshoot and say, well, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. So right off the bat, I had a clogged nozzle. And I didn't know it, so I went through and got really familiar with all of the printer settings. I turned off infill before walls, which you probably should turn off anyway. But I changed almost everything, and it still didn't help. And what helped was, obviously replacing the nozzle, and that made like all of a sudden it's printing again. So you have to find what works for you, what works for the material, and it seems like it varies. I'm betting that if you ask everybody here, yourself included, we would all have different ways of doing things. And some of it is as specific as, where is the printer in your house? What is the ambient temperature in your house? That's going to make a difference with how it works for you. And that's going to make a difference what settings you use.
Well, those are all excellent points. Jason, what about you?
Yeah, really quick. You may have seen me reaching up for my helmet when Sean brought up the stringing and not using internal supports. I just wanted to kind of show an example. If you look in there, you can see that swirl mark that's right up there towards the front. That's that stringing that happens when you don't use supports. It's really simple to take care of. I mean, as long as you don't have too thin of a shell after you do that, you should be fine with the helmet. But what I like to do is just take some resin and just kind of line the inside of the helmet to reinforce it, because sometimes you will get a thin wall from that. But another example, like this Scout Trooper helmet, it's got a flat top, so you can't get away with doing that. But with this one, I got a little weird, and I actually printed it upside down like that. And what was cool was the inside came out totally smooth. But I wouldn't really suggest doing that too much. I had to, because that's just a flat dome. But just to touch on the amount of filament really quick, this pre-Vizsla helmet right here, it's not as big as my Clone Trooper helmet, but for some reason, the amount of supports that it would have needed would have taken me the better part of 2 entire rolls of filament if I would have used full supports on that, which is just absolutely insane. Instead, and this one's PETG, so the filament acts a little differently than PLA or PLA plus, but I printed it with no supports, and that entire helmet, other than what's white and what's gray there, took about 3/4 of a roll of filament. So pretty good. So really, I forget what the other part of your question was Jim, but
yeah. Just about well, you already talked about the helmet orientation and supports.
Oh,
and,
setting.
Yeah, particular settings. Yeah.
So I did want to say this really quick. I've always printed my helmets really fast. Like some people step up the size of their nozzle diameter, like using anywhere from a like 0.4, which is what I typically use, up to a 1 millimeter nozzle, which I tried once and it was horrible. I've actually slowed down my prints recently, but I will often print at 0.2 layer height at 180 millimeters per second. That's the majority of these helmets were printed out that fast. And as long as you're not printing with like a mega sized bed, you can get away with that kind of stuff. The smaller printers are good, like the Ender 3s and the CR10 even is good for printing faster. But as soon as you start getting bigger build plates, you start getting a lot of shifting and shaking through the axes. So one thing, just to finish off on settings really quick, I was having a really bad time with stuff sticking to the print bed. And I think some of it had to do with the change in temperature and just everything that's been going on for the last couple of months. Creality sends you this little cat, and I wish I had it with me. It's one of the little happy cat things, lucky cats, I forget what they're called. But I started looking at it, and I printed that thing off as a test after I did some maintenance on my printer, and that thing came out perfect. It was like the most beautiful print I'd ever seen for my CR10. I said, I need to find out what settings are being used in that. And I discovered that you can actually load the settings from that cat as an FFF profile into your printer. And I've actually started using the cat setting for a lot of my helmets, and they've come out perfect. So yeah, no supports on the inside of the dome, but I have started using rafts, which if you use a raft with PETG, like good luck. You have to try to peel it off like as soon as it's done printing. Otherwise, it's bonded. But that little profile that came with the cat, with the Creality printer, has been my go-to setting for the last couple months. I've slowed down my prints, basically.
Okay, we're going to go to a question from the audience here. Someone wants to know, how do you level, and any tips that you might have for that? Sean, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, sure. I've got a smaller build plate, so I really don't do anything fancy. I just do the old 8x10 piece of paper trick, where you take a paper, you slide it under the nozzle after you release the everything, move the nozzle to each corner, and what you want to do is you want to adjust it so it's just barely touching that paper, and you can slide it back and forth, but it's scratching the paper and not the build plate. I just do that on all four sides, and it usually holds for a couple of prints. So that works for me because my build plate's so small in the CR10 Mini. I know other individuals like to use the self-levelers and everything else, and to me that makes sense if you've got a very large printer, but for the smaller ones, that's really all you need, in my opinion.
Hey, Jason, what about you?
Yeah, no problem. I was actually going to open up my folder here and try to find the name of the one that I use. So there, on Thingiverse, there's something that's called Bed Test CR10 300 by 300. There's different size bed tests that you can download. And basically what it does is it prints a little square in each corner of your build plate. And basically you watch it and see how the filament's laying down, and make adjustments from there. Ultimately, it always comes down to that stupid piece of paper under the nozzle, unless you're actually using no kidding shims to check. But I make my adjustments based off of what that first layer is looking like when I use that bed test. And like I said, if you go to Thingiverse, you can find all different size build plate build tests. And Uncle Jesse on YouTube did a video on that. That's where I found out about his little build test thing.
Dan, I know that you're a proponent of the sheet of paper. You were helping me with that when I was having some issues when I was first starting out. So Dan, why don't you talk a little bit about how that works for the uninitiated?
So what I will say just right off the bat is leveling is super important. Like, I cannot stress that point enough. There's so many print problems that are caused by the bed not being level. You know, if you go and you look on any of the support like groups on Facebook, like the help groups, it is without fail, someone will get on there and say, I don't know why my print looks like this. Like 8 people will go, level your bed, because that's what the problem is. So yeah, there's 2, 2 or 3 ways to do it. You know, the piece of paper under the nozzle is one. I use an auto bed leveler for my bigger printers. For the smaller ones like the Ender, I do it by hand. And the way that works is you basically home the printer and then disable the steppers, which lets you move the head and the bed around freely. You put a piece of paper under the nozzle, and you kind of wait to feel the nozzle drag on the paper a little bit. And the trick is getting that even all the way around. So in all 4 corners, you want the same amount of drag. Honestly, it's one of those things that's like riding a bike. You know, the first few times you fall off a lot and stuff gets broken, and, you know, you think that your dad is trying to kill you. And then, well, maybe that's not applicable here, but then, you know, once you once you figure it out, like once you get used to it, it's remarkable how easy it gets. And now I get worried sometimes when I use the paper method to level a bed, and you're gonna have to do that even if you use an auto bed leveler sometimes. But I get worried because it feels like I've done it too quick. But nope, everything comes out right. And that's and so that just kind of goes to show that the more that you do this, the better at it that you get, because it requires so much memory and just how things feel. There's no good way to explain it. I can tell you what it feels like, but you have to experience it.
Yeah, because I think that there's a fine line between obviously you don't want the paper ripping when you're dragging it out, because that means it's too low. But do you want it so you can barely do it, or is it you want to make sure that you can just slide it underneath there? I mean, I know it's different for different people and everything.
So when Damon taught me, what he said is, you want to feel some tug, like if it rips, you're going too far. But so you want to feel some tug, but you can overdo it, and then there's too much squish. And that's exactly what I mean, though. I can try to explain it to somebody, but really the easiest way to learn it is to meet up with someone who knows what they're doing, have them put the paper under there and say it should feel like this. But if you can't do that, then you just kind of do it a few times and say, hey, I think that I need to adjust it, and then you make the adjustments and print it again.
Okay.
Yeah, well, oh, so I was just going to say one thing. I have noticed recently that depending on the filament that I use, sometimes I have to alter my approach with leveling. So, and I don't know if other people have experienced that as well, but I recently switched to 3D Solutech filament. And typically when you're using PETG, you want to have a little bit more of a gap there when you're leveling your bed, is what I read. But with the 3D Solutech, I found that I actually want to go a little bit lower. So all in that paper fill, like I want to have a little bit more drag with that particular filament, because I need to make sure it lays down better. I don't know. I keep finding with 3D printing that a lot of it has to, like, your settings have to do with the type of filament and the brand that you're using. Everything responds differently.
Yeah, no, I mean that's certainly the case. So it's been interesting to learn that on my own. As Daniel was pointing out, it's great to have somebody that can do it for you. But right now, that's kind of difficult for many of us. So we were kind of on our own and left with trial and error. So I have another question here from the public here, from the audience. They're asking about with regards to the armor here, and is it they want to know if it was frowned upon buying a pre-built kit or a commissioned kit. I'm not sure if they were talking about armor in general or 3D printing, but either way, I mean, in terms of that, what are your feelings on that? If you buy something that's pre-built or commissioned, whether it's let's stick with 3D. Would you have a problem with somebody or yourself buying something that was 3D printed? Personally, I was just going to say that when I was working on my long-suffering short trooper kit that is now over 4 years old, I had to get belt boxes that worked out better than what came with the kit, and I actually had somebody 3D print those for me, and then I had an issue with the snout on the helmet, and I went through a online 3D printing service that was local, and I had somebody do that for me. So personally, I don't have a problem doing that. What about any of you? Any thoughts on that?
I think that the biggest issue that you're going to run into is, like, small stuff is fine, like, so the helmet snout, is that's a pretty minor part. Although when I say minor, I mean size wise, not importance wise. Like, you can't have the helmet without it. But where you get into the trouble is things like the armor. So the biggest issue, and we've all kind of danced around this here today, is that finishing the print is kind of the second part of the battle. It's great if you can get a helmet printed, but if you don't know how to finish it, then it doesn't really matter. And I was looking at the helmets behind Jason here, and those are great. But taking a helmet off of a print bed or a piece of armor off of a print bed and making it look like a piece of one piece like ABS, that's tough to do, because these things print out. If you're not familiar with how the 3D printer works, it deposits lines of plastic one on top of the other. So even if you have an awesome looking print, you're still going to have little lines in between. You got to get rid of all those. So that means sanding, that means filling, that means painting. I will never understand why people seem to feel like that you just print off a piece of armor and you're good to go. No, there's tons of work that goes into it.
And that's great. That's going to segue us into our next segment. But before we do that, I do want to remind people that again to hit the contribute button for Make-A-Wish. And we are raising money for Make-A-Wish this weekend through the InfernoCon holiday special. And if you are unable to click on it on the stream that you're on, please go to inferno-con.com and you can donate through there. So please go ahead and do that. And with that, we'll go ahead and we'll talk about our next part about preferred methods for finishing 3D prints. And there's a lot to it, as Dan was starting to get into. So why don't we stick with you since you started us down that road, and then we'll go to Jason and Sean from there.
Oh, well, on this, I'll definitely be willing to defer to others. There are a lot of people that I've met that can do a really fantastic job at finishing armor. Personally, I mean, I will admit I struggle with that. I get a piece of plastic off the printer, and I mean, that's hard to do. Even some of the best work that I've done requires an incredible amount of work, because you have to sand and fill and sand and fill and sand and fill, wet sand, prime sand. And then the most depressing thing that I've ever had happen to me is I was working on a helmet and I sanded it to within an inch of its life and painted it and then took a picture of it with a camera, like with my phone, sent it to somebody, and the next thing I know, the guy's saying, well, there's some little imperfections. You zoom in on the photo, no, you can see lines. There's little dents. Couldn't see them, sitting there, but nope, you zoom in on the photo and yep, there they are. And that took hours. So, I'm sure these guys are going to have some great tips for how to do this better than I can tell you.
Yeah, and I was going to say both Jason and Sean have been hard at work on the Beskar Mandalorian helmets for quite some time now, and that's an entire story in and unto itself. I mean, that is probably one of the most challenging things that I have seen people try to do. So we'll certainly want to get your input on that. And why don't we talk a little bit more general first, and then we can kind of get into that at the end of each one of your sections on that. So Jason, since you've got it on screen behind you, why don't you talk a little bit about how you go ahead and finish, what you use for filling in between the lines, what kind of grit sandpaper to use, anything else that's a good tip for people when they want to finish a print and start priming it and painting it.
Yeah, no problem. So I wanted to start off by doing this. I've got so many different examples here of good times, bad times, and everything in between. So this pre-Vizsla helmet, it's actually a helmet that I just printed off for a friend of mine. So it's kind of in pieces, but I wanted to show right there, like you can see all those lines, imperfection. Then if I flip it around, look at all that stringing in, all that stuff. That's the wonders of PTG. So raw 3D print. I mean, that is like just entirely raw, and that's what my friend's going to be getting. So you got that. But on the flip side, you order a helmet. This is my Rogue One Stormtrooper that just came in, and you can see the difference. Like, look how smooth that is. Now, this is a fiberglass helmet. So how do we get that to look like this? That's where all the work is. This is a little bit of an understatement, but you like pretty much anybody can like figure out the 3D printing part of it. Just grabbing a file, plug it in there. Yeah, you have to tweak and do some stuff, and 3D printing does become a little bit of an art, but at its very core base, you're taking a file, putting it into a program, putting it into a printer, and watching it go. Tell you this, once you've got that helmet, this stuff right here becomes one of your best friends and greatest enemies. This is Bondo glazing and spot putty. This is what I use on my helmets. Now, on armor pieces like the Mando back there, you can also get away with laying a coat of resin down. But sometimes you get different reactions that start coming up, and ultimately what it all comes down to is a lot of sanding. When I do something like this, I put the spot and glaze putty on it, turn my print into a rock hard red piece, and then start sanding it down until I get this nice little pink. And if you look, I mean, there's like no layer lines or anything in there. You can see like some faint glimmers of the old layer lines. But the next step after that is to throw some filler primer on there, which is going to fill in all those little details. Now, when I'm doing helmets, I also take it a step further, and I grab metallic paint and I spray a layer of typically gold metallic paint over the helmet. The metal flakes get into those layer lines as like a kind of last step. So there's tons of tricks that you can do, but ultimately it's just going to come down to a lot of time and patience. I'm a part of a bunch of groups, whether the Shore Trooper Fam group on Facebook, I forget what it's called, the Next Generation Stormtrooper Builders, whatever. I'm part of these groups, and whenever the printing questions come up, people always put pictures up that says, does it look like I'm ready for paint? And inevitably the answer you always see is sand it down again. And people are like, there's no way, this thing is totally smooth. And it's just a generic answer, sand it down again. Because if you're asking, you probably need to go another layer to a certain degree. So yeah, when it comes down to finishing, I swear by this stuff and by this stuff, and also resin. But only problem with resin is sometimes you can get a little bit of pitting in there if you don't sand it down good enough. With this, I wasn't too worried about it because it's leg armor and it's supposed to look beat up. Now, my biggest problem with this was I sprayed my chrome on a very humid day, and everything came out horrible. That's why the helmet looks like almost perfect, but a lot of the rest of the armor came out really dull. Your atmospheric conditions kind of dictate when the best time to paint is. So I think Sean's got his Mando helmet sitting there with him, though.
Yeah, I've got a couple things here actually. So first, I've got my Mandalorian helmet right here, and so I do want to touch on the previous question we had, and it's perfectly all right to buy from a third party. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, this is for all about, love of Star Wars, 501st, everything else. So if you don't have the means to print, by all means, go with the route you can. I will say that if you can shell out the extra for resin, makes your life so much easier because that stuff comes out smooth already and you have minimal work. This, of course, I printed myself. I used Alclad chrome on it, which is close to the aluminum luster used in the show, but that is like $400 for a pint. So I'm not paying that. I weathered this heavily, and the reason I did was I used an airbrush, and it was really the first time airbrushing, so I got some really uneven spots with the Alclad, and I said, well, that doesn't look right. I'm just going to go and make this his helmet from when he fought Gideon at the end of season 1, and it's all carbon scoring now. This is going to be my backup helmet. I'm going to go with a resin helmet from a third party, something that I know will come perfect, that has Alclad on it. I don't have an issue with that. The rest of my armor, though, I've printed, I've painted, I've weathered myself. For example, this is his knee armor right here, and I really enjoy this aspect of it. And fortunately, with the non-chrome stuff, it's not quite as hard. I guess there is a level of, I guess, not error, but just, you don't have to get the sanding on this perfect. I mean, there are rough spots on this, but it really doesn't matter because once again, it's armor. It looks rough. It's beat up. I've got my base paint of Montana Gold Fuji Mountain on here, which is the color they used in the movie. From there, for the movie, actually, unlike the Boba Fett helmets where they do layers of latex and peeling, which is a method, using a base layer, they just painted right on. So you can see I've got my the metallic spots right here. That's just painted on over black, which just gives it some 3D depth. From there, I use oils. I love working with oils. You can put them on. It stays wet for a long time. You rub it around. I also use soft pastels to get some different tones in there as well. I usually do that after I clear coat because the cool thing about the pastels I find is it's dynamic. It's similar to how real dirt would react. You get dirt on something, you get fingerprints on it, you wipe it off, you get more dirt on it. So the cool thing about pastels is they're not permanent, and you can alter and change and shape things as much as you want going forward. The last thing I did with this piece of armor, which I did with all my pre-Beskar, I just took my fingernails and kind of roughed it up, and that gives, it gives scratch marks, like it's used and worn in. The parts right here, though, these aluminum parts, these are third party. I just couldn't get the prints good enough. There's so much fine detail that I did not want to mess with it and get something that was imperfect. So I shelled out the $30 to get these from an overseas distributor that does Mandalorian aluminum parts, and that's that. So, this is just the knee alone, and I mean, it still takes time. It takes a lot of time, but it's fun. I think, the printing is such a small part of it. I probably printed this piece in a day or so, but the sanding and everything else, we're talking hours and hours. And then you get to the weathering and the painting, and that's the part where I think people start enjoying this hobby a lot, because that's where you start seeing results. That's when you're able to add your own influence to it, and you're never going to find two pieces that are alike. You'll come close to what they had in the show, but it's going to be your own spin on it. And for those that are just looking at it, they're not going to know the difference. So currently, my big project again. It's the engine piece to a Rising Phoenix. And so when I'm thinking about finishing this, since it's a very big piece, I really don't want to sand the whole thing. But to caveat that, the problem with it is it's also chrome. I don't think that it's the same chrome as his Beskar armor, but inevitably it's going to have to be chrome. And the problem with chrome is, if you don't sand perfectly, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to see the imperfections. So I think the route I'm going to do for the Rising Phoenix, they have this wonderful stuff called XTC 3D, which I try not to use on everything else because it does kind of dull your sharp edges, but it's basically resin that goes over everything. And you'll still have to sand after you put it on to get some minor imperfections down, but it cuts the amount of sanding down by about 90%, because what it'll do is it'll fill in all these small lines right here and just give you a nice shell over it. So that's my plans for the Rising Phoenix, just because it's so large. But for other pieces, like the helmet, the armor, where you want those sharp, hard edges, you want to stay away from resin, just because, you know, people are going to see that. That's the first thing they're going to see. And you want those edges to be sharp and crisp. And when you put resin on and start sanding, you get more of a curve than a sharp edge on a micro scale. And while you might not notice it from afar, when people get closer, they'll notice it. And you're definitely going to notice it as well. So I would say for detailed things, definitely just take the time and sand. It sucks. If it's just a regular non-chrome part and something that's weathered, you can get away with a little less sanding. It doesn't have to be perfect. I would say usually 400 grit followed by 800 grit, just to get it nice and smooth, and you can get away with painting after that. But for armor that's chrome, like the Mandalorian's armor, you got to start at 400 and then wet sand at 400 and then wet sand at 800, then wet sand at 1,000 and 2,000 and 3,000, and then you got to put your gloss black on, and you got to wet sand that, and then more gloss black, and then depending on the paint you're using, you got to put clear coat on that, and you got to sand that down sometimes, possibly. Then you put one final layer of gloss black on, and if you finally get that perfect, you can put on your alclad or your chrome. And you got to make sure, as was mentioned, humidity is right, because if the humidity is not, it's going to orange peel instead of a nice mirror shine. You're going to get these bubbly marks across the entire thing that make it look like the surface of an orange, and you basically just ruined hours and hours and hours of work. So I would say for a beginner out there, if you're just starting this, if you want to do something like the Mandalorian, pre-Beskar looks awesome. It's a lot easier. It'll take a lot less time. It'll save a lot of heartburn. You can mask your mistakes a lot easier. Once you learn on that, then you can do the more challenging stuff. Like even stormtroopers, clone troopers, you got to get that just mirror smooth and perfect for that final gloss coat. So then you can tackle the stuff that require that gloss look.
And that's great, because that actually answered one of the questions we had that came in from the audience about grit of sandpaper. And I just want to assure people that are watching this that have not tried 3D printing yet that is very specific to the Mandalorian helmet, that is a very, very complex one because of the shine of that. But for most, it does not take that degree of sanding to get it down to where you need it in order to be able to fill it and paint it and everything else. So most of them, you do not have to get into the thousands on the grit of the sandpaper. So
yeah,
don't worry about that.
That's a great point, Jim. Anything metallic is going to be a whole lot harder than a lot of other stuff, just because the metallic paints are not forgiving at all. That said, there's some tricks that you can use that'll make your life a little easier. But that's a great point.
And one of the other things is, you probably see behind me over here, I've got the Sabine Red, not Sabine Red, it's the Bo-Katan Night Owl, and it's not finished yet. I did this for my daughter, and but I did an aluminum coat on this just to be the undercoat, and then I'm going to let her paint it however she wants to, and then weather and everything. But that's one of the great things about the whole Star Wars and the whole lived-in universe concept, is that you don't necessarily have to worry about things being perfect most of the time. A lot of times, just the imperfections are what make it more likely like that it feels like it's part of what we've come to experience and expect from Star Wars.
We call that character.
Exactly. We do have a couple more questions I want to get to before the end of the panel. We have about 10 minutes left. And again, I want to remind people that we are raising money for Make-A-Wish here. And if you go to inferno-con.com, you can contribute there. Next question we have is, what is the hardest part that you have ever printed, or a part that has been really hard to print correctly? Jason, why don't we go to you?
I'm trying to think. Hardest part to print had to be my first Stormtrooper helmet, just because it was the first one I had ever done. The one that's behind me is my second one, but I mean, honestly, I think the reason why I consider it the hardest was just because I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I was trying to get everything dialed in. I had already printed off like a whole bunch of little things like my dark saber and stuff. So whatever. I mean, those are easy, but when I started getting into the bigger prints and just watching the failures and all that stuff, it just got harder and harder to do. I see Sean immediately went for his bracer. I think those were stinking hard also, but really, I don't know. I think the hardest part about doing some of these bigger prints is just getting all the settings correct and making sure the supports are the ones that always kick my butt, because if you got a bad foundation for your print, the whole thing is just going to go awry. But yeah, I really can't think of it. Like after I got the helmet settings down, everything else just seems to go smooth now.
Yep. For me, for some reason, like his flamethrower on the side, and then the small parts that go on the bracers, for some reason, no matter how hard I tried, I could not get them to print right. No matter what orientation I put on, they just would not come out. And I wound up actually reaching out to someone on the Mandalorian Builders Forum that had a resin printer, and I just asked if he could resin print the parts for me because I was having so many issues with them. I mean, I probably printed this piece probably about 10 times, and every single time I printed it, it just came out. And the problem was the top part. Like if I tried printing it vertically, which and that's something we should probably mention. You want to try to print things vertical as much as you can, because if you print things horizontally like that, you're going to get very, very pronounced lines on this part right here if you print like that, and it just makes it a living hell to sand. But if you print it vertically, your lines are going to be a lot less pronounced, and things are just going to come out smoother. So I tried printing this vertical, tried horizontal, I tried every which way, and I just couldn't get it. So this piece right here and these ones right here, those are my I guess my arch nemesis.
Can I jump back in here really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
As soon as Sean held that up, I was immediately reminded of this stupid antenna for the pre-Vizsla helmet. This thing is a nightmare. And so on my shopping list right now, I will be picking up a resin 3D printer here in the weeks. I'm just waiting for the Elegoo Saturn to pop back up on Amazon, because I got Amazon gift cards for gifts. So I will be picking up a resin 3D printer, and that thing will be perfect for these. I don't know, maybe tall, narrow things. I probably got this thing broken apart into like 4 or 5 different pieces here that had to be CA glued back together. Those just became a nightmare.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes left here, so I'm going to kind of go into a lightning round. What blasters have you printed? Daniel.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna answer this real quick, and then I gotta leave a little bit early. But so I've printed a number of the smaller ones, but you know, I've the Mandalorian handheld one. I've printed Leia's blaster, Han Solo's blaster, and a few others. But the one that was actually the most fun was a free version of the Mandalorian pulse rifle that I found, and it was actually surprisingly challenging because while it was segmented, there were a number of the sections that took a little doing to put together. But while these guys were talking about the different finishing techniques, it just kind of reminded me, we've been talking a lot about sanding and all that. And some things require a lot. A helmet that you want a good finish on, like a glossy finish on, will require a lot. Something like the Mandalorian rifle, where there was a lot of detail. There wasn't a whole lot I needed to do or really could do. You can't get in there and sand, every little nook and cranny. So sometimes you just kind of print the best you can, and let the printer take care of the rest. But that was a multi-day print, printed in sections, and it was that one was probably one of the more fun ones I've done.
Okay. Yeah,
thanks,
that
guys.
actually is another question. So thanks, Daniel. Sean, I see
Yes.
you've got a couple right there, and kind of why don't we meld that along with what has been some of your most fun prints? We got to do this quick. We have about 2 minutes before we have to end the session. So
Yep. So this is actually my second Mandalorian blaster print. I printed this in 2 pieces, the barrel and then the main body, and I like how it came out much better. Just printed this randomly. This was the Remnant blaster. I forget the E whatever. Printed the Ambin phase. The pulse rifle, haven't put that together yet because it's big and I don't have time for that right now. My favorite print, that's a interesting question right there. I would have to say it's probably both chest pieces for the Beskar and pre-Beskar, just because those pieces now are just kind of legendary, and you see that, and they both came out really good. I would say the helmet, but the helmet still didn't come out to my satisfaction, and it was more of a pain than anything else because I had to put it together and bondo the middle and fill the seam. But the 2 chest pieces were very enjoyable, and I love how I showed you all in that last show how the pre-Beskar came out. So that's my favorite.
And Jason, we'll wrap up quick with you. You got about 30 seconds here.
Really quick, blaster for my scout trooper. Like I also printed off a E11, but didn't like how that turned out for my stormtrooper. Favorite print so far was my my stormtrooper full costume, because it got approved. That was the first Rogue One stormtrooper 3D print that ever got approved. Cool, but I mean, I already held up my fiberglass kit. I'm going to be going a more traditional route for the one that I plan on trooping in the most. But that was my favorite, just because it was it was kind of unique, and I was the first idiot that tried to full blown actually get a stormtrooper 3D print approved.
Well, I'd like to thank our panelists today, Jason Carter, Sean Matthews, and Daniel Brown. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We appreciate it. And still, we didn't get through all the questions we had. You've been a great audience here. Great with the questions you've had. And again, please support Make-A-Wish and stay tuned. We've got a great panel coming up next with one of our first special guests for the day.
Thanks so much, Jim, and thanks to the panel. We now have a special holiday message from our Singapore garrison out on the other side of our rock. So stay tuned for that. Thanks, everybody.
Dari kami Fangwan Legion Singapura ingin mengucapkan selamat menyambut Hari Cuti. Masuk!
Inilah Widurai Mahasiswa.
Good now afternoon, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us. Let's see, there we go. I'd like to introduce our next panel, Hung by the Fireplace with Care, with our special guest, Dominic Pace, and our host, Dan Brown. Take it away, Dan.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for this panel. This is one of the ones that I was really excited about when we came up with it in the planning. Before we get started, I want to remind everyone we are raising money for Make-A-Wish. My sincere hope is that we break the record that we set in October. So right now we are at about halfway to our first goal. So if you have not donated, please help us do that. This is a charity that if you're not familiar with it, it does just an overwhelming amount of good. So please make sure to do that and help some people do some good things for folks. So today we have a very special panel for you. I am joined by Mr. James Beveridge, Mr. Solomon Odom, Mr. Todd Brewer, and our special guest, Dominic Pace. And we're going to be talking to him here for just a few minutes because I just can't let the opportunity pass. Welcome to InfernoCon.
Thanks for having me, and hello to all your listeners. All the best of 501st. Happy to be here, and what a great cause. The Make-A-Wish Foundation was happy to support this summer through our little safe and sanitary tour throughout the country there.
Well, I have to start by complimenting you on your excellent sweater. Your taste in holiday finery is impeccable, sir.
Yeah, I wear this in the fall. I mean, it's got that vibe to it there. So absolutely, thanks so much. I figure I get festive here, not be a bah humbug Scrooge.
Yeah, well, I think we all strive for that this time of year, anyway. And that's actually a great segue into the first question that I have for you today. Mm-hmm. So obviously, Star Wars is I'm looking behind you, it's a big part of your life. How big a deal was Star Wars to you as you were growing up? What kind of influence did it have? Was it something that you paid a lot of attention to?
Sure, without question. I mean, I think George Lucas, for all of us growing up in the early 80s, was so ahead of its time. I think even Alec Guinness made mentions of how, I think beforehand, sci-fi was kind of cheesy. So to pull at your heartstrings when you're 4 or 5 years old with not only the uniqueness of the action figure line, but also the magic of John Williams. I believe, music speaks to children before the visuals do in certain ways, or storytelling does. And Williams just had a way to just kind of just pull us all in. I'll never forget 1980, being in Yonkers, New York, sitting in a packed theater watching Empire Strikes Back. And it was just bigger than life. And I think we all have a moment in our childhood from that. And that was mine, but big collector. I was just joking when we were off there earlier, just the 1985 series. I may have to take out a mortgage with it, but become obsessed with trying to get all those, the last 17 figures there. But obviously just a tremendous impact on my life. Just like everyone, I think Lucas is a genius, and now we have the gift of Favreau and Filoni that keep on giving there.
That's very true. And I do want to ask you about your collection. Actually, that was something that interested me when I was sort of looking for information about you to learn a little bit more. I saw that you have a pretty extensive collection. How did you get started with that?
Well, when episode 1 actually released, my mom, just perfectly preserved the figures through the, sort of that 25 year hiatus. But when episode 1 kicked off, it wasn't so much the film itself, but the nostalgia building up to it, especially for us Gen Xers, was just so magical that I just started getting back into collecting at that time. When I had my sons in 2005 and 2008, what a better father-son, mother-son, mother-daughter, father-daughter experience than to share the Lego building with them. So we created an entire Lego galaxy on their ceiling in their bedroom. Collecting has just, I think, been a great, sort of tribute to the films, to George Lucas's work and all the uniqueness of the characters. Now having an honor to be one myself there, I just think that it just is above and beyond all the other sci-fi. And I attribute that to just the level of detail that they put into it, not to mention the beautiful mythology that I think is parallel to so many of our lives.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned some of that because I do, some collecting as I can. And one thing that I've noticed is a big topic of discussion among people who collect is how do you display your stuff? I've heard people say, well, it's got to stay in the box, and if it's not in the box, it's not worth anything. Then I've had, and I lean more toward the second school of thought, which is it's a toy. I want to play with the toy. So which way do you go on that?
Well, I think now, because I mean, these figures are now, I mean, let's face it, worth something. I totally respect those who keep it, mint in the box, and then also at the same time, when you have kind of a little bit of both, where they were loose because you played with them as a kid, but also now it's just the fond memories that you like to keep sort of in a glass case. There was a guy, I think he's up from Washington State, where he has sort of this big, huge background of, it's kind of like the image of the figures there, where they've got the different colors and such, in this 37 by 37 inch custom shadow box frame. And it is so gorgeous. So when I get all, I think 93 to complete, counting or not counting the droid figures, I want to be able to display it that way with the card back as such. But I think to each their own. Everyone has their own little favorite niche. For me, it's the original trilogy. Obviously, I think what makes me so passionate about the collecting is a lot of the childhood memories, and that's why I like to preserve it at this point now. But my respect goes out to people who have all different displays. There's so many fun groups there on Facebook where you can follow and be inspired in so many ways.
If you listen really carefully, you can hear Tim May, our Twitch host, sort of steaming in the corner because he's a big collector of the Funko, right, Tim?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have about 700 now of the original Star Wars out of 800. I don't have the ones that are more than 2,000 because those were like 100 made, and you got to trade for them. But yeah, I've got a lot of them. I have almost the entire Black Series. I mean, one thing I'll ask real quick is I see that you have a DTOF behind you, which is kind of the choice of most collectors, and I think you have risers, little plastic risers to show them off. So if you could kind of move to your left a little, Dominic, and just kind of peek it out, I think that's such a beautiful display, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's getting a little messy now because I am filling in that final 17. But oh boy, you got to send me a message. I got to send you this guy. I think it's Holo Chronicles podcast. But he's got this backdrop, and again with these big, huge shadow frame you can get on Etsy, and then go ahead and layer the levels. But with this backdrop that is sort of signature to the figures, I thought it was a beautiful display, and to perfectly preserve them, permanently once I have them all.
Well, that's that your collection is quite impressive. Looking at it online it gave me some ideas that I probably shouldn't get. You can see my wife in the corner kind of going no. So I'm going to ask you kind of a stereotypical question. So I apologize for not being.
I play
more original.
Italian roles. I play the mob. Hey, what can I tell you?
But what is being part of the Star Wars franchise been like? That's something that not many people get to do. So what has it been like being part of this group of people?
I've been sort of put in the rare and unique position of literally being on the brink. So mixed emotions, if I can be honest, because this was something that was sort of motivated, being such a passionate fan, this character, and it sort of reverberated within the charitable organizations and also the fan base. So it's been a tremendous honor, but it hasn't been without a little bit of strain in terms of not knowing whether there will be a future. We've had, you mentioned Funko Pop, people in sales that love the character, people over at Marvel that love the character. So it has been an absolute dream come true. But at the same time, just as a professional actor, it's just sort of that nail biting experience to where it's been an honor. We've done so much good, in my opinion, for the community as well as small business this year, for the little found fame that we have achieved. But also at the same time, a little bit of a nail biter, as we sort of, in the spirit of a bounty hunter in real life, we sort of went our own way. We went rogue, and we're just very hopeful for 2021 in terms of continuing it on, because I just can't tell you how amazing it was, not only an experience as an artist, but also to be able to give back. Even before having the attention of The Mandalorian, I've always just been about making others happy and to try to pay it forward. And I'm hoping to do that with just a little more canon of the character. So it's been an amazing joy, but at the same time, just a little bit nerve-wracking because we definitely had to push the envelope in terms of bringing this character to attention.
Have you found that Star Wars fans, like being part of the Star Wars franchise, have you found that the fans are different than other fandoms? And is there something that sets them apart?
Without question, my first couple of podcasts was so in such a humble manner because in any other franchise at all, I mean, I literally had less than 1 minute screen time. You think of other characters like Blue Snaggletooth, which I don't even think he was seen other than the Clone Wars, or you have Wilro Hood. I mean, it's just the only universe, I think, aside maybe from Star Trek, not even Marvel, to where you have these characters where, again, I mean, you look at the 1985 series, Yak Face, Amon, less than 1 minute screen time, where sometimes they become the belle of the ball in their own right. So that's attributed to the fan base. And I can't tell you how grateful I am personally for that reception, just because I was able to do a lot of good. And their support to me and my family this year has been absolutely tremendous.
It's interesting that you know so many of these background characters. So this may make this next question make a little more sense. When you got the part to play Gecko, what did you have to do to kind of make the character yours? Was there character development that you needed to do? And was it hard to figure out how to play somebody that's obviously so different than a normal person is?
A couple of things. I mean, first and foremost, an honor and a respect to the creators, which is Brian Sipe, who's done all the makeup for season 1 and 2 of The Mandalorian, and also Joseph A. Pora. With that being said, Joseph A. Pora, they were both nominated for Emmys during season 1, and I was a part of both episodes. I'm sorry, both of those that were nominated. Obviously, Sipe and Poro. They had to rush me to set. George Lucas was there on the first day, and they couldn't find the mask. And the one thing for me was, Star Wars to me is always about that mysterious quality or the depths of the character. And I didn't want to go, even risking the chance that I wasn't going to be as featured within the cantina if they already placed everyone on day 1 there. I wanted to make sure that I had the mask. I had also the honor, and I hope that every 501st member gets this opportunity as they create more content. With the prop master, there was 20 blasters. And I was the first bounty hunter at the table, and I got to choose my own blaster. And for me, when I was a kid with the bounty hunters, the one thing that I loved was putting that major, large size rifle into an action figure in hopes that Gecko will have that someday. So I picked the biggest blaster with this huge paintball canister to the back, and also this curved dagger. As far as performance-wise, I don't think you don't even have to be an actor to have the adrenaline rush when Carl Weathers' voice streams through your right ear. In terms of an intense standoff with not only Carl Weathers, but the grandson of John Wayne, Brendan Wayne, in the Star Wars universe. A Matrix-like experience happens. I wish I could have brought every fan into my body, where the lights go away and all of a sudden you get what's called tunnel vision. And you get very, very focused. The most professional actors are able to do it to where the entire universe goes away. But I had that during the standoff. It was an extensive battle. I hope that at some point they do maybe perhaps director's cuts of every episode. But it's just the intensity and the passion that I have always had for Star Wars, not to mention an adrenaline rush of an action scene that any boy and girl that loves sci-fi would have felt run through their veins. That I needed no more motivation than that during our 2 weeks of filming there.
Well, I have one final question for you before we move to the rest of the panel, and that is you mentioned some of the work that you've done earlier. Is there any particular cause or group that you feel particularly passionate about working with?
Well, right now, I mean, it just sort of all came at once, but it was really particularly the small business. And the one way that I thought that I was able to have an edge and to capitalize, no disrespect to my peers, is that a lot of times for appearances, celebrities or talent will charge a store. They'll charge a Comic-Con. I reversed it to where these small businesses, comic book stores, they're deemed non-essential. And I feel like anyone with family are essential in their own right. And I said, instead of taking any type of a fee, if you can put me up at a hotel, you don't have to put me up at a hotel, but I want to give you 15% of all the sales. So for me, it was a direct payment from myself. There was no, third party at all. To be able to put money into the hands of a lot of business owners all throughout the country with what little fame I had during the summer was definitely an honor. But working with Make-A-Wish Foundation, we were able to raise $2,000, $1,000 for Peter Mayhew Foundation, and also $600 for Aflac Cancer Research down in Atlanta. And that is all attributed to the attention that the 501st has given the character, along with Rebel Legion and Mandalorian Mercs. And I can't tell you how grateful I am.
That's really great, and I appreciate you being so willing to answer these questions. We're going to move into the holiday part of this panel now, and we're going to bring some of our other folks in. Before we do that, I do want to mention again, like you just said, we are supporting Make-A-Wish. So please, if you haven't donated, donate. This is a great time of the year to do that. I mean, any time of the year is good, but this is a time of the year that we particularly focus on doing things for others. I also want to say I was watching the chat here, and I noticed that the founder of the 501st, Albin Johnson, is watching, and it's always exciting when he shows up. We're gonna have him join us here a little bit later during InfernoCon. So the first question that I have for all of you guys is, how closely do you associate Christmas with Star Wars? Are the two things linked? It's interesting because when you think about a movie like Harry Potter or Die Hard, a lot of people, say Christmas Die Hard. So is that true for Star Wars? And Solomon, let's start with you.
I would say that it's pretty closely associated with it, especially with the movie releases being around this time, coming out around this time. Or at least he used to. But yeah, we've had quite a familiarity. Of course, I'm drinking out of an eggnog glass that has Star Wars affiliation on it, so you can kind of see that there is that, and then the sweater, of course, and everything else. So yeah, it's closely tied.
Mr. Brewer, how about yourself, sir?
Yeah, well, when I was younger, I think I associated, at least with the gifts, a lot of Star Wars merchandise and stuff sold at Christmas time. Movies coming out, back then, before summer, May and things like that. So maybe not the movies so much, but definitely the merchandise. But as Solomon said, more so lately in the last, 5-10 years, the movies that they've come out with are more, coming out in December and stuff like that. So definitely, but I would say that they've done an excellent job merchandising, especially during Christmas. And so, yes, I would say definitely Star Wars is associated with Christmas. And
well, so that's a really good point. We have had a lot of these movie releases. Dominic, is that something that you found true for you and your family? Has Star Wars become part of the holiday for you? Because of things like that?
I think we go back to childhood. The most magical two Christmases were both 1980 and 1983. My mom, I grew up with a single mom, and we didn't have much money, and the figures itself became more special. I remember talking to an affluent friend to where he said the best sneakers that he ever had was before his mother married into a wealthy family. And the one thing for me were those figures in '83, and also Jabba's little palace there, etc. That really resonate with throughout the holiday season, and especially during that time when you believe in Santa, you just can't compare to it. So yeah, we certainly continue that tradition on now. The Christmas tree with those Hallmark ornaments are starting more and more to become Star Wars themed. We might as well just put a Death Star on the top of the tree there pretty soon.
Actually, they've already done that. So I think that they may have heard what you said and jumped the gun a little bit. Last but not least, James, I know that you do a lot of stuff with your family. What does Christmas come to mean in terms of Star Wars association for you guys? There are traditions that you associate with it?
Yeah. So for me personally, during childhood, there were two Christmases where Star Wars was big. One was in 2000 when for Christmas I got a Nintendo 64, and one of the games was Star Wars Rogue Squadron. And when I first popped it in and played it, it's just like, wow, this is amazing. And what was really cool was that it was a hand-me-down, so everything was unlocked, so I could play as the Naboo Starfighter or the Millennium Falcon, do all the bonus missions. And then like 5 years later, Christmas is when I got Battlefront 2 for my PS2, and me and my brothers would be playing that constantly, and that was a lot of fun. But I think ironically during my adulthood is when I associated like Christmas traditions with Star Wars a bit more. So from 2010 to mid 2019, I used to work at Regal Cinemas. So I was there working during the big, Star Wars movie release, 2015 to 2019. And I remember the first night when Force Awakens tickets, first started going on sale. And I would keep refreshing, like I was selling tickets that night and I was refreshing my screen, just to see how many tickets were being sold. And, people were coming in to buy tickets. And I was getting excited. It's just I can't believe this is happening. I can't remember, a time recently where I've been that excited for a movie release like that. I think like that night alone at my theater, we got up to about 1,500 tickets overall for opening night. Yeah, no, it was amazing. And then like by the time like the movie came out, I was like really excited. Like as soon as like I was getting off from work, I would go see the movie. I ended up watching it twice, opening night, which was a lot of fun.
I'm looking over in the corner and watching Tim sit by his tree, and I have a feeling that he has an answer to this one as well. So we're gonna break protocol a little bit, jump straight to him. What do you think about this, Tim?
I mean, for me, I'm gonna go off what Dominic said, where I'm a collector, so I'm hard to buy for because I already bought it. Usually that's how it works. But like for the Death Star here, let's see if it will work for me. The tree topper is over by Lord Vader, over in the corner. That is the Death Star. But my mom, the one thing she can get me every year is the Hallmark ornaments. So that is kind of the one great gift. I know The Mandalorian sold out quickly this year, so she actually had to go to eBay for the first time in her life, and she paid way more than the $15 that she got. So definitely the holidays are an important part with Star Wars and some of the gifts that I usually get.
All right, so the next question that I have for you guys is a pretty simple one. And I will let you choose whether you answer this as your kid selves or as your adult selves. Top of your Christmas list. And James, since you were last, let's start with you.
Ooh, top of my Christmas list. Definitely anything Lego, any Lego Star Wars. Because that's.
Tell you what, let's pick one thing. So you gotta put number one on the list. What is number one all time?
Lego Millennium Falcon.
The big one?
Yes.
Very nice. Why? I'm curious.
Because one, I like a challenge. I want to see if I can build something that big by myself. I don't care how long it takes. Two, I just think it looked real nice, in the living room. I think that's just one of those things that you gotta have, like, for people to see, when you have guests over. It's just like, what's that? And then that just starts a whole nother conversation. Oh yeah, this is Lego Millennium Falcon. And then you open it up, and this is where Han and Chewie sit. And then if you open up this part, this is where all the compartments are.
Yeah, I will tell you from personal experience. When you get done, you can use the box that it came in as a coffee table too, because it's big enough. All right, let's jump to Todd. What is the top of your Christmas list and why?
Okay, top of this year, or could it be something that I've already gotten? Because
I'm gonna let you pick.
Okay, well,
anytime.
I'm gonna go back to actually the early '80s. And, Star Wars was definitely at the top of my Christmas list. And I got most of the things that I wanted. And I brought a couple things. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Oh, yeah.
But this is my battle damaged X-Wing fighter from 1982. So I got this at Christmas time. This is the one that I got that day. So this is the one I've had since 1982, and I also got So since Empire Strikes Back was, Jedi hadn't come out yet, and I also got the ATST. This is my original one from back then, and
amazing.
But they were definitely at the top of my my Christmas list, and my parents were generous enough to. I don't remember if they were from my parents or Santa, but but I definitely got a lot of Star Wars. And as far as this time, there's not a lot of. There's a lot of cool stuff, but as a 501st and Rebel Legion member, I think at the top of my list would be more costume parts, more costumes, more props. I'd love to have an E11 that was maybe an actual Sterling at one point in time. Some of the I'm working on an ATC driver and a tank driver costume. Just the little pieces. If you could even add this as a Christmas list, but just help finishing it, so I can start wearing it.
Well, I think if we were honest, all of us, we would probably wish for more closet space.
Yeah, of course.
Display space. So, Dominic, I'm curious. What would you say is the top of your list? Like, pick any time you'd like.
Well, this Christmas, we got to finish out the final 17 of the 1985 Power of the Force figures there. There's a great small business over in Pittsburgh, Curio Cool, a gentleman by the name of Jason Shore, and he's got a Harrison Ford and Carbonite figure there. So that's going to be the choice. We're waiting for, I think I got one big residual check coming in from one of the shows. So we're chipping off little by little because, like I said, you can get carried away. I'm sure all you collectors know, but Harrison Ford and Carbonite, the 1985 version there.
Han
Solo.
The figures get kind of addictive. Solomon, last but not least, what's top of your list?
Well, of course, like you said before, the Lego Millennium Falcon would be great, but I can't justify the cost to my wife. Or the Mos Eisley Cantina, the big old set that they just came out with, the Lego set for that looks fantastic. But as a kid, I didn't have access to the toys because my parents, unlike everyone else, didn't really buy into the whole Star Wars thing, and they were shunning me from actually watching it when I was a kid because they were very religious, and that really kind of backfired on them. So it didn't really work out too well with them. When we go back to this, you can see I have the the Hallmark Christmas decorations now.
Yes, you do. The entire storytelling set.
The entire thing, the entire set, and I got that set up in my what I call the Winchester, my TV room, and then my backdrop there as well. So yeah, it kind of backfired on them with all that I'm now doing. But
I think it's safe to say that Hallmark saw all of us coming a mile away, and
yeah, they did.
Somebody's swimming in multiple swimming pools now because of all of us. So this next question actually is sort of related to a panel that we're going to do a little bit later, and actually I think it's a panel right after this where we talk more about family. But let me start with Dominic this time. What experiences have you had that you want to pass on, to your family? I know here, one of the things I was excited about sharing with my son was, things like, seeing one of the movies at Christmas. What is there something that you're wanting to pass on, to your family?
Well, I think the story has such beautiful depth. And I mean, Filoni and Favreau are now continuing on with different positive messages. For me, with two sons, it's really less about the tradition itself and more just about the stories. Lucas, his father was obviously hesitant. That's, I think, where the inspiration came from for him to get involved in a certain trade. It was more of a join me. And together we can, start this business that Lucas didn't want to be a part of. So the one thing I'm passing on to my children is just not entertainment. I hope to God not, but to do what they love and to follow their passion. And that inspiration comes through Star Wars. There's so many lessons through the family bonds of brother and brother. Anakin and Anakin and Obi-Wan that you can learn from. So for me, it's really just that father-son bond, ironically through Vader and Luke, and through just letting them know that they should follow their passions as opposed to go to the dark side with some of the corporations.
I tried telling my son that he should look at Vader and Luke as a, sort of metaphor for us, and he ran away. So I guess I'm not doing that anymore. So Todd, how about you? What have you found is something that you hope that you can share with family?
Well, my dad, I think, fostered my love and like for Star Wars. He was a traveling salesman. He bought me the toys whenever he would come back, and we saw the movies together. I remember going seeing Empire with him, and there was a point in time in my life I kind of outgrew Star Wars for a little while. They weren't making movies. We got back, when they started making the special editions and things like that, and he and I would go, especially after my mom passed away. That was a thing. My birthday is also around this time of year, so we would go. That was a tradition when after they started coming out at Christmas time, we would go together. And now my dad is gone too, but I've taken my son and I'm trying to foster that. I don't know if he loves it as much as I do, but I know that he thinks it's really cool. And but like Dominic said, it's the stories and I agree with him as saying, I want my son to do it. I don't want him to be exactly like me. I want him to do his own thing. And I think that's something I am trying to foster, but and Star Wars is part of that.
James, what is important to you around the holidays, that ties in with Star Wars that you'd like to see passed on?
I think really, it's the cliched family and friends that really comes to mind. When the newer movies came out, I remember episode 7 and episode 8. I would go see them first, and then me and my family, we'd fly out to Utah to go see family. And my aunts, uncles, and cousins was like, hey, let's go to the movie, let's go see Star Wars. And that for me is really special, with my extended family and my immediate family too, because my dad, would tell me stories about how his dad would take, he and his siblings, to go see, the original trilogy way back when, and and he likes to compare the memories, to back then to today. And the other thing, with friends, I think one of the more special Star Wars holiday moments was last year, when the 501st and Rebel Legion went to help out at the Smithsonian, both in DC and at Udvar-Hazy in Chantilly. It was the premiere for Rise of Skywalker, and just being together, with all my, with all the 501st and Rebel Legion people, and seeing like all the people coming, like just so excited, because for the longest time, I've been on the end of working and and helping people, get into the movie theater, get their concessions and whatnot. But when I left Regal, in mid 2019, I was just like, wow, now I get to be the audience member. I get to fully enjoy, being a Star Wars fan without having to worry about, the stress, of satisfying, all my customers. Especially around the holiday time. And that is the one thing that I think I will miss, this holiday season, just with this year being as it is, just being together, with all my friends, that I've made over the past, couple of years. And I think that's one of those things, come the following years, when we are able to do stuff like this again, especially during the holidays, we won't forget like how important they are.
Now, Solomon, I know that you are a guy with a family and some kids. What have you found is are things that you're passing on, especially with what you shared earlier, about maybe not having some of those early experiences. What are some things that you're able to pass on?
So for me, it's all about hope, right? Rebellions are built on hope, and so I'm the rebellion here, and even though I'm a Sith. For me, it's all about hope. It's showing my kids this message of hope that is imbued in Star Wars in of itself, and it really does help having the 501st experience and being in the 501st. You know, in the holiday times in December, going to events as a 501st member, as Darth Vader or as my stormtrooper on the Toys for Tots drives or the Make-A-Wish Foundation, stuff like that. Those types of troops, for me personally, they show my kids that Star Wars and the 501st, we can be so much more than just Star Wars. It's not just that. It's a whole message. It's a whole thing of we're giving back to the community. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, is just to be able to show my kids that there are some great positive messages of inclusivity and wholeheartedness that we have. And it's great to be around other 501st members, because other 501st members are just as passionate about these things as I am.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally understand where you're coming from. That's a great way to look at it. So this is going to be a little maybe a little weird, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And James, we're going to start with you. So give me one moment where you ran downstairs and tore into the presents under the tree and you went, wow, this is awesome. The Star Wars gift that stands out to you the most, and why. So
Wow, that's I have to count down like all the past Christmases. Um, I think as a kid, as I said earlier, probably going to Christmas of 2000. I was 8 years old. I wake up, get to the presents, and I see right in the middle is a brand new Nintendo 64, which for me was amazing. Like, it was my first video game console. Up until then, I just had a Game Boy, and to see like I have this piece, like, yes. And right next to it was a brand new game. It was Banjo-Tooie, with the guidebook. I was just like, yes, I hit the jackpot. And the icing on the cake was the various other games that I believe were second owned, because they didn't come in a box. So I think one of them was like a racing game. I think another one was like a Bomberman game. And then one of those games was Rogue Squadron. I was just like, wow, like, like I'd only seen like maybe one other person played on their computer. But for me to have it for my own console.
All right, that's a great answer. Dominic, what was your big what was your big moment? You came downstairs, opened the tree, opened something under the tree and went, wow.
Yeah, it was just 83. My mom just had pretty much the whole, Tatooine Jabba, array there with, you had Weequay and Klaatu. It's weird now being friends with, Corey D. Williams and Steve Constantino, because I'm like, I used to play with you guys, for an entire, hour or two, in my grandparents' corner room. So it's just a Christmas of 1983, and predominantly that whole Return of the Jedi series there with Squidman and everything else. Reuse.
All right. So, Todd, how about you? What was your big holiday moment?
Well, I guess I had a lot, and my parents did they got me a lot of different things. But I think for me, my biggest moment wasn't what I got, it's what I gave. And that was my son got the Legacy Millennium Falcon, the really big one, and that was his gift. And I remember, I knew he was getting it, and so when he came downstairs and saw that, that was kind of like my big moment. I think I had more joy. I've had a lot of cool stuff, but I think that was a bigger moment for me, was when he got that, and seeing his excitement and him playing with that. That was a bigger moment for me than pretty much anything that I've ever gotten.
That's a really good answer. I thank you for sharing that with us. Solomon, again, last but not least.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you, Todd, on that. I mean, like, the thing is, like, as you know, I didn't get much when I was growing up with Star Wars toys and everything else. Whatever I got was from a garage sale, and then it was sold in the garage sale later on, which was great. No, but no, the biggest thing for me was actually getting for my daughter, being able to craft a Tusken Raider helmet for her and robes, and putting that together. It wasn't a Christmas gift per se, but it was. Yeah, it was around December, November timeframe. But for her to actually get that, and for her to actually use it and come with us to some of the troops, for me, that was like a Christmas gift to myself, if you will, in some regards, I guess.
That's another really good answer. So Christmas, as you guys have pointed out, is a time about all about giving. So I want to give our panelists an opportunity to ask Mr. Dominic Pace a question. I know that you guys have been very patiently listening to me yammer on. So I'm going to let Todd start off. Do you have a question that you would like to ask Dominic here?
Oh, wow. I guess you talked a little bit about being on set and stuff. How long did it take to get into costume, makeup? Was it how uncomfortable or comfortable was it? That kind of stuff. That I know that I've heard stories about Pedro not really liking the costume that he has to wear all the time. So I was just wondering about your costume and how you enjoyed or didn't enjoy wearing it.
I think I share the sentiments of every Star Wars fan, where it was just pure adrenaline. I think of Rudy Rudiger, actually, and Jon Favreau, who co-starred there. To where he told the coach, "I've been waiting for this my whole life." It took me 2 hours to get in to prosthetic and also a costume. But again, the adrenaline rush. I think every Star Wars fan, once I knew what it was just pulsating every single morning. We're working on maybe 5-6 hours sleep, where if I was doing a modern day crime drama, I'd be dragging my feet to set. But it was just beyond words. And I was not with Pedro. It was Brendan Wayne and also Lateef Crowder, an amazing superhero in real life. A lot of the stunts that you see is this magical Mandalorian by the name of Lateef Crowder, who's just absolutely amazing. But yeah, every single day, and not to mention the demeanor of Dave and John. I've been on many sets, and a lot of times, sometimes at that level, you hear about a lot of shouting and screaming and egos and attitude, and you felt like they were just so approachable. Not that we approached them just because, again, you're dealing with $100 million budget, but just you can just feel the demeanor, and that to me was so inspiring. Similar to an experience I had years ago with the amazing Hugh Jackman, just being humble and grateful, and there's no other reason for any other attitude in life or also on set.
Awesome.
That was a great question, Todd. Thank you for asking that. Solomon, let's go to you.
You already asked my question, so I'm good. Maybe all right. Craft services. How's craft services?
Sometimes it's fun to splurge. Sometimes the big studio sets are amazing, but when you have all that kind of makeup, they had an alcohol base on top of my makeup. So when we go outside, it literally was like being a vampire. If the sun hit it, it was like you felt like you were burning. But we did what was called French hours, and it's a very rare thing that sets do, to where they sort of overlap different lunch times, because they was a sort of incessant, nonstop moving on set in order to get this production on time. So it was sort of a grab and go. And with the 3 layers of clothing, you didn't want to chow down. Sometimes you do, sometimes, especially towards the end of a production, they'll have just amazing, lobster tail and ribeye and things like that. But, we're sitting there with action shots. You don't want that sitting in you for another 6-7 hours.
That's a good point. I guess I never thought about that part of it.
Yeah,
that's an interesting thought. So James, what question do you have?
I feel like, you talk about like being on set with all this adrenaline going on. Like, I feel like if I were on set, being the fan I'm in, like, I'd just be like completely starstruck with everything and everyone that I've seen. Was there anyone, like, I know you've worked with, a lot of people, a lot of actors. Were there any that made you like starstruck for a time being?
Yeah, absolutely. Day one, I met George Lucas previously about 8 years prior, but he's sitting there leaning up against the cantina talking to John about the history of the Mandalorians. And, here I am realizing that in 1980, that was my first playset, was a cantina playset. And they're whisking me away, over to place me. So that definitely was, but you can imagine the bells and the lights going off in my head in terms of the opportunity of being a one-of-a-kind bounty hunter, in terms of the future and the potential future of the character. So my mind was predominantly set on that, but seeing Lucas there and Kathleen Kennedy smiling and Filoni and Favreau, definitely for a minute there was definitely starstruck. But if you ever do, just in respect to 501st and just hopefully, because I think it's amazing if they can continue this, to have the passionate second team performers be from 501st and Rebel Legion. Just don't treat it like a meet and greet. Just go, do whatever is asked of you, so that hopefully they'll continue to keep bringing back 501st and Rebel Legion, because that's my hope for the future productions, is that the true fans get to experience this, because I know how passionate you guys are, enthusiastic, and I hope that they'll continue to do that. But just please keep in mind, it's a job. It's not a convention there. So hopefully for many years they'll keep having everyone back.
That's good advice. Although I will admit that it's probably hard for some of us to remember how that works all the time. So I've got one final question here for you guys. And Dominic, I already touched on this with you a little bit, but I'm going to start here with James. And what I'd like to know is what thing happens that you're involved with during the holidays that sort of exemplifies the giving part of the season?
So as far as like the giving part of the season, one of the things that I like, one year in particular, so over in my area close by, there's a small comic shop called Tashi Station. About a couple years ago, they had their grand opening, and they asked 501st members to help out with the opening. They were also raising donations for a charity known as Bethany's Kids. And what that is, it's a charity that helps at-risk mothers and their children throughout the holidays. So any toy donations are accepted. They were even doing like anything that you purchase at Tashi Station. If you want to donate, you can do that. And I remember, that being like really, something really special. And I think that's one of those things, as you grow older, you start to really appreciate more, because as kids, it's natural to be like, in the spirit of like getting stuff. But, I feel as you get older, it's more about, the giving and service to others that really makes the holiday special. And hopefully, once things, get back to normal, I'd be more than happy to, work, happy to assist, with Tashi Station, and whatever work they decide to do.
All right, Solomon, how about you? What do you associate with the giving part of the season that you're particularly passionate about this time of year?
Like I said before, Toys for Tots. That's the big one. I mean, just having the ability to contribute to something like that for needy families, people who are who need that sort of thing, and it's great because it does bring in a lot of toys for a lot of really needy families. So I think that's the big one right there.
All right, Todd, how about you? Is there something that you are particularly passionate about? When it gets cold and we start seeing decorations go up.
Yeah, but one thing I don't know, 501st and Rebel Legion, being a part of that, and especially at Christmas time, it's been a little bit tougher this year, obviously, but I think those two organizations are known for donating their time to help organizations raise money, or like Toys for Tots, or like right now Make a Wish. I know I'm in my church organization, they have a thing where you can pick names of children in the community, and they give them their, you have ages and gender, and then you can go out and buy things and get. But and I'm pretty passionate about that. But anything we can do to give back to those less fortunate, or that are unable to to provide a good Christmas. I mean, every kid, I think, deserves something at Christmas. To just, it's hard when the families can't afford things like that. So anything that as a Star Wars member in the Legion, that we can do to help those families, I think is really important.
And now, Dominic, I know that you have mentioned your passion for helping out local businesses. Is there something about that you'd like to maybe you can expand on? Are there ways that are unique to this time of year that you help out?
Well, to talk about 2021, actually, it may be tenfold next year. I actually made the decision to maybe forego a lot of the conventions, and I really enjoyed the experience with the one-on-one with the small businesses, especially everyone needing to get back on their feet. In Marvel, we trust. Marvel Comics, hopefully we're going to find out late January. And not only for small businesses, but all the involvement with the Rebel Legion, 501st, Mandalorian Mercs. There's a lot of excitement ahead if this ends up going through. So fingers crossed. But just to give back, we raised over $25,000 in over 40 comic book stores throughout the United States during this time. And I'm hoping to do that tenfold next year with hopefully the debut of Gecko in a Marvel comic there.
Yeah, and I think that's a great sentiment. For myself, I'd like to say that, and you'll be hearing more about this a little later with our Walking Wounded panel, but one of the things that I've seen a lot of folks pay attention to this time of year that's particularly meaningful to me is the children's hospitals. A lot of people don't really understand what it's like for a child who's in there long term. I was, and so I think it takes someone who is there or a parent to tell you that what we bring to those places is so important, just because it represents hope. And you guys have all talked about hope, and having something new show up in the hospital room is so important, because it gives the whole family there hope, that and reminds them there's something outside of the walls and the beeping and the sharp things that everybody keeps running at you with. So I do want to remind you, if you're watching, please make sure to donate. We've been talking some about the kind of good we can do. Please make sure to donate here at the bottom of the screen. We want to break the goal that we have set for today, and I think that we're going to get more than that. I think that we're going to end up setting a second goal before the day is over. So before I let you guys go, Mr. Pace, we all really appreciate you joining us, and a lot of us have been just so very impressed with what you brought to the Star Wars franchise and the work that you've done. So I'm the squad leader for Inferno Squad here. I'm a member of Garrison Tyrannus, which is our Virginia group, and the Inferno Squad is the Northern Virginia part of Garrison Tyrannus, the larger Virginia group. So we all live up around Washington D.C., that area. What I'd like to do is I would like to make you an honorary member of Inferno Squad, and I don't know if you can see that coming through the camera, but we have our, sorry, this is weird because my screen is mirrored. Our Garrison patches here in the corner. We have our Inferno Squad patch here. So this is our unit patch here. And then in this corner here, we have our InfernoCon patch. So we are so very honored to count you as a member of our group, and we look forward to maybe getting to do some things with you on down the road.
Thank you so much. I've already spoken with Virginia Beach. I actually went to Old Dominion University on a baseball summer scholarship there. So familiar with the area. We have a dear friend of mine from that area. I can't tell you how grateful I am for the entire Legion throughout the entire country who were so supportive and all the good that you guys do. One thing I did want to offer for the holidays, I have a thing on Cameo, but for any 501st members, if you need a complimentary video, please shoot me a message on either Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. If there's someone on need that needs to be cheered up, that's my gift to you guys for all that you've done for me. No charge whatsoever. So please feel free to reach out, and I knock them out as soon as I get them there for the most part. So I just can't tell you how grateful I am. I'm hoping to do a lot of good. Again, it's a weird situation to where, we're hoping he gets more canon because I'd love to be more of a stronger influencer. But no matter what, you guys are always my friends, whatever happens next year. And I look forward to supporting you guys in the years to come. And very grateful for all your honors there to me. Thank you so much.
Well, I think I can say for everybody that we're looking forward to seeing what you get to do next, and we are all pulling for you. You know, we hope that the story continues like that. Is there anything final that you'd like to say to anyone who's been tuning in and watching?
Just wishing everybody just a happy new year and hopefully great things to come. Through the Legion, through Rebel Legion and 501st and Mandalorian Mercs, I just saw so much love and so much togetherness. I had a few appearances, if I can just tell you a couple of stories to where there was one in Fort Dodge, Iowa, and I was trying to fill in some weekday appearances through the COVID strike there and through my tour. And I would just tell the gentleman, I said, hey, after we got a photo, I signed complimentary for all the 501st members. And I just said, please, if you want to leave, it's okay. It's quiet. Nobody's coming on a Tuesday night in Fort Dodge, at least, after the first little rush. And they just stood by my side the whole entire time. And I just can't tell you how grateful I am, especially being such a small side character in the universe, to see that support and knowing so many of you would love that opportunity. But to see you pay that forward to me just means the world. And I can guarantee you I'm going to continue to be inspired by that and pay it forward in any way that I can as well because of so many of you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to all of our panelists who joined us. You guys did great this time. I'm going to turn it back over to Tim. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be seeing you here in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Dan. All right, we're going to have a special holiday greeting from our Malaysian garrison, as well as a greeting from our Galactic Academy members. So please stand by. We'll be running a couple minutes later, so it'll probably be around 12:01. But expect the next panel to start very soon. Thanks again, everybody.
Great.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Saya TK 1804 mengucapkan selamat bercuti.
I'm CID 5077. And I'm
behalf of Garrison Tyrannus,
I don't like the look of this.
All right, everybody, ready for our next panel? We really want to have a fun one with this one, as we have the Galactic Academy and Dave, our host. Dave, take it away.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dave, and as you're going to see, this panel's going to look a little bit different from our previous panels already this morning, because we have some very special guests with us for about the next hour. With me co-hosting is my son, Sean.
Hello.
And that's why things look weird. This is our panel, as was your father before you, Star Wars Through the Generations. So we have some of our members of the 501st, as well as their children, to talk about Christmas and sharing of the Star Wars tradition amongst our families. I'm going to go ahead and ask our panelists to introduce themselves, their name, where they're from, and maybe even what kits they have. Sarah?
Good morning. My name is Sarah, and this is my son Isaac. We live out in Winchester, Virginia, and we are probably some of the newest members of Inferno Squad and Garrison Tyrannus.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind.
Hey, good morning. I'm Chris Brooks. I'm the CEO of the Galactic Academy and the XO for Garrison Tyrannus. My kids are Alyssa and Austin. This is Philip.
Love the shirt.
Yeah, the Baby Yodas wear a size newborn. So if you're interested in dressing yours.
I mean, he's a baby, so.
Shirley, if you would.
Hi, my name's Shirley, and this is Wesley. We're out in Southern California, and I've been in the Legion for about 3 years.
Okay. Jim?
Hi, I'm Jim, and this is my daughter, Jacqueline.
Hello.
I've been in the Legion for a little bit over 2 years. We live in Northern Virginia. And Jacqueline actually just graduated from Galactic Academy on Monday. And we are just awaiting her gloves and boots so she can submit for 501st membership.
Okay, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Jacqueline. Now, what some people may not be aware of, okay, if you haven't heard of the 501st before, the 501st is a charity group where we raise money for Make-A-Wish, much like we are doing today through InfernoCon, the holiday special. But one of the big rules for the 501st is that you have to be 18. That is kind of a hard and fast rule there. But if you are a case of where maybe you or your kiddo is under 18, we have what's called the Galactic Academy that you may have heard referred to a time or two already this morning. Chris, as CEO of the Galactic Academy, would you tell us briefly about it?
Sure. We're an international group started by the same people that founded the 501st, so Albin Johnson. We just hit 10 years and we're well over 5,000 cadets now all over the world. We are organized similarly to the 501st, whereas there's a local group called a school or a campus. Campus is a country, school is a state or local area. So those are the local groups that will get together and troop together just like the 501st and Rebel Legion do. And we have very few rules as far as membership and costumes. We want every kid that can be involved. We want them to get involved. If they want to be part of this and they don't have a costume, they're probably still going to be approved. We want kids to have a part of the fandom that they love. So there are no requirements for the costumes. They can look like anything as long as they, if it's even remotely Star Wars related, we're going to let them in just because we want them to get that certificate, be a member, and be involved. And every local group is run differently. Shirley here is from our California school. So, different opposite sides of the US, but the same love for Star Wars and the same community involvement and, getting our kids out there and doing community projects, things that the 501st has been doing also. So we're much more focused on the safety of the kids. So it's entirely up to the parents to be there with their kids and make sure that the events that they're doing are safe, troop with them, stay with them, and let them have fun at the same time. And I think that we've done an excellent job over the years of getting kids involved, keeping them safe, and letting them enjoy the same events that we enjoy in the 501st.
Very good. Now, one thing that I've always, I guess, enjoyed or been fascinated about is just how huge the Star Wars fandom is. I mean, it's movies, books, now TV shows, comic books, action figures. I mean, about anything that you can possibly imagine. So I guess Sarah and Isaac, what are your guys' favorite parts of the Star Wars fandom as a whole?
That's a good question. So I'm one of those original members. I was in the audience for A New Hope when it first came out in 1977. So that's always been, that and Empire. I mean, those were sort of my two my two go-tos. And I'm kind of a sucker for it all, really. I see issues with the first three that everybody sees. They could have been done better. I think the Clone Wars was an amazing redemption of what was not done as well, maybe in the first three episodes. But yeah, the original three movies will always have that special place in my heart. So, how about you?
Not really sure.
Well, Isaac, let me ask you the question this way, right? If you only had one Star Wars thing, if you will, a movie, a book, a video game, a toy, whatever, but one Star Wars thing, what would that be?
I mean, I really liked Star Wars Rebels.
Okay. Great show. Who's your favorite character on Rebels?
One of the Loth Cats.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Very cool. All right, Miss Jacqueline, how about you? What's your favorite part of Star Wars, or your favorite thing out of Star Wars?
Well, it's kind of like what Miss Sarah said about like, just kind of being there in the audience, but to kind of go off of that a little bit, I remember being like, what, maybe like in fifth grade. And that's when they started to show like the prequels in 3D in the movie theaters. And of course, we all know how we feel about the prequels. Like, obviously could have been done better. Clone Wars redeemed it, all that. That's a debate for another time. But something that I really liked is that like I got to kind of see Star Wars on the big screen and enjoy it the way that like my dad did. And it was something that like we were kind of able to share and just really enjoy together. So that's honestly one of my favorite parts of it.
Okay, Wesley. Now I understand you have a that your favorite character is Kylo Ren, right? So what's your favorite thing that Kylo Ren has been in? Is it a movie, a video game?
Yeah, where did you see him that was cool?
In a movie.
What did
Movie?
he do in that movie?
Okay.
You remember what he did? No?
All right. Chris, now obviously, I mean, you're not just in the 501st, but you're also in charge of the Galactic Academy. So how, I mean, who got you into Star Wars to the point that you're playing such a part in these two big groups?
Yeah, I think that it was definitely my son's love for costumes that got us involved in this. We met some local members of 501st and the Mandalorian Mercs at AwesomeCon in DC 5 years ago now. And I mean, we were both just, enthralled by the costumes and the fact that they made it sound like we could actually do this.
Mm-hmm.
And those first couple of costumes that we made were pretty rough, but it got better. And we've kind of done it pretty much together. Every costume that I've done, he's done something similar. So if not the same thing. But yeah, it was definitely like, his passion for it already was definitely what got us involved. And I love hearing stories like that kids and adults just finding something with the costumes to do together and events to go to together. And, it's something that everyone can love.
Very true. Very true. Okay. Sean.
Yes.
I think I have an idea of who got you into Star Wars. But where in Star Wars as a whole did you really get into? And what part do you really enjoy?
So I think where I got into Star Wars was probably on Cartoon Network in 2008 when Star Wars: The Clone Wars came out. I remember watching that every Friday, or the movie came out, the TV movie came out. That was really good. That was really fun. And then every Friday night at like 9 o'clock, I think, because it was past the bedtime, we would stay up and we'd watch Clone Wars. And I just remember that being a lot of fun, yeah, I think that's where I got into Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Shirley, how about you? When you got into Star Wars, what's the part of Star Wars that you enjoy the most?
So I first remember seeing Star Wars on VHS. My uncle had taped it off of cable for us. And I loved it. Me and my brothers just adored it. And for me, I really loved Princess Leia. Like I thought, you really hadn't seen a character like that. And for me, seeing a woman be that tough, that capable, and a great leader was really inspiring to me. So it's something that I always it's kind of resonated with me. So when Wesley was a baby, we really wanted to show him those movies because they were, I think, just important to us. So he's always grown up with it. We have some clips of him hiding and pretending to shoot some of the rebels when Darth Vader attacked Tantus 4. So he's pretending to be one of the stormtroopers. Like that's just what he grew up with.
That's really cool. Now, Sarah, you said that previously that when you got into Star Wars, it was when the original trilogy came out. Was it? How did you get into Star Wars? Was that with your parents, or like Shirley said, with an uncle or another family member?
So it was actually, if I'm remembering correctly, it was the very first movie that my dad ever took me to see in the movie theater. He said that I was into that kind of stuff, I guess. So when the movie came out, he took me to see it. And exactly like Shirley said, for me, as a young girl, I mean, Princess Leia was just, she was my princess. She wasn't helpless.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't waiting to be rescued. I mean, yeah, they came in and opened the door and then she grabbed the gun and started kicking butt. I mean, never seen anything like that before. Then it was around the same time that Wonder Woman came out. So having these strong female role models as a young girl, it was just that, that again, like Shirley said, that was what really grabbed me about the whole thing. And she, even through the first 3 movies, she matures. She becomes that strong leader, like you see her in Empire. So it was all thanks to my dad.
So we've heard a lot about Princess Leia, but Jim, who is your favorite character from Star Wars?
I think I'd have to go with Han Solo. When I was younger, and again, I was there in '77, saw it in the theaters and everything, and I mean, I thought that they were all really cool, and as soon as it hit the screen and everything, and you're meeting Luke and Kenobi and everybody else. I mean, it's like these are great, but I mean, you could just tell that there was something special about Ford's performance, that it just kind of like kicked it up a notch. And the namesake of this convention, the InfernoCon holiday special, obviously comes from the Star Wars holiday special. And if you go back and dare to watch it, Ford actually put some acting into it, and it's one of the salvageable parts of that show. So he really kind of brought that character to life. I just had fun playing with all the action figures and everything, and creating up new stories before anything else could hit the screen. So it was. But if I had to pick one, it would have been Solo.
All right, Jim, since you brought it up, by show of hands, who has seen Star Wars: The Holiday Special?
I have a funny story connected with it.
She has
actually.
a great story about that.
So I was in 4th grade. I was like 10 years old, or maybe I was like just turning 10 years old. It's like the winter, and and I was like going through like on the TV like all the movies we had, and it's like, what's this? I've never seen this. It's in the Star Wars category, but I haven't seen it. And my dad's like, oh, this is the Star Wars holiday special. And I was like, why would they do that? He goes, I don't know. You can watch it though. So I sat there. It felt like I was there for like 3 hours just watching it. And I was like I was so glad I had like the fast forward button because I just wanted to get through that one scene with Chewie's grandpa because I felt so weird about it. And at the end of it, I was just kind of looking at the TV like, what was this? And I was so angry that I came down here into the kitchen. I got out a piece of paper. I got out my erasable pen, and I wrote a whole like 2 pages to Lucasfilms. And I was just so angry that I wrote them a letter.
She wrote George Lucas a complaint letter about the Star Wars Holiday Special about 25 years after it had aired.
Yeah, so then when that happened, like a month later, I got a letter
Actually,
back.
no, I guess it was 30 years after it aired, yeah.
Yeah, 30 years after. I got a letter back like a month later, and it was typed up, it was signed and everything. And it was like, "Hi, Jacqueline, we're so sorry that we disappointed." And then they sent me like a whole bunch of catalogs and
well, they sent her some like copies of Star Wars Insider and some stickers. It was really nice.
It was really nice. I was so angry though.
Yeah.
Just like imagine getting this like handwritten 2-page note from an angry 10-year-old
about a show that aired once 30 years before.
They burned all the copies of it too, so they're probably wondering like, where did she get this? Like.
The internet is a glorious thing.
Oh yeah.
That's an awesome story.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Shirley, who's your favorite Star Wars character? Is it Princess Leia?
Now, probably. I feel like she's still just a really cool character. And I really liked her progression from, princess, and then at the end, when she became general, like I thought that was just really cool. Like it was a very good progression. It wasn't just her as a romantic figure or something like that, but really having a lot of initiative on her own and really being, I think, the soul of the rebellion. I think that was really cool.
Chris, Shirley kind of touched on a little something there that I want to ask you. So who's your favorite Star Wars character? But I guess 2, has that changed over time in how you've seen them and how they've been portrayed?
Yes, my favorite character has definitely changed over time because now it is this guy. I could watch just a video of him for hours. I don't care what they do with it. Yeah, but I think before that it was probably Obi-Wan for the longest time, and even before the prequels came out, Obi-Wan was just this original Jedi that you first see a lightsaber, and you first see that Darth Vader Obi-Wan fight that looks so basic now, but that just mesmerized me as a kid. Oh, Jim, you're teasing him. But yeah, I think that it's just what captures your imagination. For me, it was definitely the Jedi for the longest time, and then just this little guy coming out and again capturing all of our imaginations. That's the thing that gets us to all who we relate to and who we can just fall in love with from a fan's point of view, like their character and the things that they do, and their skills and abilities, and the things that we really love and enjoy watching.
Sarah, a question for you that's kind of related. Now, what Star Wars kits do you have?
What kits do I have?
Yep. What costumes?
My 501st. So I have the Imperial Security Bureau officer.
Mm-hmm.
Only wore the hat today because in honor of my friend Shirley, who made it for me. And then I have getting ready to submit for a reserve TIE pilot. I have everything together. I just got to get the pictures taken, and then also bridge crew. And then I am waiting for my TIE pilot kit to show up. It's in the last stages of construction. So hopefully it will be here by Christmas.
Well, congratulations. Hope that you can get your reserve pilot approved quickly. When you do get your pilot approved, please let us know, because we have the 40th Fighter Wing here in Northern Virginia that you can join. That is part of the a subgroup under the Jolly Roger Squadron.
Cool.
Jim and I are both pilots, and we'd love to have yet another one here in Northern Virginia.
Right on.
If I may, the Flying Nexu.
Yes, the Flying Nexu. We need to do something with that.
Was it the Nexu? That was like the beast in episode 2, right? It was like,
That kind of like cat thing.
Oh,
with
yeah,
the big red
yeah.
face, big red teeth. So Isaac,
Yeah.
if you could get one Star Wars costume, what is like the one Star Wars costume that you would get, that you would just like wear like normal days to school, let alone go ahead and do events? What would that like pinnacle bucket list dream kit be?
I'm not actually sure what they're called, but it was one of the red troopers or a clone.
A red trooper. So you mean the one with the big red bucket and the long robes?
No, not one of the guards.
Sith trooper.
Sith trooper.
I'm not sure.
I think it was what they were previously called Magma Troopers. I think they just changed the name on them.
Or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, the red stormtrooper. Yeah. Okay.
Or a clone from like back in Clone Wars or Attack of the Clones.
Okay.
They're the coolest looking ones. And they look like they have the most vision in terms of the helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thinking practical. I
Yep.
like it.
Okay,
does
so
have a biker
so
scout.
Shirley. I'm sorry, Sarah. What was that?
He has a biker scout right now.
Still look
See,
like
when Mandalorian came out, that was a kit that I wanted to get, was a biker scout. I won't
Yeah.
say why.
No, please do, please do.
No.
Well, we've been dirtying up his armor, so we just got to find him a satchel.
Nice. So I actually made one of the satchels for my wife to be kind of like a carry-all when she goes places. Yeah. Nope. So Shirley, what Star Wars kits do you have?
I had a sand trooper, but it's retired because the visibility is very bad, and I'm a very small person, so I could only see like above and through the teeth. Like I couldn't actually see at eye level. It was not practical. I have a Shadow Scout, and it's a WTF kit, so it's actually for children. Actually, it is the kit that Wesley currently is wearing. It's a little big on him. We take off some of the parts, but he has basically stolen my Shadow Scout. And I also have Imperial Officer, and I have a Jedi Librarian for Rebel Legion.
Very cool.
That is a rare one.
Yeah. I don't see very many of those at all. That's great.
Jedi Librarians?
Correct, yeah. Or Jocasta Nu.
Yeah.
I'm a librarian, so.
That fits. I love it.
That's awesome. Miss Jacqueline, if you had the pinnacle bucket list one kit that you could get, what would that be?
Adult Ahsoka Tano. I mentioned it before we started, but like Ahsoka Tano, she's always been my favorite character. She technically was my first cosplay. Like I did one, I think also when I was like 9 or 10. And that was just with like a random jumpsuit that we found at Target.
You were probably 8, almost 9. No, I mean, I guess you were about 8 because it was at Aaron Scare.
Yeah.
And it was before I was in 501st. So we're talking about 10, 11 years ago when this happened. And so did a whole Ahsoka Tano for her. And our son, who was not quite a year at that point, we had actually gotten him a Yoda costume. And so, long before Baby Yoda, he was a Baby Yoda.
That's awesome. I would love to see pictures
So yeah,
of that.
we were going around with that, and that was like really our big first interaction with the 501st.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, we still have these great pictures of her with Boba Fett and with entire crews, that had the backdrops and everything. And I remember there was one.
She was a Twi'lek.
There was a Twi'lek that came over and asked to have her picture taken with her. So it was really
cute.
neat.
It was cute, but yeah, I think today I would I think I'm gonna start working on like an adult Ahsoka soon. I already have her lightsabers, which I got at Galaxy's Edge last year for Christmas, and
those were Christmas presents from her grandparents last year.
Yeah.
And the ironic thing was, as we were inside.
Oh, don't remind me of this.
We were inside purchasing the Ahsoka Tano lightsabers at Doc Ondar's. We found out later in the day via Instagram that Ashley Eckstein had been outside at that exact same time.
I very well walked past her several times, and I missed it. I don't know how, but it's one of the most painful things that I have to remember now.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty rough. I remember looking at her Instagram later that day, and I was like, I was right there at the exact same time, and I missed it.
And at first, we were trying to determine whether it was California or Florida, and it was Florida.
It was Florida, yeah.
Oh, it was actually where you guys were.
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
Yeah.
So close. All right, so Mr. Chris, what is one pinnacle bucket list costume that you could have?
I mean, right now, one of the Mandalorians probably Din, but I've been wanting to upgrade mine for a while, and I think one of those would be the way to go for sure.
Cool. Very cool. All right, Dad.
Yes.
I have to ask, pinnacle bucket list costume, and also kind of what's your favorite Star Wars character, I guess. What are your answers to those two questions?
Well, my favorite character is Boba Fett. Has always been Boba Fett since Empire Strikes Back came out. I don't know why. I mean, he did next to nothing in the original trilogy. He had maybe 4 lines and fell into a pit, but he was always my favorite character. I would love to get a Empire Strikes Back Boba Fett kit. I just like the color scheme of it the best. But if I'm going to go bucket list, one costume, one kit, not going to lie, Wicked Armor has a General Grievous kit. It is, no, that would be it right there. It just looks amazing. I would wager it's probably terrible to wear, but that is the one bucket list. That's the kit that I would get right there. Would be a General Grievous.
Very cool. Very cool.
So, want to go ahead and take a pause, everybody, here for a second. Now we're at the bottom of our hour talking with our panelists, as was your father before you, Star Wars Through the Generations, and remind everybody that InfernoCon, the holiday special, we are raising donations for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So please, if you're able to, you feel so compelled, please reach out and make a donation to Make-A-Wish. Okay. Jacqueline, you kind of touched on this. This was your ship passing in the night, but Shirley and Wesley, do you guys have an event that you guys did with maybe the 501st or the Galactic Academy that really sticks out in your mind?
I think one of the best events that I remember as a family we participated in was that Anaheim Ducks have a Star Wars Day, I think usually once a year. And my husband was signed up to troop it as a TK. But I was gonna wrangle, and they said I could wrangle in my officer, and we brought Wesley, and I had made a tiny Jawa costume for him, and he was 4, I think, at the time, and he was so cute, and he stayed in the costume for maybe 8 minutes, but it was the cutest 8 minutes. And there was an R2 there, and I think this is the only time where I've seen R2 being shown up, because people were passing R2s, passing TKs to take picture with this tiny little Jawa, and it is one of my favorite memories as sort of family trooping.
Sarah, Isaac, how about you?
Well, so we joined the 501st in the Galactic Academy after the start of COVID. And so as a result, we have not yet had a chance to troop or to participate. So this is our first official event, if you will. But that said, back in 2016, I had made a couple of not that good Jawa costumes.
They're fine.
Well, thank you, son. I was not satisfied with them. Made a couple of Jawa costumes because I'm pretty short. I'm 5'1", so I'm at the taller end of the Jawa spectrum. And then of course he's shorter than me. Thank you. And we got dressed up in this, and we went to Air and Scare. And there's the baby Jawa. So we showed up at Air and Scare when the 501st were there, and we were all starry-eyed and fan freaking out about you guys, but it was nice to be on the other side of it and have people come running up to us and wanting to take their pictures with us, even though I wasn't not happy with costumes. But and then of course people are was there any sand people? Like
No. A group of 3 idiots asked if we were Ewoks.
Oh, that's right. They totally did. So anyway, so we were sort of tangentially with the 501st for that little bit of time, and that was our trooping memory, I guess. But we hope to make many more soon.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jim and Miss Jacqueline, what's your favorite event that you guys have ever been to?
I think that one of the ones that really stands out for me was the DC Candlelighters event that they do at Inova Children's Hospital. And that is just a phenomenal event to have all these kids come there who are going through different kinds of treatments, and to kind of forget about it all for a couple hours. And there's the 501st there, Rebel Legion, you've got Disney princesses. It's just such a neat combination of groups. And of course, to top it all off, Santa comes as well. So, we're there to kind of as his honor guard. So, even the 501st respects Santa. So yeah, that's probably one of my favorite ones. And I remember afterwards, a contingent of us went and visited some of the hospital rooms for the kids that couldn't come down for that. So that's probably one of the ones that means the most to me. But how can I not say Air and Scare? When you have 50,000 people going to the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum out at Dulles Airport on a single day, and the line to get into the parking lot is backed up for 3 miles onto the highway. And a lot of it, they're going for free candy, but you don't get that much free candy to spend that much time there. It's, I think it's really turned into a great show for all the Star Wars clubs there, the Mandalorian Mercs, Rebel Legion, 501st. And, to have, hundreds of us together there, doing group photos in front of an actual space shuttle. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. How do you compete with that? That's just, it's something that's grown every year. And, sadly this year, obviously we weren't able to do that, but hopefully next year we'll be able to come back stronger than ever. We've got more members I really am astounded by the number of people that have been joining during this pandemic, like Sarah, like others that I've met over the past few months here. Most of the time virtually, but we've been able to do a couple of in-person things, and so I just think that Aaron Scare next year, it's going to be off the charts.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, for me personally, I'd say like my favorite trip was the first one I went to with you. I forgot what that one was called, even though, but just being there, it was for children with a rare disease, and it really, like, I guess it was mainly just like a humbling experience for me, like as like my first trip, but also one, it was very hot in there. I will never forget that. Very hot, yep.
And not just the costume; it was hot without costumes.
No, it was hot without costumes in this place, and there were a bunch of like little kids grabbing at my legs, and because I guess like I was just like so big to them, but they were little, they were like toddlers. Mm-hmm. And my favorite part of that event was the dance competition, where I just go in and then they wanted me to like dance in a circle, so I just did a big drop split there, and they were all like freaking out, and I think that was one of my favorite parts of it. It was great. The kids, they were just wonderful.
And that was in her Iden Versio costume.
Yeah. Did the whole drop split in the Iden Versio armor. That was something to be seen.
Yeah. So, but so hopefully in the coming weeks, she'll be able to get that approved for full 501st membership once we get the gloves and boots that are in accordance with the CRL.
Yeah.
Very cool. Chris, is there an event that with the Galactic Academy that really sticks out in your mind?
I mean, Aaron Scare is always amazing, but just the number of kids that go through there. We've not had official Galactic Academy involvement with that before, but that's partly because it's focused on the kids. So we kind of, want the kids to go there and have fun, and everybody can wear costumes, so everyone is welcome. My son has done the hospital troops with me before. We usually only let the older cadets go to those, but that's probably my personal favorite troops, just for the personal interactions and the awesome people that are involved with that. I mean, ANOVA is fantastic, and the support that they give those kids and they give us when we're there, trying to do our best to make some kids smile and make some staff members smile, and being able to have my son there has been awesome.
Very cool. All right, now Miss Shirley and Wesley, if a toy company were to make an action figure of you, what 2 accessories would you come with?
What accessory would you want, Wesley? You told me yesterday. Remember?
You could have a lightsaber, you could have blasters, anything you want.
If you were a toy, what things would you have? What kind of weapon?
Cool armor.
A lightsaber and cool armor?
Lightsaber and cool armor. All right.
That'd be cool.
Very cool. All right, so Wesley said a lightsaber and cool armor. Miss Sarah and Isaac, what would you two have?
I never really thought about the armor, but I had like a long gun and a row of grenades.
All right. What about you, Miss Sarah?
I kind of like that the spinning lightsaber that the Inquisitors had.
It pissed me off.
Now, please, sorry. That would be fun, and some sort of riding, speeder bike kind of thing to go with my spinning lightsaber.
Very cool. Mr. Chris, what 2 accessories would you come with in your action figure?
Definitely a lightsaber, and then probably one of these guys.
Little baby Yoda. All right, very cool. All right, last but not least, Mr. Jim and Miss Jacqueline, what only two accessories. Which two would you have?
I'd probably have a set of macro binoculars to see what's out there and see what's coming, and a thermal detonator.
All right.
The big boom.
For me, jetpack and gaffy stick. Just seeing Boba Fett wielding that gaffy stick in the first episode with him, like that was something else. That was just power right there.
Awesome.
Did
All
you,
right,
on that
Sean.
note, Jacqueline, did you read, there was an article, I guess, because Tamora Morrison is Maori, and so he was actually using like Maori stick fighting skills
Mhm.
in that role. That was just astounding.
That's awesome. That's amazing, actually.
All right, Sean. Two accessories.
With
your action figure. What would they be?
With my action figure.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one. I think I would go with the jetpack. Jetpack is definitely something that I would have. And then I don't know. Give me like some like crate dragon. I'd have a crate dragon to ride around on. My action figure would be like the big box set with the crate dragon. I think that'd be it. What about you, Dad? What would you have?
I would want my pilot to come with a TIE Defender, because that is probably my favorite TIE fighter, and a double E3, like what Boba Fett had.
All right.
That would be mine.
Two good choices.
That would be mine. Okay. We are just around the corner from Christmas. Shirley, do you have any Star Wars toys, props, gear, items, accoutrement, or anything Star Wars related on your Christmas list? And if so, what is it?
On my Christmas list?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't really want like stuff. I want time to finish my costume. That's what I really want. I have a box full of biker scout armor my husband 3D printed this summer, and it has been sitting for couple months. And I have a Shadow Scout, so I just have to get it modified.
Mm-hmm.
Just haven't done it. That is my Christmas wish. So I don't want toys. I mean, although if someone gave me the Baby Yoda sideshow figure, I would not say no. But I think time to finish costumes would be my Christmas present. Maybe I'll do it for myself.
Very good. Chris, what do you have on your Christmas list that is Star Wars related?
Shirley already mentioned it. The sideshow one, definitely. That's a fantastic figure.
Isaac, how about you, my friend? Anything on your Christmas list that's Star Wars related?
I don't know.
He's not been thinking about
A Star Wars themed mouse so I can play Skater XL. No, yeah, that would be nice. A Star Wars keyboard or mouse. Well, not keyboard.
Oh.
Yeah,
Huh?
let's see if they exist.
Pretty good. How about you, Sarah? Anything Star Wars related on your Christmas list?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, my TIE pilot kit should hopefully be arriving by Christmas, so that will kind of be a good Christmas gift if it gets done in time. I really need some more Star Wars pajama pants because most of the ones I have are pretty worn and frayed.
Oh yeah, my slippers.
Oh yeah, he needs Star Wars slippers because Darth Vader ones have holes in them. So
And the trooper ones also do, even though they're super comfortable.
yes,
And I lost them.
yes. So that's probably that. Although thinking about a gunner helmet, but that'll have to be in the next year.
One kid at a time.
No. Nah, one kid at a time. Come on.
I was barely approved for my Imperial Security Bureau officer, and I was like, I can do reserve TIE pilot and then stack that with a TIE pilot. Let's do it.
And a bridge crew. Yes, indeed.
Oh yeah. If you play your cards right with the bridge crew and the reserve pilot, you can get like 5 approved kits out of that.
Yeah, I already have 4 because I have my TIE Pilot, TIE Reserve, Bridge Crew, and Imperial Gunner.
Yep.
All from that one. And I only have 5 approved, so the other one's Shadow Trooper.
There you are. All right, Jim and Miss Jacqueline, Santa's coming by your house. Is he bringing you anything Star Wars related from your Christmas gift, from your Christmas list, besides a pair of boots and gloves?
Oh man. Well, my dad actually brought this up like maybe like a week ago. We were talking about it because we already have like the Baby Yoda doll and stuff. And I'm going to college next year. And he was saying, "Oh, do you want to get one of your own so you can have it in your dorm with you?" And I was just thinking like, yes, of course. So yeah, that's the only thing I can really think of besides what Miss Shirley said with having more time. I would like more time on my hands just so I could like finish things up, like finish the book I'm reading right now. I'm reading the 3rd Thrawn book right now, so just want to get that all done with. And yeah, what about you?
The original trilogy by Timothy Zahn, or the last trilogy?
The new canon one.
The new canon, okay.
Yeah. So the one before they start the Chiss Ascendancy series. So as for me, I'm also a member of the Tiki detachment, which if you are not aware of, it's both 501st and Rebel Legion, and it's all kind of like Tiki, Hawaiian, tropical kind of flavor to it. And so we actually have Tiki racing shirts, both Rebel and Imperial styles and everything. So one of the things that I discovered through there are these really, really cool wood tiki carvings. They're probably about 18 inches to 2 feet high. And they're for the wall. And there's all different kinds of Star Wars characters.
They have a Baby Yoda one.
There's a Grogu one. There's a Mandalorian
Spoilers.
one. We're past spoiler warning on that one. So you have that, have Mandalorian. There's a Stormtrooper. There's a really cool Chewbacca looking one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of really neat stuff. So getting a couple of those would actually be pretty cool.
Well, if I can offer a word of advice, Jim, if you get the little tiki statue on a necklace, don't wear it during a surfing competition.
Exactly. Yeah, because then you have to bring it back to a creepy cave, and then Vincent Price is going to try to kill you.
Yep. It's a Brady Bunch reference for those of you who are much younger than Jim and I are, apparently. So, Sean?
Yeah.
Is there anything Star Wars related on your Christmas list?
Star Wars related. I think one of them that is on there is the new the Star Wars Lego Throne Room Duel. That's the remake of that set. It looked really cool. And I think it's a couple other new Black Series figures are on there. I think I have the Rebels Ahsoka is on there, and I think that's pretty much it. What about you, Dad?
What I would really like are some parts for my TIE Pilot kit.
All right.
I would like, I think it's UK Wraith makes a microphone kit so I can hear what's going on around me.
That'd be nice.
And yep, I'm thinking that would probably be a good thing for my pilot, as well as a neck seal, because that's optional for my kit, but I think that would be nice to have, especially once COVID's over and I don't have to worry about wearing a baklava as a mask. I can have just the neck seal to help finish off my kit a bit and still look nice.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Yep. Okay, guys, we are coming to the end of our panel. And I figured we would end it with a controversial question that we can discuss. Okay. One of the greatest arguments over the years has come from the prequel trilogy. So, what is your take on Jar Jar Binks? Was he a bumbling idiot or a Sith Lord in disguise? And we will start with Chris.
I definitely think Jar Jar was very misunderstood. He obviously was there as some comedic relief for those movies, especially the first one. I think kids really liked him, and I think that he's not for everyone. Definitely not a Sith Lord. And we do get a little bit of a canon in story for him, sort of. But I would love to see him come back, and Ahmed Best that played him is just an awesome guy. And would definitely love to see some kind of future for that one.
All right, Miss Jacqueline, you were shaking your head.
She actually came up with a whole chart on this.
So. Jar Jar Binks.
It's kind of.
What say you?
On it, right? I think Jar Jar Binks was George Lucas projecting himself into the Star Wars universe because it was secretly a call for help. He knew the prequels were going to be a disaster. He knew that everyone was just going to keep saying yes to him. Yes, George, keep adding this. They want this. They want they all want this. And basically, I don't know if you've seen those pictures of George Lucas without a beard, but he kind of looks like Jar Jar Binks in those pictures. And yeah, I just think the whole time he wanted help with it. He just didn't know how to go about it, and he was just given way too much power. But then you had Clone Wars, and that gave Jar Jar a purpose, towards the very end.
Yeah, because I was going to say that there was that one episode in Clone Wars that was just focused on Jar Jar. And it was really...
It was interesting.
It was Filoni doing what Filoni does best.
Oh, yeah.
Taking ideas that were good in concept, but maybe not executed as well as they could have been, and executing them the way that they can work. And I love some of the theories about Jar Jar, about how his fighting style in that Clone Wars episode, or even you look at the Battle of Naboo there, where he's bumbling and everything, but he's being successful. I think they've compared it to the drunken master kind of fighting style of martial arts. So maybe he wasn't as bumbling as we thought, but he wasn't a Sith either. But
I still think it's George Lucas projecting.
Isaac, how about you? What's your take on Jar Jar?
I feel like he was a Sith, disguised as a bumbling idiot, but then he later forgot his job, so then he was just a bumbling idiot.
Okay. Shirley, Wesley, how about you guys? What's your take on Jar Jar?
No, he has no thoughts on Jar Jar. It's been a long time since we rewatched the prequel trilogy. He has seen them, but it's probably been about 2 years. So I think his memory of Jar Jar is a bit fuzzy, which in this instance is probably not so bad. But he was probably only about under 6 when we saw it. So yeah. I don't know. I don't think he's a Sith in disguise. I mean, there's only supposed to be 2 at any given time, right? So how can you have how does a third one play into that?
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, guys. Well, look, let me be one of the first, but not the only, to thank everyone for your time and your participation. I've really enjoyed spending this time getting to talk and get to know you, as well as share some stories in our love of Star Wars. We have so far today, we have managed to raise over $375 for Make-A-Wish Foundation. And we are so very grateful for everyone that has watched today, as well as, of course, those of you that have been so generous and donated. As we go ahead and sign off and we get ready for our next panel, I would like to remind everybody that we still have more panels through the rest of the day, some amazing special guests that that you don't want to miss, as well as greetings from the rest of the garrison and other garrisons around the world. And with that, Tim, the show is yours, my friend.
Thank you so much, Dave, and thank you to our panelists. Good meeting, everyone. We're going to switch over to our next panel. I'm going to skip the holiday greeting this hour. We're going to replay it for the next hour. So stay tuned for Saber Guild. Thanks, everybody. All right, here we are, everybody. Switching over to the Zoom call one. Sorry about that. Here's our next panel. I would like to toss over to our host, Julia, and she is going to talk with us with the Saber Guild, and we have a couple of special videos later. So do stay tuned. After you take it away, Julia.
Hello, and welcome to our Saber Guild panel as part of InfernoCon, benefiting Make-A-Wish. So please be sure to donate if you can. With me today, I have Randy Ward, Linda Ward, Nikki Webb, Charles Wright, Liz McQuay, and Teresina Carper. If everyone's ready, let's get to the rapid fire Q&A.
Let's go.
This question is for Randy. What is the Saber Guild?
Well, Saber Guild is a sister club to the 501st and Rebel Legion and Mando Mercs and Dark Empire. Our specialty is costumed lightsaber performance. We all have the screen accurate costumes, but we add the element of lightsaber performance. We do stage productions, kids training, we do various things, but it's all for that lightsaber performance element of Star Wars, and that's what our specialty is.
Cool, cool. This one is for Linda. How does one get involved in Saber Guild?
Oh, yeah, that's the fun part. So Saber Guild has temples. The temples are set up depending on different locations on where you live. So the best way is to find a temple, go check out a practice, try it out, see if you like it, see if that's your thing. It's always a lot of fun. To find a temple, if you know someone that's in Saber Guild, that's probably the easiest way. You can talk to them. You probably live close to that person, so they're going to know if you're in their temple or if there's a different temple close by. If you don't know a Saber Guild person, if you're at a con and you see a Saber Guild booth, you can go and talk to those folks at the booth and they can help direct you to a temple. If you don't see either of those, you can always go to the saberguild.org and go on there and message to try to find a temple close by. You can search it Saber Guild on Facebook. There's always recruitment pages on there. So once you find a temple, you go check out a practice, you'll get to meet the local council for the temple. You can talk to the local director. Most importantly, you're going to want to talk to the LCC, the local costume counselor. And they're going to be there to help guide you in building a costume for Saber Guild. So once that you get your costume approved by Saber Guild, then you are an official Saber Guild member.
Okay, cool. And this last one is for Nicole. What are the costume standards and submission process?
So we use like high quality materials. We want to make sure that you can't see through your costume or any piece of it. It has to fit you well. You need to be able to fight in it. If you are using any sort of a mask or anything like that, you have to submit a video showing that you can fight in it, in that particular mask. And then you fill out a form with all of your information, whether your character is Jedi or Sith. Your lightsaber color has to correspond appropriately. And then we take lots and lots of pictures to show pretty much every piece to make sure that it meets the standards. And then we submit it to the costume judges and they check it out. And then you become a member if you despite all the requirements.
Okay, cool. So now on to a more detailed questions. This one is for Randy. How do you prepare for performances and how have you been active during that pandemic?
Well, Saber Guild and our performances are not unlike, being in a band or sports team or a stage production. It starts off with a lot of rehearsals. Everybody that comes in, we come from different backgrounds. So some of us, have never picked up a lightsaber before, never done stage performances. Some of us have martial arts background like Linda does, and a couple of our other members do. Some of us come from dance backgrounds, like Liz comes from a dance background. Some people come from music backgrounds like me and another member, Ed Brunson. We come from marching band all the way through college and grad school. So we all come from different performance backgrounds to nothing for somebody that ever showed up a Saber. So we all kind of start at the beginning with learning basic forms. One that we have in our temple is called Sombrada. It was written by Charles long ago in a temple far away. But it is a basic fight that we all learn. It's to get used to the motions, to get used to the contact. And we learn the basic forms, and we'll talk about forms a little later. But we start with that. And then we go into the pairing people off as fight partners. And we go into the actual fighting, and it's a lot of drilling. You learn your drill. Charles will probably talk about that here momentarily, about how he builds the choreography. But we get the scripts. I don't have it with me, but you'll like roll it out with like giant scrolls sometimes with what we're doing. And you go through it. You do piece by piece, faster and faster. And then we add on the music track and the dialogue. You might hear us refer to the phrase pocket fights. That's just fights we know we can just pick up and go do, up to our full performances where it's scripted. There's a full story. There's full music. It is a full scripted performance. And it's like doing any type of stage production. You rehearse it. We rehearsed every week. Before the pandemic, we were rehearsing every week in a gym. And that's what we do. We drill into that performance so we get to a show quality level. And it's one giant family. We all have fun doing it. We all go out to dinner afterwards. It's a lot of fun because that weekly practice builds a camaraderie that is very unique to Saber Guild. It makes it so much fun. However, when the pandemic hit, we couldn't practice. Our practice facility is in Montgomery County, Maryland, as many of us know here. They have gone back down to the lower phases where our practice facility hasn't been opened. So we have had to adapt to virtual world. We have been practicing on Zoom. We have been learning our forms over Zoom. Our LSD Charles, local stage director, has been giving us lectures in character development and plot development, and lots of social events on Zoom, video projects on Zoom. But you probably don't want to sit and hear me talk. It's a lot better if you see what we do. So when InfernoCon called and said, hey, do you want to do it again? Because we were participating in your October event. And then, hey, you want to do it again? But this time we want a demo. Like, okay. So we put together a little video to show you guys, which is going to show what we do a lot better than me sitting here and talking. So over to the guy in the chair to roll that sizzle reel.
Thanks, Randy. Here we go. That was just so cool. I love seeing the fast moves. Back to our panel here. Julie, take it back away.
It's very cool. So this question is for Charles. How do you build the show and the choreography?
Well, for the show, I need to know who I have to be able to create it. So we try to get an idea of who's able to commit to a particular show. From there, I know who my characters are. Then from there, we pair people off depending upon their alignment, whether they're Jedi, whether they're Sith. From there, sometimes we experiment and we have the people create their own fights. Sometimes they use ones that we have in our like fight bank, which is fights that we've created over time. I sometimes just idly create my own. I'll get into that when I talk about creating the fights. From the pairings, I can decide how the story is going to go. We have two type of stories, linear and non-linear. Storytelling where it's start to finish. Non-linear is you have what we've been doing for a few of them where it's a storytelling where there's a narrator or a situation where we can switch to like segments of the story, and then at the end of it is the end of the story. From we just decide from that, based upon who we have, how the story is going to unfold. Create the dialogue, what we have, and insert in what the fight is. When it comes to the choreography, choreography in this is pretty, for the fights, it's a dance. That's the best way to explain it. It's moves that we already kind of know. So what we start off with is, I like to think of like one or two really interesting moves, really good moves that really flash for the the audience, and then see about sticking it in to certain points and then doing the filler and try to match it up with the rest of the fight. Kind of hard to explain that part. But I don't like to have it be too one-sided unless that's actually how the story goes. So if you have somebody that's dominating the fight, it's preferred that that's just how, similar to that of episode 3 on Mustafar, where Anakin and Obi-Wan, Anakin is dominating the fight and Obi-Wan's constantly on the defense. That's part of the story. If you read the novelization of it, it's because Obi-Wan doesn't want to take out Anakin, so he's not fighting back. He's just completely, purely defense. And as I don't know what else to say on that. It just takes a lot of imagination for it, a lot of consultation with the people, a lot of times with the story. I consult people, see what their character is like, and work that into the story as much as I can, and work on the dialogue. And then we start getting into like when we did Ocean City, we did audio, pre-recorded audio for the dialogue. And so we sat in a room and I acted as, director, going, okay, give me this. Okay, now give me more of this. I want your voice to be more like this kind of thing. So that's how, I guess that's kind of how things work in the most simplistic style. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. This next question is for Liz and Teresina. You mentioned kids training. What is that?
So kids training is where we lead a session. It's about 15 to 30 kids in person, depending on how many people we have to wrangle them. But we teach them the most basic moves. So we teach them the first form of lightsaber combat. We teach them some defensive drills. We teach them a force push, and then if we're in person, they get to fight a Sith, which is pretty awesome for them. It's also pretty entertaining for us. So I find that the kids training is really rewarding. They have such a good time, and we have such a good time teaching them because they really get into it and they think that we are teaching them the ways of the Force, and we are. So in person is a completely different beast. We've had to switch to virtual, and that has been interesting because there's a whole new way of wrangling children. Teresina?
Yeah, so I've only done the virtual. I've not done the in-person, but it's kind of like herding cats because everyone's in their own windows. So you're trying to get them like, look at me, but also they're in the background whacking each other with their sabers or whatever other props they have. So inevitably you're kind of like, okay, guys, like let's pay attention. Let's focus here. Don't run around beating each other with them. That's not what we use the sabers for. So there's a little bit of that kind of like, oh, here's some expectations of like, no, Jedi don't do that. That's a Sith thing. Like and so it's kind of some fun, and we have some really good banter with our Sith.
Yeah.
Where they go full into the character, and it's kind of like you watch the kids go like,
no.
Yeah, it's really fun. And then also, they force push them away, and they see them go like flying backwards, which it's really fun for them because it's magical in a way. I mean, obviously in person it's so much cooler because it's so much more of the forms and using the saber. But when we do the virtual, it's a lot more of what is the Force? How do you use the Force? And there's kind of that kind of sit there and like, feel it and go.
Yeah.
But the kids love it, but they have so much fun, and we have fun too. It's rewarding to see their faces just kind of like light up and be like, oh, that's so cool. So virtual is definitely challenging with technology and everything, and them running around like crazy, but it's a lot of fun.
Great. So speaking of kids, I just wanted to take a moment to remind the viewers that InfernoCon is benefiting Make-A-Wish. So please donate if you can. And this next question is for Randy. You mentioned the temple learning 4 of the 7 forms of lightsaber combat. Can you demonstrate and explain more?
Oh, sure. So in Legends and some in canon, but mostly in Legends, there are 7 forms of lightsaber combat that are discussed. 4 of them, there's kind of a Saber Guild doesn't really have a set standard for them, but there's kind of some forms we all learn. So it starts out with Form 1, which is Shisho. Then you move into Makashi, Soresu, and Dimso. Those are the 4 that are really learned. There is Form 7. Form 7 is called Vapad. It is only really done by Mace Windu because it's in Legends, it crosses between light side and dark side. We do have a Mace Windu in our temple, Ed Brunson. He is learning that form. But when it comes to the other forms besides the 4 and maybe 7, to do them as a human on Earth would be physically impossible, because if you watch them in canon, and in Legends, they require a lot of the Force. You need to literally have use of the Force to do those forms. Like you're going to do the bouncing around, doing somersaults like Yoda does. Yeah, I can't do that. But that's why we kind of focus on them. In true martial arts, you kind of learn forms. You learn them in different forms of martial arts. You learn them in different weapons forms. Whether you're doing karate or taekwondo, depends on what kind of forms you learn. So it's a beginning form of getting used to how the saber is. Like Shisho, it is blocks and defenses. So learning them teaches you not only how to block, but how to get into an attack as well. So, and learning them, and it looks really cool. The other reason we learn them is you could do them in a large group. So you can get 4 or 5 saber people together, all knowing the same form, and it looks really cool. And then you learn the more advanced forms, and it looks even better. During the pandemic, when we first formed as a temple last year, we were almost immediately after we formed as a temple, we were getting called for performances. So it was Charles was writing as fast as we were doing audio files, as fast as we were drilling it. So we never really got to go down to the forms and the basics. So we got some lightsabers in people's hands and we went straight running. So the pandemic ironically allowed us to go back and teach forms as a foundation. So we've been doing that virtually on Zoom every Sunday. We have been teaching those forms. Each of the local council, we picked a form and we learned it up to the point we could teach it. And we have been teaching that since about August. And we're on a little break right now for the holidays, and we'll pick that back up. And starting next year, Charles has written our own form unique to our temple. We're named after Dathomir. If anybody's playing Fallen Order, know that you went to the Tomb of Kujet in the game, which was on the planet Dathomir, and that's the title of the form that Charles wrote. And we'll be learning that whenever we get back in person practice in 21, and we'll be learning that as a temple. But we do have something we're going to show you. So form number 5 is known as Dim So. In a minute, we're going to play a video here. It will show that being demonstrated by one of our members, who is Mace Windu. Ed Brunson is his real name. And form 5 is one that is you see a lot of because it is the form of the Skywalkers. So if you want to see what a lightsaber form looks like, we got a video for you. So Tim, you want to show us the Dim So reel video, please?
All right, go into this, and we're going to stay unmuted this, so here we go. People on Twitch get to see the first reaction. I actually haven't watched it yet, so... This is amazing. Characteristics of Mace from movies, but also Clone Wars, where it's a lot of him stopping and then just going like this and knowing something's up. That's really fantastic. I know I would love to see all the forms put out in videos, so I'd Alright, unmuting our guests, going back to our Zoom call here. Alright, thank you for that. That was amazing to watch. Take it away, Julia.
That was very cool. This next question is for everyone. Tell us about your lightsaber, why you picked that hilt and color, and what are the Saber Guild standards for lightsabers? Teresina?
Okay, so since my Saber Guild is a Jedi, I went with a blue blade because with Saber Guild rules, Jedi can have blue or green. No, not really any, definitely no reds. Is yellow? Yellow is like, yeah, yellow is like, but pretty much blue or green is what you're going to see the most. I picked a very basic silver hilt, so it kind of goes with everything. And the one I picked is similar to the Skywalker hilt. It's kind of, instead of having the rubber, it's got the indents, which I liked that because Rey was the first character I built a costume for. So kind of it's a nod to all of that but it's what I use for my generic. And part of why I picked blue, it's my favorite color. So hard to go wrong with it.
Randy?
So yellow is one of the approvable colors for a Jedi. So is purple, green, and blue. And Nicole will probably talk a lot more about the saber requirements. But you can also get into some people kind of call it the more exotic sabers. So this is one of mine. It is a yellow crossguard saber. It's two-handed. Why I picked this one for one of my costumes was, so I modeled my Jedi with the robe and the tabards to more inspired by the Knights Templar. That's kind of how the keeper of knowledge, keeper of secrets is how I developed that character. So of course the Knights Templar back in history used very large long swords, very broad swords. So that's where the inspiration came from. I've had to shorten the blade here. It actually came at a full 42 inches, but I've had to shorten it because I was hitting the ground with it and cutting off the tip of my saber. It's super heavy. My wrists are very sore after using this all the time. My other chosen weapon, getting into the exotics as well, is the saber staff. Of course, this is my Sith one. Come on, there we go. This is actually what is known, like I said, a saber staff. These blades are called neopixel blades. So there's two types of main lightsabers that you'll see. There is the LED, which is the LED at the base, and then there's the neopixel, which has the LED strip down all the way. All of our sabers are combat grade, which means they're heavy base. They can take a full impact. With the neopixels, there's only a few makers that have a heavy grade with the neopixel. So makes a great saber, super light. This one, it's I say probably 2 pounds total. So it's super light, super fast. But depending on what it is, some of our skits, we actually do separate them and I go two-handed. But this is in my Sith and in my Jedi, I can actually turn these to a yellow and I fight with this in a Jedi mode as well. So.
Linda?
Okay. So I had a really hard time picking between all my hilts because you can't have just one lightsaber.
No.
But I picked this one because this one was the very first one that I got. And it's also the hilt that I have fought with and performed with the most. So it's kind of special to me. I actually have 4 of these hilts. Not that, I have a problem or anything, but I have this one right here is my performance because it has light and sound. And I'm a dual wielder, so I have 2 sabers that I fight with. So I have to have one, in each hand. So I have both of these. One is shorter than the other on the blade. So I have the Shoto and the regular blade. So there's the blade length difference. But the light and sound ones that I use for performance along with the day blades because the day blades are great to have. The other 2 that are just like this one is they're only light. They don't have any sound. So I like to practice with those. And then I just use like the basic clear blades on those because they're just clear. But I picked blue because blue is my favorite color as well. So blue is my color. But I do have another Jedi costume with Saber Guild that just has now green saber. So I have a green saber for that one. And then I also have a Sith character as well. So I have a blood red saber as well. So
It's almost a near orange color. So it's
Yeah.
a very, very dark orangey red.
yes, which Sith can have the blood red or the red, but they can't have the lighter orange because the lighter orange amberish would be more for the Jedi.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so the yellow can be a pure yellow like a Temple Guard, or more toward an amber like Rey's at the end of Rise of Skywalker, which was more of an amber color.
Nicole?
So I have Tonfa, which you saw in the video, 2 of them, and I'm Sith, so my blades are red. I picked these because I like playing video games, and I played The Force Unleashed, and Maris Brood seemed like a pretty cool character, and at a time I wanted to do her character, but then the wards came up and said, "Hey, we're making this, trying to get people together for Saber Guild," and I said, "Okay, yeah, I'll think about it." And then I got to thinking, I like the Tonka. They're cool. Like Teresina said, it's if we were really fighting, it would be a disadvantage to my opponent because you don't know which way I'm coming from. But they're fun. I like them, spin them around. They're pretty.
Liz?
So I'm Ray, so I have a little bit more restriction on things. So I have the Skywalker saber, and it's blue because it goes with all of the Rays. I got the hilt because it matches the costume. It is very hard, as you can see. There's a lot of extraneous things, and it can be very hard to use if you're trying to do stunts and spins and whatnot, because it is extremely heavy and it's very bulky, and my hands are pretty small. So actually using that to fight with, Rey is very, she's not very graceful, so it kind of works out for me with that particular hilt. But as a face character, you don't necessarily have to have that hilt. The blade color is more important. So if I had just a plain silver hilt, it probably would be just fine. But I'm particular, so I got the Graflex.
Okay, cool. Charles?
Well, I actually have about 20 lightsabers that I have accumulated in my about 15 years of building costumes and props. They range anywhere between your standard single-handed lightsaber, which I'll show you the ones that my most recent one, which is your prequel trilogy standard. And like Randy's, I have yellow, although I do prefer an amber color. I also have saber chucks, which are lightsaber nunchucks. I wouldn't use them in performance unless it's like a demo, without an opponent, because I think that they'd be more of a danger to myself than anybody else. I have a light spear. Basically, the handle is about 5 feet long, and the blade is about 2 feet long. Yeah, I got a lot, including like with Liz, I do some face characters, including episode 3 and episode 4, Obi-Wan Kenobi. So I actually do have lightsabers that resemble the movie props, and also one from a character called Asherad Het from the Dark Horse comics, where I actually have 2 teeth tassels coming off the end of it. And just I have all sorts of colors. I've also got a custom Sith that I have a red lightsaber for. So.
Oh, I'd love to see those lightsaber nunchucks. That's for sure. I've never heard of anything like that. Nicole, this question is for you. What are the standards for the lightsabers?
So first they have to be combat ready, which means you want a heavy grade blade. They're usually made out of kind of like an acrylic material. And the thing about that is it allows the blade to have a little bit of flex, like especially you see it more with the staff sabers, like with Randy's. So when they hit, they flex a little. Even just the regular straight sabers do the same thing, but they won't shatter. You might lose the tip, but you know, it's not going to shatter. You want to make sure that there is some sort of retention screw to keep the blade in the hilt. We always do a saber check before we start practice. Yep. We always, and there's the tip. Yep. We always do a saber check just to make sure that they're secure before we start. And then you want to do a check periodically through practice, because sometimes that screw loosens up and your blade just falls out. I've had that happen. Luckily, I wasn't swinging it. Then your hilt, the hilt does not matter for your character. You can have tonfa, you can have the staff, a pike, anything else. You just want to be careful when you select it. If you plan on doing a lot of flourishes and spins and things, you don't want to have a lot of pokey parts up around here or wherever you would grip it, because that will chew up your hand. Yeah, these are, yes, like rays. These are made of like an aluminum, good solid grade aluminum, because you don't want it to fall apart when somebody hits you. Yeah. And then there's different colors for Jedi and Sith.
Yeah. So sounds good. Sounds great. To wrap things up, this question is for Liz and Teresina. Why did you join Saber Guild, and what keeps you coming back week after week?
So I joined.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I joined my friend Jaira's in Saber Guild, and she bugged me over and over again. Was like, "You have to come. You'll really like it. It's a lot of fun. Everybody is really fun." So I finally conceded and did. And I knew everybody who was in Saber Guild from other Legion and going to cons and being places. So it was people that I knew, and people that I enjoyed spending time with. So I decided to join. And I keep coming back because it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy the performance aspect of it, and the kind of extra reach it gives you for charity purposes and whatnot. And being able to do the kids training is extremely rewarding. And I really enjoy connecting with people in that way. And so that's why I keep coming.
Great. Teresina?
Okay, so on my first troop is a baseball game, and I ended up next to both Box and Charles, and we're just kind of sitting there chatting as you do when you're standing there for a couple hours taking pictures every few seconds. And I was like, oh, I wish we could do something with sabers. And the Box is like, hey, we're starting a Saber Guild. Come join. Kind of like, oh, okay, yeah. So the temple got started, and then early 2020, I was like, okay, I'll go to some practices, see if this is good. By practice 1, you're hooked, and next thing you know, you bought 7 more sabers just because.
That's 7?
I lost count. I need to get a rack. So that, and it's a lot of fun to actually do the stuff that you've pretty much only seen in movies, and to do the moves and wield a lightsaber is a lot of fun. It's a great group of people that we have in ours, because most of us are multi-club. So there's a lot of us in Rebel Legion. We've got some Mercs. We've got 501, Dark Empire. So you run into the same people all the time. So it becomes a second family. So that's part of what keeps me coming back week after week. I mean, right now that's rough when we can't see each other, but I'm looking forward to all of the meals we will eat once we get back together, because half the fun of Saber Guild is the food afterwards. So yeah, a lot of fun.
Great, great. And looks like we have time for one more question. So this one is for Randy and Charles. What is Dathomir Temple planning in 2021? Randy?
Well, in 2021, probably going to hit the reset button of everything we had planned for 2020. We had, before the pandemic hit, one of Charles's masterpieces of scripts and fights. We were getting ready for AwesomeCon 2020, and it was a beautiful show. It was just awesome how it was turning out. And we pretty much had to pause that when we hit the pandemic. We were also taking that fight, those of us that were going to Celebration Anaheim, we were taking those fights to Celebration with us, and we were going to perform at Celebration. So all those fights and that show is still in Charles's sacred text. So we will rehash that one. We already have been, as Liz and Teresina talked about, we've been doing the virtual kids training. That is highly in demand. We have a calendar, pretty much one a month, going up all the way into the summer, of people asking us to do the virtual kids training. We have even taught that as a masterclass to all of Saber Guild, because you're looking at the originators of virtual kids training on this panel right now. Everybody here is the ones that came up with it and adapted our in-person to virtual, to the point that the rest of Saber Guild asked us to teach the rest of Saber Guild how we do that. So it's being duplicated around the world. So we're doing a lot of that, and we're still sticking on our virtual practices just until we can get back to actual practice back in our gym. And we're already on the hook to perform at Ocean City 2021. AwesomeCon, that's going to be coming up. So it's just a matter of when we can get all of us back in the gym. And then, I don't know what Charles has in his sacred text, but he's always writing stuff. So over to you, Charles.
Well, as earlier, what Randy said is we're working on our own form, Kujet, which is going to be based off of Dathomirian legend, where it's a little more savage than you see the other forms being. It's going to be a linear one, so we're hoping that we'll be able to use this in a stage performance setting. We also still have our stuff for what we were planning with AwesomeCon. We'll see what we can salvage on that when things become back to normal. Yeah, normal.
Normal.
Yeah. I also have a few stories that I am working on, smaller stories for more intimate, like stage shows for smaller conventions. And some of them are inspired by other stories. Some of them are originals. Like there's one called The Road to Dathomir, where two con men who got a deed to a mining facility on the planet of Dathomir are impersonating Jedi to get onto public transport, and they think that they get away with it until they run into two other Jedi on the transport. So how that works, we don't know, because I haven't finished it yet. Not to mention, I don't want to ruin it for everybody else. I just have a few stories that I'm working on, and 2021 is going to be definitely a colorful, interesting story as soon as we can all start getting together again.
And that's one of the awesome thing about Charles as our stage director is he's always writing stuff. So we're on the local council chat, which is the local council is me, the local director, Linda's the assistant, Nicole's our costume counselor, and Charles is our stage director. And about once a week, Charles will post something up, goes, "Hey, I wrote something new." And we're like, "This is awesome. This pandemic needs to end so we can start practicing again and learn this."
Yeah, I also have a comedy that I don't know if we'll ever get to stage, called the Life and Times of Darth Beerus, which is a comedy based off of my Sith Lord character. I don't think it'll ever get to stage, as it's more satirical comedy than it is fighting, because my Sith Lord is portrayed as a bumbling wannabe Sith Lord who is cowardly and more of a backstabbing politician than he is a combatant.
Could always be a great video if it doesn't.
Yeah,
make
a great video project, and we've been doing lots of
Maybe
those.
that's something that we'll do is we'll make a movie. Who knows?
And we've been doing a lot of that during the pandemic, making very fan film / past the whatever videos. We've been doing a lot of that.
Yeah. So, that's great. That's great. To finish things up, is there anything else anyone would like to add? Randy?
Thanks for everybody for contributing to Make-A-Wish Foundation. And if you want to come join us, find us on Facebook, Dathomir Temple. We have a Dathomir Temple Perspectives group. Our temple serves the DC and DC metropolitan area, which includes InfernoCon's coverage area and the state of Maryland. So find us on Facebook or social media or email us. We'd love to see you at practice and I'd love to have you come join us.
Okay. Linda, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, definitely. If you're interested, come check us out. Know that you're going to have some good food after. You're going to have a lot of fun during practice. You're going to meet a lot of friendly people. It's definitely one big family, even whenever you go to different events and you meet your extended Saber Guild family. Everybody's so nice and friendly and very welcoming. It's a really, really good club.
Yeah, that's another thing to add is, so we're the Saber Guild Temple in DC, but all the temples in the Northeast United States, we are really tight with each other, and it is a huge family and a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it really is.
We will often have a performance that we're doing, and we'll have our brothers and sisters from other temples come and join us in the show, and it's a lot of fun.
Yep, it is a lot of fun.
Charles, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think I've pretty much said what I had.
Liz?
It's a lot of fun. We, like everybody has said, we all kind of act as a family, and it's the extra added bonus of getting to swing around a saber and hit your friends in addition to wearing your costume. So come join us.
Nikki?
I just want to add, yes, this is a family group and we're welcoming of families. Kids, I think you have to be 13 or 14, can
13
also,
and above with a parent there.
yes, with a parent, can also become members, like official members.
Oh, great.
My son.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Teresina?
I mean, yeah, come check us out, hang out with us. Really good group of people to party with. You know, it's Sundays. We get to, you know, run around as adults and whack each other with glow sticks. I mean, what more should you want on a Sunday?
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
What practices are you going to? We don't act like adults.
Yeah, no, we don't. I mean, we're actually straight facing this panel, and that's not us normally at all.
No, yeah, we're putting on our best behavior for InfernoCon.
It's hard. It's hard.
And also we have fun. We do put safety first.
We do, yes, safety is very
So we
important.
always make sure that you're safe when you're at practice and you have all the protective gear that you need, but we're having fun at the same time.
Yeah,
totally.
Great. That's great. Of course.
Yeah.
That's what you want. And what you're doing, of course. So thank you so much to the panelists, to you guys for joining us. And thank you to the viewers for joining us as well. Tim, back to you.
Thank you so much, Saber Guild. Those were great videos. I'm excited to see you guys. I know I got my tickets for AwesomeCon, hoping it happens. And I already have my tickets for Anaheim, so I can't wait to see you guys in 2022. So thank you again, everybody. And we're going to be back in 1 minute with our next panel and a special guest. So stay tuned. Again, thanks, everybody. All right, and we're back again. Next, we have our panel remastered a joystick and controller, and why don't TIE fighters have shields? We have our special guest, TJ Rumney, and take it away, our host, James. All yours, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here for our remastered edition of our talk of Star Wars video games. And as always, we are still taking submissions and donations for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So if you see that button, be sure to give that a click, and the site will take care of the rest for you. But with that out of the way, we do have a very special guest here with us. So most of us here are of Inferno Squad here in Virginia, of Garrison Tyrannus, but we have the distinct pleasure of having an Inferno Squad member himself. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce Mr. TJ Ramini, aka Del Mico.
Bless you. Thank you, James. What a lovely introduction. Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you very much for being here with us. First of all, how are you doing? How's the holiday season been for you?
I'm okay, mate. I think we were just having a little chat before we started the show in earnest about what a challenging year it has been for everyone. And so in all honesty, I have to sort of look at my own circumstances and say I'm extremely fortunate. Of course, I have my health. Yes, there have been challenges like for me personally and within my family and what have you, as most people I would imagine are experiencing. So I don't need to go into those details, but I'm okay, mate. I'm all right. And also, obviously, my industry, was shut down, completely shut down for a good, sort of 5 or 6 months. But before that happened, I was doing a TV show, and then I was doing a video game. I was over in Sweden doing a video game. Came back, did another TV show that got cancelled during the shutdown, came back here, but then started on another video game project a couple of months ago. I was doing it yesterday, actually, as I was talking to Erica while we were sorting out, the details for today. And I was posting pictures of myself, in full mocap suit with the dots and the helmet cam and all the rest of it. So I'm very lucky, mate. I'm very, very lucky. Millions and millions and millions of people have, lost their jobs and their homes and their security and their income. And it has affected me. Like, don't get me wrong, but I do count myself extremely fortunate. So long answer to a short question is I'm okay, mate. Thanks very much.
Well, that's great to hear. Yeah, no, so before I was looking through, so while I get my camera fixed, I was looking through like the list of your credits. I mean, obviously you've done, you're jack of all trades when it comes to film and television. And then I get to video games, and I'm looking through the list. There's like Uncharted 3, Diablo 3, Epic Mickey 2, Bayonetta 2, one of the Walking Dead Telltale games, and of course Battlefront 2. Am I missing anything important?
Dota 2. I did. How many characters did I do on Dota? 3.
I'm looking at the wiki. There's Timbersaw, Bristleback, Skywrath, Mage, Abaddon, Underlord.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, four. I forget. And again, not being sort of blasé or cool about it. Sometimes people go, oh, and there was another game, something dogs. I remember I think it was set in Hong Kong. Gangster Dogs or something it was called. I can't remember.
Sleeping Dogs.
There you go, mate. Yeah, there you go. Nailed it. So you just sort of forget. And again, not being blasé or cool about it, but once you have kind of done quite a lot, like in this industry, or someone will say, "Oh, I saw you on," they'll say, "Oh, they were doing a rerun of some show, and I saw you on there." You're like, "Oh, that's right, I was on that as well." So you forget, especially when you get to my age. But yes, and actually, I don't know if people can see this, but here's a picture that I sent. Can you even see that? Here's a picture of me in the, that I sent to Eric yesterday. So that's me in my trailer wearing this rather sort of extraordinary, headgear and everything. And I was doing an interview yesterday with the behind the scenes team who came and sort of chatted to the lead cast on this other project that I'm doing, which of course is a big secret, mustn't mention. And she was asking me all sorts of questions about mocap and about video games and stuff. And again, I have never been too secretive that I am absolutely dreadful at playing video games. Absolutely dreadful. But I am constantly fascinated and befuddled with just sheer, it's just baffling how people in the video game industry take this and all this and then go for years and years to make it possible for then people to control and the renderings and it's just staggering to me. So impressive, and also they're always just lovely people.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was asked, what's the main difference when you're doing, mocap or when you're doing a film or television? And for me, like my approach to my job, as far as being an actor is concerned, is always the same, because I can't stand acting. I can't stand it. I want reality, a real moment. And so it doesn't matter if I'm doing a mocap video game and I'm wearing a suit, or I'm on the film set and I'm standing at the top of a tall building, or on a TV show, or I'm in a police station, whatever it is, I want to have a real moment with the other actors. So however that is being recorded, that isn't my job, and what's going to happen to it afterwards is also not my job. But I said the main difference, and this is very true about working in the video game industry, and I say this to all of my actor friends, is that with 100% accuracy, every single person that I've ever met in the video game business is absolutely lovely. Just the loveliest, kindest, sweetest, generous person you could ever meet. And on television, you go and do a TV show, there's probably going to be, I was about to swear, I probably shouldn't, there's probably children on here. There's going to be 2, maybe 3 unpleasant people. On a film, there's going to be 5 or 6 unpleasant people. But on a video game, mate, they're so lovely, man. They're so lovely. And so I feel extremely fortunate to be even a small part of this business.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about your Battlefront 2 experience. First of all, how did you find yourself getting involved with the larger Star Wars universe?
Right.
And sort of like how the whole process came to be of creating Del Mico.
Right. I mean, it's a great question, and so as far as my sort of venturing into the Star Wars world came about, like every other job that comes my way, it starts with an audition, right? And I think because they always have these pseudonyms, they never tell you what the project, I think it was Walrus. I think that's what it was called. So I had this audition come through. It was just a voiceover audition come through for a project called Walrus. So I recorded these lines and, forgot about them. Again, not to be cool, but I do a lot of this, right? So, auditions come in all the time. I have a booth in the house. I bang them out, and then I get on with my life. I take the dog for a walk, cook dinner, do whatever it is that I need to do. And I remember it was quite a while after sending in that voiceover audition, like a couple of months. And my agent came back and said, "Oh, you might remember this project," and I didn't. They want to see you, and I was like, "Oh, okay, wicked." So they sent some more sides, and at the time, actually, the character was American, and so I walked in the door and I met the director, and we were talking. And whenever I do an American character, I always walk through the door as an American, because I just don't believe that it would make sense for me to walk in as a British guy and then change an American guy. I would just walk in as an American. So we're doing this whole thing, and I was in there for like an hour. It was this very extended audition process with this incredible director. It's so funny. I just said this yesterday. I can't stand it as well when actors do interviews and say, "Oh, we're a family and we all loved each other so much and they're all so amazing," and they do these horribly sort of obsequious speeches about each other. There's nothing worse than watching sort of actors and celebrities kind of all patting each other on the back. It just makes me feel sick. I don't know if that's because I'm English and I can't stand that sort of stuff. But I mean, listen, man, yes, did we get along brilliantly? Yes, we did. Did we have a brilliant time? Yes, we did. But I'm going to say, oh, the most amazing person that ever walked the earth. However, Tom Keegan, I do have a very special relationship with Tom Keegan, you know, who directed that game. The first time I met him, we had this like I said, mate, I was in there for about 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Dude, that's a long time, you know, for an audition. And we were working stuff. He's giving me all these incredible notes. And I'm doing it all as an American, and I'm talking to him the whole time, you know, with this American voice and blah, blah, blah. But American me, like, it doesn't change who I am. It's not like a pastiche or a character that's nothing like myself. He's just the American version of TJ. Same size, same stature, same education, same opinions, disposition, all the rest of it. And so we're doing this, and I did have this. He's just such a lovely man. I don't know if anyone on here has ever met him or ever spoken to him, or he is a very special guy. He is. Not to kiss his ass or like do that whole thing, like I said, that I can't stand, but genuinely, he's a lovely, lovely man, and an incredible director in how he gives notes and how he gets particular kind of elements or nuance out of an actor. So after this incredibly kind of, you know, prolific and prolonged session, he said, okay, TJ, you know, thank you so much. It's great to meet you. You did a great job, blah, 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 blah. And I said, listen, thank you so much, Tom. And then I said, you know what, mate? I said, I've got to stop. I have to meet you as myself. And he goes, oh my God, what's going on? Are you British? And I said, yes, I am. He goes, okay, are you really British, or can you do a British accent? Like, what's happening? And he said, because I do voices and I would never know. And that's my thing. Like, I do voices. I would never know that you're not American. I said, well, I'm not. I'm English. But I just wanted to meet you as myself because I really enjoyed today, and whether I meet you again or whether I don't meet you again, you know, thanks very much, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, you feel a bit, I just felt a bit of a fraud for him not to meet the real me. And so I left that. And then I remember they called like a couple of weeks later or whatever. And all of my mates, all of my actor friends here in LA, and I know a lot of them because I play a lot of football, you know, football with the feet, not that, not handball, football. And they were all saying, oh, mate, you know, have you been seen for this Walrus project? And, you know, because there were so many people. Like, I remember my mate, I won't say his second name, but my mate, Jimmy, he said, I auditioned for that 8 times. And I was like, oh, and he didn't get it, bless him. And I was like, oh, sorry, mate. And it is, so everyone was being seen for this. So I did know that it was a big project. So they called and they said, listen, man, they really liked you, but the role that they had in mind for you is now going to change now that they know that you're British. And I was like, shit. Oh, I'm not supposed to swear. I was like, damn, are you allowed to say that? Dang, have I just literally talked myself out of a great role? Because I knew that the role that I was auditioning for was one of the leads. And I thought, have I, by revealing my British self, talked myself out of this role? And I hadn't, fortunately. It was always Del, but Del was meant to be American. And then they just changed it and made him British. I mean, I know there are no sort of nationalities anyway in the Star Wars universe. Well, there are, but not as we know them. Yeah. And then when they finally kind of called and said, okay, you've got this, and they revealed what it was, I mean, it's Star Wars, isn't it? You know, so what other call do you want to get, you know? And mate, it was, yeah, man, it was, I was so proud and so excited. And I remember driving to the studio, and when I was on my way, I got a call from this lovely woman called Elizabeth, and she's French Canadian. I can't remember where she is, probably somewhere in Quebec, something like that, right? And she's just so lovely. And I answered the phone. I said, oh, hi, Elizabeth. And she said, welcome to Star Wars. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's a nice thing to hear. So yes, mate. So that's how it all began for me. And the rest, as they say, is history. Yeah, it's great.
Well, we're honored to have you as part of the Star Wars family.
Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Part of the Star Wars family, and Inferno Squad. What do you think it is about Del Meeko that sets it apart from maybe other roles that you've played in the past? How much do you identify with Del?
It's another really good question. Where should I go with this, or how should I start with this? Okay, I mean, first off, mate, it's Star Wars, isn't it? So that's what separates it from from everything else. First off is that, here's this thing which is, I mean, is there anything more iconic? I don't think so. I don't, I mean, obviously it's subjective, right? People might go, oh, Batman, which I've also been in, by the way, but, or Superman or Marvel or DC but mate, come on, man, Star Wars. Come on, mate, Star Wars. Whether you could be a complete, like my mate Tom has never seen a Star Wars movie. And he's my age, like not even I was going to say the real ones, not even the original ones. He's never seen any of them. It's just not feeling it. But it's not like he doesn't know who Luke Skywalker is or who Darth Vader is or who Ben Kenobi is or who Yoda is or what a lightsaber is or what the Force is. Do you see what I'm saying? Like he doesn't dislike it, but even if you did dislike it, there's no way that you don't know what all that stuff is because it's that influential. As far as like the newer movies go, have they affected me like the older movies? No, but that's going to be my age and also just kind of how they're made. Like I remember, obviously the first one came out in 77, so I didn't see it then. But when I first saw, which of course we just called Star Wars or A New Hope or whatever you want to refer to it as. I guess it was probably in the 80s, when I was a kid. And like we've never seen anything like that. Never. So as far as how Del Meeko has been different for me and how it's affected me, number one is it's a Star Wars project. And obviously the lore of Star Wars, the LORE lore is extremely serious. And, I'm sure there are, again, people on this call, maybe even yourself, who know all that stuff categorically, so that was important for me. And again, to show respect and to show reverence, not only to the, I don't want to say brand because that sounds like a business, but to that world. And then of course, to its fans, that was really important to me. And then again, mate, I will say this, actually, I wasn't going to do it, but I will say this. Me personally, I'm Middle Eastern, right? I know I'm English, but my background is my father's Middle Eastern, my mother is Australian, actually part Scottish, part Russian Jewish. That's my mum's mix, right? We're talking about Scottish stuff before James and I. And my father's Middle Eastern, and I know I'm born and raised in London, but I look like a Middle Eastern guy, right? I've got brown skin, black hair, brown eyes, and just kind of Middle Eastern sort of features. I'm not a white dude, And so we don't get to play heroes ever. And when I mean ever, I mean it literally. And so diversity is a big conversation now, like in show business and in every kind of walk of life. We're trying to, for me, even not diversity, like I like the term representation, right? Let's represent everybody. Let's try to represent them positively and let's try to represent them accurately, just truthfully. So me as a Middle Eastern actor, mate, trying to do anything that doesn't involve you playing the worst people in humanity for a long time was very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because all that was out there is that guy that wants to blow you up at the Pizza Hut. And so it'd be like, for other races that are, have been subjugated over time, and of course it still happens, but to only have that representation in the media, how damaging that is, not only to the Middle Eastern community, but believe me, mate, to everybody. It's the worst thing. Like, I don't want to be fed information about a particular area of society that is just negative. Like, if you just heard about white people, that they were all white supremacists or all racists or all, violent or all, that hurts everyone. It hurts everyone in society. So for me personally, as a Middle Eastern actor, to get to play somebody who's so good, he's such a good man, was massive for me, man. Massive for me. And Del is a good man, and again, it was so fascinating for me to go into his story. He's the first member of Inferno Squad, and again, like, if you guys have read Christie's book, which was fantastic, and she's just the loveliest woman, and we've spoken a couple of times and we send emails to each other, and we're good Twitter mates because we're both big animal lovers and all that stuff. So we're constantly, did you watch that dodo video and all that stuff? and she's just a lovely woman. But to learn more about him from that book, this little boy grew up on Coruscant, you know, and during Clone Wars. And so if you grow up in a system and you're being told that these, ironically, these terrorists, you know, these rebels are doing you great harm. And for me, like the Jedi were like Al-Qaeda or ISIS or whoever the people that we're meant to be the most afraid of, you know, whoever it is, the latest people, you should hate these people. That was the Jedi for me, because again, you believe what you're told. And, you know, whatever it is that you're told about a particular section of society, you're going to believe it, especially when they can go, well, look at that burning building. You know who did that? The Jedi. It's like, geez, these guys are, my God, they're out hell-bent for destruction. So he really was that kid. Like, you know, you hear these great stories of heroism throughout wars in our existence. And again, I can really only reference wars that affected Western culture because I'm English. So, you know, I'm sure there are tons of people from all cultures that have done this. But, you know, those kids that lie about their age, you know, during World War I or World War II, or like tons of American kids did it during Vietnam, you know, said that they were a certain age when they weren't, just to go and fight and to protect their country and to stand up for the values that they thought, you know, this is really important. Later on, you learn it's typically other things that are happening. But at the time, those kids who go, well, I believe that I'm fighting for good. You can't mess with that. Like whether you agree with war or whether you don't agree with war, whether you're the biggest pacifist or whatever. Like if some kid, you know, on a farm somewhere in Idaho or whatever, and he's 15 years old, thinks, you know what, man, I've got to go and do this. And I've got to go and fly out to a foreign land and put myself in harm's way and carry a rifle. No matter what it is that's actually sending that kid there, that kid has to make the decision, I'm going to go along and do this. And I have tremendous respect for people who do that. Whether they should be doing it or not, that's not their decision. That's politicians, right? But the actual people who go and do it, how can you not respect that? And Del was that guy. As soon as I can sign up, I'm going to do it. And he's such a good lad. Yes, sir, no, so obviously he's smart and all that kind of thing. He's, you know, clever, he's an engineer, he can work machines and, you know, he's very technical, unlike me, right? And so he rises up through the ranks and he's done it all. He's been everywhere. And then when Inferno Squad, after they blow up the Death Star, and the Empire's like, okay, lads, you know, we need to have a bit of a rethink here because we've made this thing and it's meant to be banging. And all of a sudden this kid jumps, you know, flies in there in this tiny little freaking thing and puts a bomb in it and boom. We need to make actually very similar to how the SAS were formed, which again, Western sort of style military was, I don't want to say the first, maybe there were before, but kind of documented as the first special forces that we ever created. And it was done during the Second World War, specifically for our fight against the Nazis in Africa. That's why the SAS were created. These small, highly trained, dedicated units that you could drop in behind enemy lines and they go and get it done. Primarily what they're doing is gathering intel and like blowing up communication lines and stuff. People think it's super sexy, like, you know, Bradley Cooper with his beard and his cool sunglasses on, like going in and icing bad guys. Not really. You're going in there and you're disrupting kind of communication lines and blowing up railway tracks and stuff like that. Like that's what you're doing. So, you know, Inferno Squad was kind of similar to that, to the creation of the SAS and then the creation of every other special forces that came after that. And he was the first one on the list, even before Iden. And her dad was, you know, this hugely powerful, influential bloke in the Empire. Del's parents are no one. You know, he is that kid from a farming community, but he was the first one because he's so dependable. And even again, in the book, Iden says, shouldn't Del be the leader? And again, like that's Iden. She's very, not selfless necessarily, but she's always like, what's best for the mission? You know, she has that ability, what's best for the mission, you know, to get this done. And again, I won't do the whole story of what happens in the book, but we then work it out. No, it shouldn't be Del, it should be you. And she's right. It should be her. It shouldn't be Del. But he was the first one and he's the most experienced. And so that for me, again, was so cool, man. Like what a cool thing. And then of course he has this epiphany, I suppose, after meeting Luke Skywalker. And again, for me personally, to do scenes with Luke Skywalker, kind of money, you know? And I remember saying to my lovely mate, Mitch Dyer, who wrote the script, who's lovely, by the way. Again, like another just absolute sweetheart, just the loveliest men. We did, may the force be with you stuff. And I got to say that. And I turned around to Mitch and I said, mate, I've just ticked off the number 2 line of the things that I want to say, as an actor. And he went, number 2, what's number 1? And I said, come on, Mitch, Bond, James Bond. That's the number 1 line that most British actors want, whether you're British or not, whether even you're a boy or a girl or, whatever. We all want to say Bond. James Bond. We all want to say that, don't we? So that's number 2, mate. So yeah, man, it was wicked. It was wicked. And it was very different for me on several levels. But to play this wonderfully grounded, deeply compassionate, fiercely loyal, so committed. He's not faultless, obviously, or flawless. Nobody is, but he's such a good guy. And as a Middle Eastern actor, to play a good guy, it meant the world to me, man. It meant the world to me. And again, in my career, the only time I've ever played good people is in video games. And in Uncharted 3, actually, not to talk about another big franchise, but very, very quickly, Amy Hennig, who's big on Star Wars and all that. I mean, Amy Hennig, is an absolute legend in this business. And again, just another super lovely person. Salim in Uncharted 3 was an Arabic character who was fully heroic and literally rides on a white horse and does the whole "come with me if you want to live" to Nathan Drake and puts him on the back of the horse and we go and we have tea and we talk about this and let's have a cup of tea, mate. And he's the sweetest man. And that has never happened to me, man. Because it's not like Dell's Middle Eastern. There is no Middle East, right? There is no America or England or anything. It's Star Wars, different thing. But in that project, he was a friggin' hero and a lovely bloke. And so, yeah, man, Del Nico is very special to me, man. And again, to be part of this community is it means a lot to me.
Well, fantastic. Wow, that is.
I know that's a lot.
It was very informative. Like, wow, very powerful stuff. Well, before we continue on, I would be remiss if I didn't, of course, introduce my other panelists, my other partners in this project, Mr. Jared, Mr. Stephen, and Mr. Kevin.
Hello, fellas.
Yeah. Hello. By the way, Kevin, very nice that you and TJ had the same matching shirts.
We coordinated. We were coordinated. We did it with the force, though, didn't we, Kevin?
Yes.
We don't need any of that, mate. I felt a tingling in the force, and so did Kevin.
Now, because this is a video game panel, obviously we are going to be talking about Star Wars video games that we've played in our lives. So before we started this panel, I asked my members to come up with a list of their top 5 favorite and their top 5 not so favorite, and so they gave that to me. And so I thought I'd go through each of the lists and take a look and see which ones had what were some common themes. And I was looking through the list, and two of them had Republic Commando as one of their favorites. Who had Republic Commando?
I did.
Jared, and who else?
That might be the one I'm missing from my list.
Stephen, was that you?
No, I didn't have that.
No? Okay. Okay. Might be yours. Yeah, because I saw Republic Commando in there twice. So what is it about Republic Commando that you think puts it in the top for you guys? And whoever wants to go first.
Yes, I would do it. Go ahead. So for me, I would put Republic Commando up there near the top. For me was just how awesome of a game it kind of is, being to get to be the special forces like clone troopers and going through there, and of course the music as well. You can't talk about the music without that game without the music, including like the war chants that they did, and it's a really fun and cool game about a small squad. It does have its flaws, but for me, I remember playing that game so much as a child and having to fight through all the super battle droids, the Trandoshans scaring the crap out of me. I was always terrified of them as a kid. It was an all-around great experience playing that game.
Very nice. And Kevin, what is it about Republic Commando that stands out for you?
I have to say mostly the same as what Jared just said. It was you weren't like one of the bigger heroes. You were a boots on the ground soldier in special forces, and this is something different than what a lot of us were like used to playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of boots on the ground, I figure we'd transition over to Battlefront 2. And why don't we talk about both Battlefront 2s, both the 2005 and the most recent one? I'm assuming everyone here has played both Battlefront 2s.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only played the one that I was in. not to be that guy, but I was in it, and I thought I should try and do this. I was dreadful, but I did attempt to play Battlefront 2.
The original one.
The one that I did. When was it?
Oh, the one that you were in. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I wanted to ask, why don't we start with the 2005 Battlefront 2? Who had that in their top list? I saw that in there. Oh, you, Stephen?
Yeah, number one actually.
What is it about 2005 Battlefront 2 that makes it special?
Well, for a 2005 game on the PlayStation 2, it was just a truly immersive Star Wars experience. Like there was so many different maps, many different weapons and different factions. I still remember Mustafar, my favorite map of all time. I just wish they brought it back to 2017 Battlefront 2 because I think it would have been perfect. But like the sheer amount of things that you could do on there, it was, like I said, for a 2005 game, it was probably one of the best out there at its time, and probably hold that standard for a long time too.
Very nice. And then who else had Battlefront 2 in their top one?
I did. I had it in my top 5 as well.
What is it about Battlefront 2 that makes it so special?
A lot of what Steven said, I had it on my original Xbox, and I would play that all the time. I loved the campaign mode. Actually going through that and beating that was really fun with Tamora Morrison, just doing light voiceovers of it all. It was just really good, and it was war. That's really what it was. It was simple. It was basically they took a formula from Battlefield and just put it into Star Wars, and it was just an immersive experience of getting to be a soldier and fighting all these different battles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Galactic Conquest, because it had a strategy game in it as well via Galactic Conquest.
Yeah, Battlefront 2 was another one of those games that I could play constantly as a kid. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to hook it up to Wi-Fi to play online. So it was just me and my brothers. Like we would play Galactic Conquest and do the space battles. And that was a lot of fun. So both of you had those as your number one. But TIE Fighter is Kevin's number one, I believe.
Yes, it is.
What is about TIE Fighter that puts it at number one for you?
Because back then it was like the first time you played as the bad guys in any Star Wars game that was out there. But having to fly around with ships with no shields and
How do you
can I ask a quick question, because obviously it's part of the title as well of this panel, and Kevin just mentioned. I am a fan of the films, especially the originals, as we've already discussed. But what is the latest sort of discussions on why TIE fighters don't have shields? Like what's up with that?
I have to go back to the reference books that I've read. But think of the way I compare it is the Sherman tanks of World War II.
Okay. Yeah.
Think of the tanks. So, as the United States, we have to get war machines over to the other side, to Europe. We need to get a lot of them, but we also need to make them cheap. So what does that entail? Well, we can't build a whole bunch of large tanks because that's going to take a lot of material. Can't make them too small because obviously we want them to have firepower. So we're looking something like towards the middle, something that we can produce on a mass scale and also be able to transport quickly. And I sort of think the TIE fighter just being the same sort of deal.
That's a perfect analogy, mate. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, is that yes, TIE fighters, are not going to have, the shields or weapon systems that, X-Wings or other rebel craft have. But
Right.
if you're able to mass
produce, you can produce them like Matchbox, like what do they call them here? Hot Wheels. Like, boom.
Exactly.
Off you go. Good luck, lads. Don't get hit.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry to interject. Anyway, carry on.
No worries. I think it's a great question as to why TIE fighters don't have shields. Okay, so why don't we pivot towards some of the games that probably left a bad taste in our mouths or we don't really care for much. I was looking through the list, and one of them really kind of stuck out. Someone had Super Star Wars in one of their lists. Jared, was that you?
Yes, that was me. I had Super Star Wars on the NES on my list.
On the NES or the Super Nintendo?
I don't know which one it was, but all I know is I've seen a bit of gameplay. I had an emulator of it on my computer as well. I thought it came out on the NES, and it was.
Well, because Kevin has Star Wars on the NES as well.
If it was Super Star Wars, it was on the Super Nintendo.
Okay.
Yeah. The Super Nintendo, so the graphics are a lot nicer. So the Star Wars game that we're talking about that you remember, what do you think it is that doesn't make it as fun?
Just because of its age, and it's basically a side scroller platformer type thing. But Star Wars, and to me, it was not a very good game compared to a lot of the other games I've played that I have.
I see.
So that's why I put it on the list of like the worst games that actually it doesn't look like it was a good game.
Kevin, do you hold those same sentiments or do you have different reasons?
Well, mine was a different one. Mine was the original Nintendo game. But my reason for hating that one was it was really difficult to play. Like the jump mechanics were bad. And I think if I remember, you never started with a blaster. You had to find one in the level. So you had to jump over the enemies to get past them. And some of the spike pits you had to get over were like almost impossible. Like I remember like the second or third area, I'd always die off and lose all my lives. I had to start over from the beginning, like constantly.
Yeah. I think I've played it maybe once, and that game is pretty difficult. TJ, did you ever have like an old console like that, like a Nintendo Entertainment System or a Super Nintendo?
I mean, God, what did we have? I mean, listen, I can remember back to having, a Spectrum ZX81. That's how far, that's how old I am. As far as the sort of gaming consoles go, I remember in my early 20s, I was in a touring production of this show, like a theatre show. We were touring all over the UK and into Europe and what have you. And one of my mates, Andy, had, I think it was a Nintendo 64. What was the one that had GoldenEye on it?
That was the N64.
Right. So he had that and he had GoldenEye, and that's all we needed. I mean, just absolutely superb. So lots of fun, playing that. And of course, racing to where the body armor was hidden and to try and get there first. What else? As far as Star Wars games, no, I have no experience with any Star Wars games. And even like hearing what the lads are saying, oh, this game had this and this game had that, I've never heard of them, and hearing Kevin say, oh, there was this one level you had to jump over a spike pit, and if you landed in it and it was practically impossible not to land in it, you'd have to start again. It's interesting for me to hear, because again, I know how people, developers and everything, agonize over all this stuff. So to make like such a glaring error and miss that, I'd be like, how the hell do you miss that? But my experience with Star Wars games is just the Battlefront game, you know, that I was in, and I thought it was brilliant. I was rubbish, but the game I thought was a lot of fun. But I have seen people playing it on you know, the multiplayer with each other online and stuff, and that to me, I won't say traumatic, but it's so manic. I don't think I could handle that. Like it. I mean, I think you have to get really, really good at it, and it's all so fast. Like that's the thing about the modern games and the games that I used to play, is that it's so fast. And again, a couple of the lads on here have used the word immersive a couple of times, and again, that just wasn't my experience when I was a child. It was all very 2D, you know, Atari, Spectrum, ZX81, you know, totally flat, you know, tanks would be, you know, a box with another little box coming out the end, and, you know, stuff like that. So even those controllers that have these things, you know, with the thumbs, the joysticks that you can control 360 degrees with the thumbs, that took a lot of getting used to for me. And actually my wife, when we met, which was, you know, 20 years ago, and we were just kind of mates, you know, she was big into games, and, you know, she used to play games. We'd be talking, you know, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, or, you know, when you're sort of young and you kind of, oh, I really fancy you. I really fancy you. You know, and you're doing all that sort of stuff. And you're chatting to each other at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. She'd always be playing games. I believe she was on a Commodore or something, like, mate, you know, way back in the day. So yeah, for me, as far as Star Wars games go, the only experience I have is Battlefront 2. And again, I just thought it was extraordinary. I mean, these modern games just blow my mind, man.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you bring up immersion, because I was looking through the worst list that these gentlemen gave me. Two of them brought up a game that I think is interesting, that tried to bring the player into immersion but didn't quite work out as well, and that's Star Wars Connect. And I know 2 of you had that on your list. Jared, you're smiling.
I don't have it on my list. It's not
you don't have it on your list. So, Kevin and Steven have them on their list. Steven, why don't we start with you first? So obviously you must have played the game in order to put that on your list, correct?
Yeah, man. For a 2012 game, like the Kinect wasn't exactly the best piece out there, and the game just didn't work half the time. Like when you ask someone about Star Wars Connect, they go, "Oh, the dancing game," because like that's all that ever came out of it, really. But the controls were like weird. Like you see people trying to use like the whole connecting, like using the Force, like it doesn't work half the time. It was just kind of a mess in general.
Stephen, did you say the dancing game, as in dancing?
Yeah. The biggest thing that came out of it was there was a subsection in that game. It was like Galactic Dance Off or something, where like they had parodies of like songs except Star Wars.
I can literally see Jared with his head in his hands. Literally. Imagine the intergalactic dance off, you know, Yoda like doing the running man into the center of the circle. Like, go Yoda, go Yoda. Yeah.
Yeah, watching Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine bust a move is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, you just don't need that in your life, do you, really?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Kevin, how about you? Do you echo those sentiments, or?
Same thing as what Steven just said, is it didn't work most of the time. Like, unless you did it like specifically, like spot on, like nothing would work. And with me, it was also like my apartment's not that big, so I didn't have a whole lot of room to do it. So it had time my arm would be off the camera trying to do what I needed to do for it, and it wouldn't take.
Oh dear.
And then again, the whole dancing game.
Yeah.
Not enough room for you to dance in your small apartment. Is that what the problem was there?
Yeah, and the songs weren't great, but
right.
I remember it was like right after it came out, one of the conventions out here, they had their like big show, and they wanted a couple of the stormtroopers to do one of the dances. Like, those are CG characters. We can't bend like that.
No, sure.
That is the thing. TJ, I don't know if you've ever worn like plastic armor,
Yes.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got the full. Let me find some pictures. I've got the full get-up. Was made for me lovingly by some fabulous members of the 501st. What was his name? I think it was Radu. I think that's what his name was.
So
Lovely
you
man.
understand. So you understand the
Dude, I get
difficulty
it.
of moving about.
Yes, I get it, mate. Yeah, especially the helmets. Like, you can't see anything through those friggin' helmets. You know, excuse me for looking down at my phone. I'm just trying to find photos of myself in the full Inferno Squad getup. But yeah, I've got the full thing. Like, you know, I've got the gun, and it's actually a paintball gun as well. Like, it shoots things for real. I don't know if anyone saw that when we were on the Star Wars show, which is great fun. We went and did, Janina and I and the Star Wars show gang, we went off and we did this sort of paintball event, and we were dressed up in our Inferno Squad.
That's right. I remember. Yeah, you guys and Andy and Anthony.
Yeah, exactly. It was great fun, and they're lovely as well. Andy and Anthony are lovely people. So let's have a look. Here we go. So yeah, so that's, can you see that? Let's try and get it so it there.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So that's me in the full kind of get up. Maybe it's easier if it's a little further away. It's just very difficult to do it without a reflection.
Wow. Yeah,
there you go. So
yeah,
so I've got the full on thing, and I mean, look, it's difficult just to walk around in, let alone fight, let alone dance. My goodness. So yeah, it's the idea of intergalactic dancing, especially if they're stormtroopers. No, leave that to those characters. Remember those women that have the things that coming out of their heads, and they're great dancers. Again, I'm so good with the original ones. I'm not that great with the new ones. Jabba had this poor dancing girl on a chain. She's got these big sort of blue things that come out of her head. She was an amazing dancer, but she's wearing like a bikini or whatever. So yeah, significantly easier. If they had stormtroopers in bikinis, they'd probably be able to buff the move. But until they have that add-on to their, when they get armored bikinis, they'll be able to dance and fight at the same time.
I'm not sure, because EA holds the license to publish the games. I'm not sure if there's anything in development of a new Star Wars dancing game.
Okay, no armored bikinis in our imminent future. Is that what you're telling me, James?
Unless that's the next project you're working on.
I tell you what, mate. With these legs, they'll be missing out if they don't make that the next project. Dancing around in a stormtrooper bikini. Yeah, I am working on something else, and Anthony Scordy was on it, which was lovely. So that was nice to see him. We were having a lovely chat yesterday, but of course I can't say what the project is or what it's related to or anything. But again, fans of Battlefront 2 will remember him. Iden's dad and all that commander. So yeah, it was nice to see him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. I never had an Xbox 360. I was strictly PlayStation, so I never got to experience the joy that was Star Wars Connect.
Right. That sounds like you've dodged a bullet, mate.
Yeah. What can I say? Like, there's only so many consoles that one can dedicate at a time.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, fantastic. Let me go through the list just one more time to make sure that I'm not missing any anomalies. Here we go. Let's talk about the racing games just real briefly. So if anyone's played Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, that's probably one of the top, not just Star Wars games, but probably racing games in general. Would you agree, everyone? Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
I agree.
Unfortunately, I haven't played it, so I can't say anything.
No. Well, I was looking through the list. A couple of you had Super Bombad Racing, and that's sort of Star Wars meets Mario Kart. Real quick, who had that on their list?
Yeah.
Steven. So what is it about? I never played it, but why do you think I shouldn't play it?
Well, yeah, one is a Mario Kart clone. I mean, you might as well go play a fun Mario Kart game. And well, what do you do like when you put like cartoonish, big-headed Star Wars characters throwing stuff at each other? Yeah, and then let alone the name itself, like, that's another reason why you shouldn't even touch it. But yeah, there's plenty of other racing games out there. You better touch before that one. That's all I'm gonna say.
Right. And Jared, you had Racer's Revenge as one of yours. I had never played that. I've seen gameplay footage of it, and it looked okay, but I guess it wasn't really connecting for you.
For me, it was the control scheme. So I just bought PlayStation Racer on my on PS4, and I was playing that episode 1 Racer, everything. It was great fun. Racing with friends, there weren't any AI, which I was disappointed in. You only raced against each other. So I was like, Racer's Revenge, it has AI and it has split screen. Let's try it. And the controls were awful because each one of your joysticks controls the left and the right engine. So you push forward the joysticks and both engines power up. You pull back on them and they power down. And so trying to turn or even drive the game strictly in first person as well, it was just horrible controls.
That sounds
almost sounds sort of vomit inducing. You know,
well, it
sounds experience.
It sounds similar to what the Racer Arcade, did, where you had to pull and push each lever, just to turn. Like you had to pull down one to turn, and vice versa.
Mm.
Yeah. Well, so we have a surprise guest coming in to round us out, and this is our squad leader, Mr. Daniel Brown. Let me make sure that he's joining. Daniel, so good to see you.
Yeah. I'm not sure how surprising I am, but well, I don't know. My kid might tell you I'm pretty surprising. He's a little tired of me jumping out of the corner, jumping out around the corner.
Yep.
So, I've been watching the panel. It's been really fantastic, and thank you so much for joining us, TJ. It's really been awesome to hear some of these stories that you wouldn't normally hear. And like I said earlier, your shirt is just perfect for this. So I am the squad leader for Inferno Squad, and I'm a member of Garrison Tyrannus, which is our Virginia 501st group. And what I'd like to do is I would like to make you an honorary member of Inferno Squad. So I mean, I don't see how we couldn't. So
bless you. That's really very kind of you. Thank you, Daniel.
We have our Garrison patch here.
Wonderful.
Then we have our unit patch here, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And
yes.
then over here in this corner, we have our very own Inferno Squad patch that we came up for these events. So we are so happy that you were able to join us, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. It's really very kind of you, and I've enjoyed it immensely today, chatting with yourself and with James and with the rest of the lads, with Jared and Stephen and Kevin. It's been a lovely time, man, and I'm glad as well that you get to hear perhaps stories that one doesn't typically get to hear. Like again, if I'm invited to something like this. As with everything in my life, I try to be as authentic and genuine as possible and steer away from generic answers that one has heard 1,000 times. I think that that's part of the pleasure for fans of any particular, film series or games or whatever it may be. They do want to hear genuine, authentic stories, which perhaps one could only learn from firsthand experience. And so, and again, like I said, I take my connection to the Star Wars world very seriously. And so it's been a pleasure for me to chat to you all today.
Well, I can tell you that the squad up here takes what you guys have built very seriously, and we have kind of latched on to the Inferno name, and that means probably something a little bit more than even what it did in the story. We've kind of taken that and talked some with each other about how it means that we can spread light and
sure
things like that to the community.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate
Absolutely.
you helping us do that with this Make-A-Wish benefit.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Very happy to be a part of it. And just as well, I remember you chaps were saying that you're broadcasting this over several different platforms. Again, because I've had this before, like people have tried to reach out to me before on Facebook, and I'm not actually on Facebook, and I've sort of never been on Facebook. So I think there are some TJ Raminis on there, and they have my picture on there and everything, but they're not actually me. And I would hate for somebody to kind of send me a message or whatever and not necessarily hear back. It's just because I'm not on there. But I am on Twitter and I am on Instagram. So if people, want to send me a message or whatever and say, oh, hi TJ, or ask me a question about Inferno Squad or Star Wars, or whatever it may be. Again, I don't want to feel like I'm ignoring everybody. Obviously, there are times that I can't answer or I can't answer everybody. But if people do want to reach out to me, Twitter and Instagram, but not on Facebook, because I've never had a Facebook account.
All right, fantastic. Well, once again, thank you to everyone for helping to bring this panel to life in a most wonderful way. We have a lot more going on today during this InfernoCon. Oh, Mr. Brown, was there something else that you needed to ask regarding the final panel?
No, nothing right now.
Nothing right now. Okay, I was just making sure that I wasn't missing.
Thank you. Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, until then, thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Jared, Stephen, Kevin, TJ. Hope to speak to all of you again in the near future.
Absolutely. May the force be with you, chaps.
And also with
you, sir.
Indeed. Thank you so much. All right then, boys. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Tim, are you taking over for us?
Yes, sir. Yep. All right. So we're now going to cut over to, we have a pre-recorded interview with one of our special guests, Greg Grunberg. It'll be about 15 minutes. We will not be taking questions because it's obviously pre-recorded. So if we will rejoin here about 15 minutes with the live portion. But please enjoy watching Greg and this great interview with our host James, who is doing double duty in this panel and then as well as the next. So we'll see everybody then. All right, everybody. Like I said, we're going to go quickly to our next pre-recorded interview with Greg Grunberg. Sorry if I cut that song short. You can find the songs on YouTube. The person's name is Samuel Kim, Kim, Samuel. A whole bunch of Star Wars mashups. They're having holiday songs, as well as the other music provided by ATIN Piano. You may have seen it going around, making the rounds with a couple of viral videos of Carol of the Bells mixed in with various other songs. So we're going to cut over to the Greg interview. Again, it's pre-recorded, so please enjoy. And we'll be back in 15 minutes after this. So thanks, everybody, again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking with us through this wonderful InfernoCon we have. Our next guest here needs no introduction. You know him through various works such as Felicity, Heroes, Lost, And obviously, for the sake of this con, most importantly, the one and only Snap Wexley in both The Force Awakens and The Rise of Skywalker. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to bring on and introduce Mr. Greg Grunberg. Greg, it's great to have you.
Hey. Oh, it's so great to be here and not be introduced as Crash Wexley. I know is coming at some point. People are going to be like, ladies and gentlemen, the worst pilot in Hollywood. He crashed the plane on Lost and then went down in a burning, smash in episode 9.
Well, come on. Let's not forget about Porkins.
That's true. Absolutely. No, I'm in great company. I'm so thrilled to be here. I love the 501st, and so when you guys asked me to do this, I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" InfernoCon, I'm in. Let's do it.
Absolutely. Well, let's just get right to it. So as we said before, you are the one and only Snap Wexley, one of the fine pilots of the Resistance. How do you yourself personally identify with Snap Wexley? And when you had to become the character, was it something that you had to put a lot of thought into developing, or how did all that come together?
It's an interesting question, right? So if I'm being honest, it was like I was a kid in a candy store. This is the dream of all dreams. This is what somebody says. What's the one role that you would love? Well, first of all, what's the one project you'd love to be in? And I know I was in Star Trek too, and I had a little role in that. But this is it for me. I mean, Star Wars, nothing bigger, nothing better. And then to be able to work with J.J. Abrams, who was my oldest and dearest friend since we were 5 years old, that's just beyond. So, and that's not a Star Trek reference. That is absolutely like the greatest thing ever. So when that all happened, and JJ said, come to London, and I've got this great part for you. When I got there, and then I heard the name Snap Wexley, I was like, okay. And I didn't have much time to prepare. I didn't know he kept it all secret. It was all very, very top secret. And he had kind of, as he always does, because we're such good friends, he's like, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? But with Star Wars, he really kept everything, close to the vest. And he just said, he would let me know how excited he was about the storytelling aspects of it. And he is so hard on himself and wants to put out such a great script and characters and, really satisfy the canon in every way he can. So I knew I was in good hands, obviously I always do. But then to hear that I was going to be an X-Wing pilot, I was like, that's what we all pretended to be when we were kids, So it was just incredible. But like I said, I didn't really have time to prepare that much for it. But it's what the interesting part is to put yourself into that time. Where is that time? What are the things that character? And again, I didn't have that much dialogue that would lend itself to this. But as an actor, you always just think, what's my character thinking about at that time? And who are the people that I really care about in my personal life? And how long have I known Poe and the rest of the team and all of that? Like, you think about it because you're trusting these people that you work with, the character works with, and their life and death situations. And obviously the fate of the Resistance and the fate of the world is on your shoulders at times when you're going on a mission or you're part of a mission. So all of that stuff, you just have to believe it, commit to it. And it really is, it's like, stay human, stay real. Don't be too heroic because, I've got your back, Poe. Like, no one wants to see that. They just want to see you be real. I mean, if you, James, were in that situation in real life, I mean, I'm just saying, if not given the opportunity to be in a movie, but if you were Snap Wexley, or if you were, another X-Wing pilot and we were flying together, it would just be James and Greg. I mean, so there's not much more than that, but you have to add the weight and the responsibility and the experience of knowing, okay, well, I didn't reach this level, as a pilot without being really good at what I do. So I have to have confidence. I have to not be afraid to die. I have to show vulnerability, but also be tough. All of that. But then when I sat in the X-Wing and I realized a lot of these buttons are put on with rubber cement and they're coming off, and I'm boy, I'm a really big guy for this thing, and oh, I feel claustrophobic. You know, all of that plays into how you play the role. But research, I did not. I mean, what am I going to research? And a lot of the books, my character hadn't been created yet, so I didn't know about my mom. I didn't know about Mr. Bones. I didn't know about all that stuff, you know, prior to shooting the first, you know, episode 7 for me.
Yeah, I was about to say that was how I first read about Snap, was through the first Aftermath book. You know, learning about his childhood and, you know, living with his mom, creating Mr. Bones. Have you ever gotten a chance to read through any of those books, or
I have, yeah. I mean, I've been on Wikipedia, you know, Wikipedia or whatever, and I've you know, my boys, I have 3 boys, and they are Star Wars nuts too, and so they'll be like, yeah, there's somebody who made a tribute video to you and your character online, and you know, there's so much history and there's all this backstory and stuff, and I, you know, with the way they're expanding the franchise, I really hope that I get to revisit this character in flashbacks or something, because it's the way that they've written it. I've talked to Charles Soule, who's, you know, one of the best Star Wars writers out there, and Charles and I have talked about this. They've really expanded my character in a great way, in a really smart way. And so I think it's rich enough that you could visit it for sure, and people wouldn't be shocked, like, why are they going to that character? I mean, I think people, you know, would be interested to see more of an origin story on my character, or at least be a part of a bigger origin story. You know, have my character be involved.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't announce a Snap Wexley show at the recent Disney investors meeting.
That would have been amazing. A Snap Wexley cooking show.
There we go.
The Snap Wexley Bake Off. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, of course, with you being a pilot, you know, being in that X-Wing cockpit, I mean, looking at I remember watching the movie, just like seeing the inside of the cockpit and seeing how everything was filmed, just like, wow, this is incredible. I haven't, you know, it's been a while since I've seen, you know, like flight like that.
Well, listen, I go to the conventions, right? And I think we've met, or I've met a bunch of, obviously 501st. You guys have been incredibly supportive with my charity work and everything. But I was at a con. I had just finished shooting the movie. When I got to Pinewood, one of the first things I did was walk onto the Millennium Falcon. And that was like, I mean, that was like going to church. That was incredible for me, going to a temple. You know, as a Jew, I'm like, it's like this holy sacred ground. And I walked in, and JJ was like, this is pretty cool, right? And I'm like, oh yeah. I mean, it's green screen and it's very rough and whatever, but you knew you were in, you know, the cockpit. And I was like, this is incredible. And I shouldn't have, and I wasn't allowed to, but I took a picture. And I was like, you know, click, click, click. And JJ was like, don't let anybody see you do it. Because they had security guards on the set everywhere. It was unbelievable, especially on 7. I mean, it was same on 9, but 9 we had all Make-A-Wish families and kids come in almost every day that we were shooting. It was wonderful. So it was a little bit more opened up. They did the same thing, I think, on 7, but it was really tight-lipped. But anyway, I took the picture, right? So then cut to a con. I'm at a Comic-Con, because it takes, whatever, a year and a half to do the special effects. And I see this replica of the cockpit. And these guys come over to my table and they go, hey, would you mind, you know, coming over? If you want, we'd love to show you the cockpit. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. It's awesome. So I walked the floor and whatever. And there's a bunch of people following me, and I get to their thing, and I'm sitting in the cockpit, and I realized, wow, this is so accurate. Like their attention to detail was just incredible. But I noticed a couple of things, and I am not that nerdy detail-y, you know, but I am detail oriented. And I noticed a couple things that were different. I was like, I mean, this is great, guys, don't get me wrong. And they were like, what? And the people laughed that were around. I said, but there's a couple things that were, you know, that they've changed. And what? I mean, they were all over me, because the movie wasn't going to come out for like 6 months. And I said, no. They were like, what's different? They were, I mean, honestly, you would have thought that I had the secret to long life or whatever. And I said, no. And they said, no. And so I said, okay, I'm going to show you this picture what? It blew their mind. They were like, I said, but I'm going to show it. I'm going to flash it, hold it for 3 seconds, and then take it down. They all gathered around. I opened it up on my phone. I showed them. I took it down. They left me so fast. They all went and huddled in a group, and they were like, "Did you see the extruder?" And then they had the energy source clearly was tied to the thing. I was like, "Oh my god!" And sure enough, they noticed like in the center console, like different things that I didn't even notice, but that were major changes. That's the excitement, man. That I was just, like there's been a couple of moments like that for me in the Star Wars world, working with all of these great actors, obviously, but a moment like that with the fans, that truly care, that have made it such a part of their life. It's just amazing. It's amazing to be a part of it. Just incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as I said in the beginning, you've been part of so many franchises, over the years. Felicity, Alias, Lost, Star Trek,
Heroes. Yeah.
The Driver in A Star Is Born.
Yeah, man.
My mom loves that movie.
Oh, it's great.
I saw it, she's like, "Oh my god, it's Snap!"
That's so good.
So now that you're part of the Star Wars family, how do you think it's changed your life in terms of like how fans have come up to you? Like, do you think it's different from like any of the other franchises you've been to? Like, when people come up to you, do they say, "Hey, look, it's the pilot from Lost," or "Look, there's Snap Wexley"?
Yeah, I mean, it's much deeper, much richer. I feel like I'm part of a real community. I mean, not just a fandom. I mean, these are people because of Star Wars. 501st, for example, these are people that we're lifelong friends now, and it's weird. I mean, we're not, it's not close friends. I'm not going to call you, James, and go, "Hey, James, I got a problem I got to talk to you about." You know what I mean? But if I need to get the word out about something, if I'm like, "Hey, I'm doing this really cool thing, I would love to let the Legion know, let every 501st member know." You guys are always like, "Yeah, absolutely." I'm like, "I'm doing this charity walk," and you guys come out and support in costume. Do you know what that means? I mean, you do know what that means, but what that means to me, what that means to the kids that are affected, what it means to the families to know they've got support with such a cool franchise. For all of us to be able to be a part of this in this way, I mean, we don't own it. We're not in control of it, but we're working hand in hand with it. I mean, I know that everything that you guys do is officially sanctioned. I mean, you work with Lucas. It's not like, you work with Disney and Lucasfilm and all of it. Like, it's not like you guys are taking advantage of it. They know how valuable the 501st is. They know how valuable the Rebel Legion is. They know how you know what I mean? It's just wonderful. And it's very, very different to, I mean, Heroes touched a lot of people. Heroes was a huge show all over the world. And I went on a world tour and everything to be recognized all over the world. Matt Parkman, big cop. I go to Japan and everyone's like, big cop, big cop. I'm glad they're saying cop because my mom's with me. But they're like, big guy, big cop, big cop. And then, but now since Star Wars, it's very different. Like, people they want to get closer to you. They want to talk to you about it. It's a richer experience is really what I'm saying is, people they want to know my opinion and how I've been, because Star Wars touches people a lot deeper than it does, a lot of these other things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, again, thank you very much, Mr. Grunberg. Was there anything that you'd like to say to our InfernoCon viewers?
I would love to. Yes, thank you. I'd love to invite everyone. This has been a really challenging year, and we're all home. We're not going to be going to New Year's parties. We're not going to be, doing the things that we normally would do on New Year's Eve to celebrate. And we do have a lot to celebrate: good health, family, friends, and hopefully, a much different year coming up, 2021. But to celebrate that, I've partnered with these guys called the Spirit Guides, and they are mixologists, and they're amazing. They have a huge following, and we're doing something called Virtual New Year's Eve. So it's virtualnye.com. If people go to virtualnye.com, they can buy tickets to this virtual New Year's Eve thing that we're doing, and it's going to be a blast. There's going to be music. They send you cocktails. You mix the cocktails with them, and we have an incredible DJ, and incredible guests and musicians. I'm going to be checking in with a bunch of fellow actors, seeing what they're doing on New Year's, checking in with them. It's going to be a blast. So go to virtualnye.com and check it out and buy whatever package level you can buy and be a part of this New Year's. We all deserve it, and it's going to be a blast, and I'm honored to be able to host it.
Fantastic. Well, I think I just heard someone come on. Mr. Brown, are you there?
I am.
What's up, Daniel?
Hey, wanted to thank you so much for joining us for InfernoCon and donating your time like this. We really appreciate it.
Dude, it's the least that I could do. I'm not wearing any pants. I mean, how hard is this for me to do?
That's the advantage of the of 2020, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean, not that the bottom half of the cosplay is the most difficult, but it's nice to know that you can cosplay from the belt up.
Yes,
but
sir.
no, dude, anytime you guys ever ask, the answer is always yes, because of how much respect and love I have for each and every one of you in the 501st. This is absolutely my pleasure, dude.
Well, we really appreciate what you've done for the Star Wars franchise and for us fans in general. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to grant you honorary membership on behalf of Inferno Squad and Garrison Tyrannus. We are the Virginia group. So Inferno Squad is the Northern Virginia group, and then Garrison Tyrannus is the larger Virginia group. So we've worked up a little certificate here with some of our unit patches and our special InfernoCon patch in the bottom. We're very honored to have you as a member.
Dude, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody. That's oh my God, that's going to be pride of place right in my office, man. I can't wait. Thank you so much. I'm honored. And did we meet in Virginia?
I don't think that you and I have met, but I know that you've met other members of our group.
Okay, yeah. Well, I look forward to meeting you then. When I'm out there and when we're back at the Comic-Cons and hanging out. But that is absolutely an honor. I don't take it for granted, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for helping us with this. I know that the Make-A-Wish people are going to be very excited about what we can bring to them, I hope.
Yeah, no, they will be. You guys are always there for them. You've always been there for me, and I'll always be there for you.
Merry Christmas.
You too. Have a safe holiday.
Right.
All right, everybody, welcome back to our next panel. We are talking That's No Moon. I'll give it to our host doing double duty from the last hour and this hour, James. Take it away, James.
Boy, that was a fun interview. But guess what? I got more people to talk with now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for our special Rebel Legion panel, That's No Moon, where we get to discuss Star Wars ships from not one, not two, but three various eras. But before we continue, as a reminder, we are still collecting donations for the Make-A-Wish Foundation on all of our platforms. So if you see that button for the Make-A-Wish, be sure to click it, and you know what to do the rest. But with that out of the way, I'd like to introduce my distinguished guests for this special panel. Why don't we go around and introduce ourselves and tell the viewers where each of you are from. Randy, we'll start with you.
Yeah, Randy Ward. I'm coming from both sides, the Rebel Legion and the 501st. Chesapeake 6 on one side and TI 62494 on the other side. Hailing from Maryland, so happy to be here.
All right. Next up is Mr. David.
I am Challenger 24 of Challenger Squadron from Apollo Base in Ohio. So I have an X-Wing pilot.
Excellent. Mr. Thomas.
I'm Thomas Schwanier. I am both Graveyard 8 with Rebel Legion Blue Ridge Base here in North Carolina. I'm also TI 11730 with the Carolina Garrison.
All right. Mr. Chris?
I'm Chris McCullough from the Chicago area, Narshada Base, Outlaw 23, Far Squadron, call sign Hawkbet, but also known as Peaches. So, yeah, that's where I'm from.
Mr. Justin.
Hi, my name is Justin Tarlow. I am from Saber Guild Corellia, one of the sister guild costume groups that is with Rebel Legion and the 501st. And I am the local states director for Saber Guild Corellia, which is in New Jersey, Central and North New Jersey.
Mr. Josh.
Hi, everyone. X-Wing pilot out of Sunfire Base from Southern California, but currently checking in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
And last but not least, Mr. Sam.
Hey, Sam Colson, also Kyvan Muriel on the boards. I've been around a lot, but currently I'm in Tacobana Base in Idaho.
Fantastic. Well, as you guys have heard, we've got guests from all over the country. But with that out of the way, why don't we get right to business? So as this panel entails, we are discussing our favorite ships from all three eras of Star Wars, including prequel, classic, sequels, and everything in between. So the way this will work is we're going to work our way from prequel and then move our way up to classic and then sequel. Each of our members has a ship that they like to present, that they like to make their case as to why it's their favorite ship from that era. And the first person that we will start with, as I have here on my list, is Mr. Sam Colson. Sam, it looks here on my list that you have the LAAT as your top ship for the prequel era.
Yeah, I do. It's been really fun getting with this panel and all the pre-chat that we've done getting ready for it. A lot of us, some of us are actual pilots, which is really exciting. I have been in a plane, but I am not a pilot. But just like the simulations, we've played a lot of video games and tabletop games in this group. And segueing from the previous panel about video games and why that helps us love Star Wars, it's such an immersive part of being a fan. The movies themselves are somewhat passive. You sit and you watch them and you can imagine yourself being in it, but you don't actually do anything. The games, whether they're being tabletop or whether they're being video games, allow you to insert yourself into the situation and you get to be the hero. It's really exciting. And for the Clone Wars era, I chose the Republic gunship because of the Xbox game for the Clone Wars. That ship is just so versatile. It's a troop transport. It's got 1 million guns on it that not only can be focused on a single target, but also can be spread out around it to keep itself really safe. All the turrets in every direction, rocket launchers, atmospheric, spaceborne. It can just do a lot. I also think it's really neat that it's based off of a Russian Mi-24 helicopter where they got the double bubble cockpit for it. If I can pull up my screen here.
You should be able to.
Yeah, it's coming up. You should be able to see my screen. If I pull this right next to this Russian helicopter, you can see the similarities between them, this double bubble cockpit. It's almost like if you cut off the tail here and just extended these wings, it's the same thing. And I think that's another part of what we like about Star Wars ships is that they're really relatable. They're grounded in what we've seen in the worlds, and it helps make it really be a lot believable and relatable.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on with our prequel ships. Mr. Justin, I see here that the Naboo Starfighter is your top.
Yes, it's one of my favorite starfighters from the prequel era. I mean, in episode 1, I know that we saw little Anakin Skywalker use it and using his pod racing skills to be able to get into the Trade Federation droid control center and let out two proton torpedoes to blow everything up. So I'll show you here. Let me give you the link to that so people can see.
All right.
Yep. As you can see, the design it looks like it's one, like the classic Italian Ferraris and Lamborghinis, you can see how it's bubbleized and how sleek it is, because Naboo was based off of the old cities of Italy from the movies for the location of that. But also, I want to show you that from here as well. Inside of it, it actually stored proton torpedoes in the bay, and you can see the engines and everything from there as well. And also with the way that it looks like it's like a precursor to the X-Wing, but not really. But it looks more like a Stingray. But with the R2 unit, the way that it worked is that it would house underneath, and then it would pull the top part of the astromech droid going all the way up. So the astromech droid is kind of out of its housing in order to help out with being the co-pilot for the pilot. So they're kind of like they're integrated in, so they can have full help with control, the steering, everything, and also doing the target computing and all. But it's been one of my favorites because of the fact that I like how it's sleek it is, and also that was one of the first starships that I got to play with from Rogue Squadron, and also for Battle of Naboo. And I always liked how nice and sleek it was, because it reminds me of one of those supercars that can fly around in space in the galaxy.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a nice ship. Just want to make sure our viewers are able to get a good look at each.
Yep.
So so this would be the ship proper.
Right.
And then all I have to do is and then we just need to pull up the next one.
Yep.
Mind if I add something on the N1 real quick, if you don't mind?
Sure.
The one thing I really liked about the N1 too is that it showed the distinction between the prequels and the original trilogy, of just like how the original trilogy was a very lived-in universe and everything,
right,
dirty and dirty, while the N1, especially in a nice environment, is like so pristine,
very polished,
very
Gilded
polished. It's like an old '60s roadster.
Oh, I just love the chrome on it too. That's
exactly
what really drew me into it. So as you can see, I wanted people to see what was in each part of the N1 Starfighter. So as you can see, it's kind of like having a Stingray Corvette, but in space.
And George is a very big automotive fan too, so you definitely can see where he takes his inspirations from vehicles and everything.
Yeah, and also the fact that he nearly got himself killed being a race car driver.
Well, he was fine. I know the people who responded to him, everything. He was okay.
No, but he has a huge love for racing. So
that goes back to American Graffiti.
Yes.
Actually, one of his first student films was filming Peter Brock around Willow Springs in a Can-Am car and everything. And then THX 1138, the film, uses a car that's called the Lola T70. It's a Le Mans racer, and the two cars are actually those Le Mans race cars. So sorry,
rock and roll.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and if you look at General Grievous's ship in Episode 3, it looks very much like something from 1938, perhaps a Packard or something that would be turned into a hot rod.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, from the 30s.
All right. Why don't we move to something a little bit bigger? Thomas, you have the Venator class Star Destroyer.
Yeah, definitely. I'd take a swing at the first capital ship that we're going to talk about, mostly because Sam beat me to the gunship. That's one of my favorites as well. There's something about it that is just cool.
I think part of the sound too.
Yeah, definitely. But the Venator class, I do have a thing for Star Destroyers, not going to lie. But the thing I like about the Venator is it's not just a Star Destroyer, it's a fighter carrier, and it carries over 400 fighters and gunships and landing craft. And so, I mean, we talk about force multiplication arriving on the scene. That's huge. That's, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say, but it's a beautiful ship. It's a really cool layout. I love the hangar deck that runs the entire length of the ship, opens up. You can launch a whole bunch of ships all at once. Like I said, and fighters, lots and lots of fighters.
I would double down on the hangar design on the Venator compared to a lot of other capital ships we've seen. The fact that it's got multiple entry and exits on it really makes it the biggest carrier in all of Star Wars, except for maybe like a Quasar class. But even then, I think that the Venator is probably more versatile than it.
Yeah, I think the Venator can hold its own in addition to having lots and lots of fighters, whereas something like the Quasar, yeah, it's a fighter carrier, but I wouldn't want to take that up against something else.
Well, for me, this is one of the things that sets Star Wars apart. Other than there's maybe one, maybe two other science fiction universes that we see on screen that actually use fighters and have capital ships that have fighter screens, something that we would see some semblance of modern tactics as opposed to just putting Napoleonic Age of Sail capital vessel combat in space.
Battlestar
And I think that's
Galactica did a really good job at that.
right.
That's the one I
would
go
agree.
to.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Our next ship that we're looking at is the Y-wing, and no, not the Rebel Y-wing. We're talking about the Republic Y-wing.
So we're going to talk about this a little bit. I'm Dave, by the way, all the way here from Ohio, and I'm going to talk about this as in the Y-wing is the only ship that shows up, even though it has gone through gradual progression, in all three eras. It's one of the two ships we see right away in A New Hope, and I have a picture here of the Rebellion one. Let's see if we can get that up there. Yep, and you can see the differences here. Is in the engines. There's more paneling, there's more armor, and unfortunately I don't have a really good picture of it from the Clone Wars era. But in the extended universe, there was always the information that the Y-wing was a two-seater, that there was a pilot and a gunner, much like a snow speeder, and we don't really see that in the original trilogy. When we do first see that is really in the Clone Wars animated series, where you have say Anakin or Ahsoka flying a Y-wing, and then there's a bubble canopy on the back with the cannon. And with that, they're slow, they're heavy, they're fulfilling a bombing role. There we go. You can see the progression here in the upper left-hand corner. That red is the Rebellion, or is the Clone Wars era. You can see it has a lot more paneling to it. You can make out the bubble canopy in the back where the gunner would sit. Yep, right there. And that's an ion cannon, though. Again, Star Wars in lore versus Star Wars on the screen are sometimes two different things. And we wouldn't get that second seat again in the Y-wing model until the lower left-hand corner, which is the Zori Bliss Y-wing from Rise of Skywalker. So with that, I love the ship. I love the design. I love something that looks, the thing that has always drawn me to Star Wars is the lived-in universe. Then we got the Y-wing cannons and the configuration and things of that nature. It's a great ship. I love looking at it. It's a little heavier than an X-wing, a little bit more ponderous. Perhaps not as much of a finesse fighter, but it was able to provide close support to ground troops, as well as providing interdiction for capital classes and things of that nature. So that's why it's a great ship, in my opinion.
Wow. I feel like I'm taking a college course on these ships.
This is just the courses this panel goes there, James.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated how you guys are presenting all of this. So I'm looking through. So with that,
and to go on that further, James, really a lot of this material has been able to fleshed out in such detail, partly because it's been used in games so much, and there's the mechanics of it that need to be built in. But a lot of these, incredible cross sections, books that have been put out, and especially I think the Haynes Owners Workshop manuals that are out there really get down into all the nitty gritty of the little components that make these machines work. These books are done by people that do the same illustrations for actual aircraft, actual automotive design and engineering. So that realism gets translated over and put into this, and it's very interesting to dig
And we'll
into.
go back to something we said earlier, that Lucas was a fan of the World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam era aircraft, and the ships. So a lot of the tactics are directly relatable to tactics that are in the militaries of the world. And the ships were designed based upon things of the past. Like, take the classes. There is a distinct interceptor. There is a distinct bomber. There is a distinct multi-role fighter. And you can directly correlate that to militaries around the world.
I would tend to agree, and to piggyback on the point about the gaming. My first gaming experience, besides Empire Strikes Back on the Atari 2600, which really didn't lend anything to what we're talking about, I played the Star Wars role-playing game by West End Games, and West End Games lived in the universe after Return of the Jedi, but before Tim Zahn wrote any books. And they had to produce material whole cloth. And so they said the Millennium Falcon, while a cool ship, is actually from this class of ships, and it's called a YT-1300. And anyone can have one, so you don't have to be Han Solo to fly a ship like the Millennium Falcon. And that stuff that started in games where they just had to answer questions that didn't really have any answers have now finally come back into the movies. Like Kylo Ren refers to the Falcon, General Hux refers to the Falcon as a YT class transport in The Force Awakens.
And it was very early. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was going to say is that then that's very great where they've taken all that, and then it's been expanded upon even more within like all the novels and stuff too, and they've used the holocron system that like Pablo used to run and everything to keep it all in track. And then now we're going to get a movie off of this material pretty much with the Rogue Squadron one. And which is really great is that Patty, who's the new director of that, her father was an F4 Phantom pilot.
Yeah.
And so she appreciates and wants that. And then then Michael Stackpole did I am so psyched that someone who appreciates this and understands this is writing stuff, because he wrote the books that took on from the X-Wing games and everything and that universe and really helped us live in it too. So, we're all invested in this, and there's just so much detail and everything it's just we could go on this for 12 hours.
Go on, yeah.
Right.
I want to use up all of our time.
Well, I think for that, the benefit of Rogue Squadron, just as an in-universe thing, is, hey, let's talk about people who aren't Luke Skywalker. And we see that directly related, I think, in The Mandalorian.
Rogue One.
And Rogue One. And let's
As
talk
well
about
as,
people who aren't Jedi.
As well as Black Squadron from the sequel movies. I mean, I like the fact that there is an actual squadron of these ace pilots that are helping out General Organa, with Poe Dameron and our buddy that Greg Grunberg plays,
Snap Wexley.
Yep, Snap Wexley.
Still be
It's a dangerous profession.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Organa, David, you had the Rebel Blockade Runner.
I didn't realize I had the Fiat. I have the back-to-back turns. All right, cool.
I know.
So we're going to talk about the Rebel Blockade Runner, or the Tantive 4. So this is the first ship we see in A New Hope. 1977, lights go down. We see Star Wars. We see the crawl. And then we get Blockade Runner from the top of the screen. And the best thing about that, in my opinion, is it sets up the tone of this film. We have a small ship that looks like it's a hot rod, right? It's got huge engines, what looks like probably a tiny bridge in the front, a thin middle section, but these engines are gargantuan. And from that, here comes this huge Star Destroyer coming into screen. And what that really sets up, especially with audiences like us, is we probably think the small ship is fleeing the big ship. The small ship doesn't have what it takes to get away or whatever, but it sets up an underdog situation. So we start understanding that the rebellion is a small force going up against a bigger force almost immediately, and it starts with the ships. And then we see that the entire ship, not only is it tiny in comparison, and it's not really doing any damage to the Star Destroyer, but it's able to be consumed by the Star Destroyer. And just the character of that ship allows us to understand the conflict that is about to unfold, and gives us our first clues into what the rebellion versus the Empire is going to look like. And with that, I love the ship just because not only is it the first thing that we see, but the hot rod feel of it. It has 2 antennas. You get the feeling that like a small crew could run it. It doesn't take hundreds or even thousands of crew members. It takes maybe 20, and we get to see the rebellion put up a heroic stand in that. And I'm like, I want to be a part of that team, somebody who's crewing on that ship or whatever. But it sets the rebellion apart from the faceless stormtroopers and stuff like that. And we talked about before this, are we going to talk about just the in-universe stuff, the motivations and things like that? And also the production. And the neat thing about that is that for folks who want to delve a little deeper into the filmmaking aspect of it, the model of the Tantive 4 actually has 2 posters inside the cockpit or inside the bridge that are off screen, and one's a Star Wars poster and one's like a racy poster on the other side, but they put that inside the model just to make it feel like it was lived in, even though it was never going to be seen. So don't frame by frame it on the Blu-ray. You can't see it. They're outside the camera angle, but they're there. And again, it's just something that looks lived in. It has escape pods. Like there's a lot of stuff that makes this feel modern. Again, as opposed to, in my opinion, the Napoleonic Age of Sail stuff that we saw in Star Wars, or not in Star Wars, but in other science fiction systems in the past, where
like Star Trek.
We have like Well, I didn't want to necessarily mention by name, but yes, you're exactly right. Star Trek is Napoleonic Age of Sail in space. So with that, it's one of the reasons I love the Tantive 4. I'm kind of glad that they kept it going. Now, the other interesting thing that's behind this is that the Tantive 4, or the Rebel Blockade Runner, was the basis for the ship that Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon show up in The Phantom Menace, which I have a little Lego model of right here.
And that was
you
got it from the Advent calendar.
Pre-production.
Advent calendar.
I did get the Advent calendar. Yep. Yes, and it was a Ralph McQuarrie reproduction. And for those of you who go into the deep lore, into Star Wars that could have been, the Rebel Blockade Runner was actually what the Falcon looked like before it was the Falcon. So they decided to go a different direction with it. They decided to design a different ship for the Falcon. But the original Docking Bay 94 is the Tantive 4, except the bridge is rotated 90 degrees and has the glass that we see on the Falcon on it. So it's another reason I love this ship. And with that, that's where I am with that. I'm happy that ship keeps showing up in Star Wars. People love it. And it shows up in Rise of Skywalker. And it actually shows up in the Clone Wars and in Rebels. So I'm happy to see it there too.
It's the old reliable of Star Wars.
Very much so.
Yeah. Well, Randy, you got some big capital ships of your own that you like to discuss.
I do. It kind of starts leaning back over to what David was saying. So David talked about what Star Wars has done really good with the capital ships is to mimic what naval combat is. You have your big capital ships, then you have your smaller and even smaller, faster ships like the destroyer to the aircraft carrier. So the Rebel Blockade Runner, or the CR-90A Corvette, Imperial equivalent, the Raider class, or for those Battlefront players, the Corvus, the Raider class Corvette, they were the equivalent. They're the fast attack ships. But then you move into the more larger cruisers. And I built a PowerPoint presentation, so I'm going to share that.
Oh, boy. Are you able to share your screen? Yes, you are.
Let me know if you see that. Everybody seeing that?
Yep, there we go. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so going into mimicking. So for me, I've always loved the capital ships. Now, in the movies, Empire Strikes Back was the first time you really saw the Rebel fleet and the Imperial fleet. You saw the Devastator, which was the ship that was chasing the Tantive 4. That's really all you saw in Episode 4. And then you get to Episode 5, and well in Episode 6, the ships started taking up their identity. In the expanded universe and in the video games, they all had names. They had commanders. They had people that were crewing them. If you read a lot of the books, you get to know who the commanders are, of these ships. So I'm going to go through a few of them here and talk. I'm going to go increasing on size. So the first one that comes up is this guy right here, the Nebulon B class frigate. The first time we see this guy was in Empire Strikes Back when Luke was getting his hand reconstructed. The Salvation, the medical frigate. It is a frigate. It is a workhorse. They show up in Rogue One. They show up all over the place, but it is truly a frigate. If you ever played the Armada game, it's a super weak ship too. It's not really made for combat. Let me switch slides here. On the Imperial side, this ship should be very familiar to anybody that's been playing Squadrons, watched Rebels, or been watching The Mandalorian this season. The Imperial Light Cruiser, or the Architans class cruiser. First, I think it appeared first of all in Rebels, but it's similar equivalent. It's moderately armed, doesn't really have a huge squadron in it. It is a support ship for the larger battle group. Then you move into what is called the Quasar Fire class. First time we saw this was in Rebels. We were talking earlier about how Star Wars mimicked that the larger ships stay back and they launch the fighter forces. If you've ever played some of the video games, you ever played the miniatures game, Armada miniatures games, and this is very mimicking how military doctrine has been since Pearl Harbor. The fighters beyond line of sight are taking care of the battle. And what the Quasar Fire is, it is truly nothing but a fighter hangar. It's launching bombers, it's launching fighters. That's what it is. It's not a battleship like a Star Destroyer. It is a fighter carrier, more equivalent to an aircraft carrier. But all the doctrine of both sides is to launch a bunch of fighters into it. If you ever played the Star Wars miniatures game Armada, you will lose a game. A fleet of little, low point value fighters and bombers can take down an ISD very, very easily. So moving over to the Rebel side, and if you ask me what my favorite capital ships are, they are the Rebel cruisers. Now, what makes the Rebel cruisers so very interesting? So the Empire had deep pockets. They were able to commission these large ships built for battle purposes. The Rebels, of course, ragtag crews trying to put together stuff. All the Mon Calamari cruisers that we know as the Rebel battleships were cruise ships. They were passenger transport vessels. They were not built for battleships, but they were converted for a battleship. So it's kind of one of those ironies in great Star Wars. So the Mon Calamari people were looked down upon by the Empire, but then turn around, it was their shipbuilding design that ended up helping take them down. So it's one of those ironies in the Star Wars universe. So this
is like a very World War I troop ship analogy too. Very
much so, yes. So this right here, this is the MC-75, also known as the Profundity from Admiral Radis's command ship. Anybody that plays Squadron should know exactly where that is and where the are and where the firing control system is. This guy right here, so there were two classes of the MC-80. There was the Liberty class and the Home 1 class. There was only one Home 1 class. This image here is of the MC-80 Liberty. How you can tell the difference? The Liberty has wings, Home 1 does not. But the Liberty has the distinction of being the first ship destroyed by DS2. So in the Battle of Endor, the first time the Death Star fires the big gun, it destroys the Liberty. So then you move over to what we know as the Rebel command ship. This was Home 1. This was Admiral Akbar's command ship. This was the Rebel command ship. Again, it was a converted passenger liner converted into a battle cruiser. If you've ever played the video games, this is a broadsider. In traditional sail naval battles, it's a broadside. All the weapons are off to the side. If you ever play the miniatures game, Armada, you do not want to get on the side arc of an MC-80 with any other ship. They can one-shot you and take you out in one round. So it's a broadside ship. Huge fighter bays on it, obviously capable battle cruiser, Admiral Akbar's command ship. And then, as we were talking about a few minutes ago about when the Devastator, Vader ship comes in, you have the traditional Imperial Class 2 Star Destroyer. Now, there were several Star Destroyers we saw. There was the Victory class, there was the Imperial Class 1, and this is an Imperial Class 2 Star Destroyer. There was also the Executor Class Super Star Destroyer that we saw that was Vader's command ship. But in Episode 4, the Devastator was, and in Rogue One, the Devastator was Vader's command ship. Anybody plays the games, what's the first thing you take out if you're trying to destroy a Star Destroyer? Shield generators, the two balls up at the top, this guy and this guy. If you're trying to destroy it, the weakest part of a Star Destroyer is on the back end. You do not want to get, in direct contrast to the Rebel battleships, broadsiders, this was a from the bow. All the weapons were essentially pointed forward and somewhat to the sides, but the rear end of it was not very well defended with guns. It's just where the main engines were. So in all the games, whether it's video or tabletop, the back end is where you do the attack, and you always take out the two shield generators right there. So, Going back to me, if you ask me what my favorite ship is, I gotta go back to the Liberty. If you go play the original 1990s X-Wing games, X-Wing and TIE Fighter, the LucasArts games that were just amazing. I remember playing the missions that had both the flagship Independence. Everybody remembers that, the flagship Independence, which was an MC-80 ship. So I've always gone back to the large cruisers. They all have names, they all have crews, they all have stories. And that's why I love them so much. So let me turn this sharing off here while everybody chats. How do I turn this off? And stop share. Here we go.
One cool difference is between the Rebels and the Empire you can see is that the Star Destroyer is also designed not just for ship battle, but planetary conquest to a degree. It's got a squadron. It's got 72 TIE fighters, legions of stormtroopers, armor things. It's designed to be a one flotilla, literally, to take out a planet and everything. Because literally, there's no real peer that they have to a degree. I mean, you have the Rebel Alliance, but there's no side-to-side peer, which we see in a lot of the tactical thinking and technology of the Empire to a degree. It follows on with the TIE fighter and everything too, that there's no real peer adversary. It's more of little people and civilians you have to deal with. So hence the design of the TIE fighter and such.
Great segue.
I agree. And for me, from a production thing, talking about again the end of Empire Strikes Back, 40 years this year, yay. That you were talking about the first fleets, we're seeing large gathering of ships, and we see the rebellion in retreat and outside the plane of the galaxy and stuff. From our worldview, that shot always makes me say a ragtag fugitive fleet searching for a shining planet known as Earth. Like, I always feel like that's an answer to Battlestar Galactica that we've brought up before. It's like, if you want to see a fleet of ships, here's a fleet of ships. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone else has had that feeling, but that was my feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was just getting the word of a 5-minute warning. So why don't we close it off? Sorry, we're not able to get to all the ships putting on the list, but what you guys been presenting has been amazing. Let's round it off with the next ship that we have, shared by both Chris and Josh, the one and only X-Wing.
Yeah, so I guess I'll take it away, and then maybe Josh was also doing the TIE Fighter, we can throw in there too, since they are kind of the parody that we know of all of Star Wars to a degree. I love the X-Wing. It is just my absolute favorite ship. It is the hero ship we see, the little underdog, but it's also it is so cool looking. I mean, the TIE Fighter is very out of the world design, something we wouldn't see on Earth. Well, the X-Wing is really grounded. We see, 4 engines, kind of intakes to a degree, outtakes, but it's also got like the strike foils that look like wings. I mean, when you see A New Hope the first time, especially in the original, and they open the S foils, and you're just like, whoa, okay, this is cool. Like, after you do the cult, I mean, it is just, I'm getting tingles right now, actually, just even.
When it did it in Rebels, when they said lock S foils, you were crying.
Oh yeah. It was great. I mean, and it's such a great ship because it has so many tie-ins to like modern technology. I kind of compare it to an F-15 Strike Eagle nowadays. It's an air superiority craft, but has interdiction and backward capabilities attacks. The big difference between the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter is shields and hyperdrive. TIE Fighters are designed to be based around a single ship and keep the squadrons there. You kind of also keep your people under check and don't let them, goof off or rebel even. X-Wings were designed to be very more independent ships. Strike hard, strike fast, go behind enemy lines, be able to survive and get back. So that's a hyperdrive thing too. Very mess up supply lines, but also be able to carry a punch, which we see in the destruction of the Death Star. I could keep going on and on. I know we're really close to time, so I'm trying to really get this done real quick. But it looks so cool. It's so capable. I mean, in Empire Strikes Back, we see it has a cargo bay, so it has stuff. So, it is not just, I'm going to go out there and have nothing. There's thought behind the design and the process. And it looks so cool. It is, every note I had has just gone out my window, just my brain just talking about this. I mean,
it's a very iconic ship.
Yes. But it's also been expanded upon so much in the games. The games were named X-Wing and everything was built upon that. And then we had the TIE Fighter game afterwards, but then it went back to X-Wing games. And then we had the X-Wing novels, which I love so much. I mean, if there are 2 series of books I'm going to tell people to read, if they're starting off Star Wars, the Thrawn trilogy and the start of the X-Wing series. And then you really get to understand what a pilot's life is. And you can see that in the movies and stuff too, especially when they're doing the briefing of the Death Star. You know, I dress up as an X-Wing pilot. I love it. And, you know, I've joked around and saying, we're going to, like, there's got to be that one pilot who's got to be like Russell Kay from Independence Day, who's like, who's this farm boy coming to save us? Okay, we got to start, you know, you could kind of see that in their mentality a bit, but it's just, and just they've expanded upon it and seeing it in Rogue One and in Rebels, and just, it is, you know, it's hard to describe. And each ship is unique in the designs. You know, you have the slashes of that you can actually identify on screen which pilot is what by its droid and by the wing markings and everything too.
And the color in Rogue One.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then, like, the cool note too is that initially the X-Wings were actually supposed to be blue, but because of blue screen, it made the star and the background and everything. So that's why they turned all the stripes to red in the original movie.
Mm-hmm. Red and gold.
And then just having the droid too that can really reduce the load on a pilot. You know, and which is what we're seeing a lot in modern technology with the whole heads-up display with the F-35 or glass displays in fighters. Like, if you sit in an F-4 Phantom cockpit versus an F-15, old F-4s have an entire panel on the side there of like 30 different fuses alone. You know, versus a nice new crisp thing where it's button, 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 and I know what I'm doing and everything's there. And the X-Wing really exemplifies that.
And I'll say one thing. When you get into the cockpit of an X-Wing in VR, especially in the first in the EA Battlefront game, and you're able to touch all the buttons, that was one of the most surreal things ever for me.
Yeah,
but
something in Star Wars Squadrons, being able to look out on the side and then line up your attack, that was just
I mean, even in the old X-Wing games, it was like that too. The cockpit goes down, and the X-Wing Alliance did a great job of expanding on the X-Wing too. And it just
and there's VR support for that now with the XWAupgrade.com.
So yeah, and I guess you know, the other guys, I'll let you go into TIE Fighter and stuff real quick. So just trying to crank this out.
Well, actually, I've just been given the word that we have a 1-minute warning, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to wrap things up here.
We're going to do another panel, James. You know, next InfernoCon.
I will talk to my team about looking at doing another panel.
12 hours later, you know.
I know.
Welcome to X-Wing Con. We'll be your hosts all day.
I mean, we all got to be excited that the Rogue Squadron movie's coming.
Yep.
I mean,
yes.
Yep.
I'm so excited to see that pilot, that guy who's not special. You know, he's just a fighter. You know,
plug for the Farlander papers too.
Oh my God, the Farlander papers
for the original 1993 X-Wing manual
strategy guide. Yep.
A novel. It was great, and he was very nobody farm boy gets enlisted by you know, Mon Mothma, touring the galaxy, gathering recruits. It's really great. You can find it on the internet.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we are out of time, but I want to thank all of you guys for joining and helping out with this panel. You guys have been a lot of fun to talk to and listen to. And Tim, I think with that out of the way, we will turn things over to you, and we will get set up for the next panel, which is Even Stormtroopers Like to Crack Open a Good Book. So until then, thank you very much for joining, and hopefully we'll get to see you again next time.
Yeah, thank you to the whole panel. Everyone, so much passion. We see your love of Star Wars and the ships. And I think we'll probably just do an add-on panel at sometime soon that we could just literally record this probably for hours at end, which is what you mentioned. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next panel is going to be author Christy Golden. We had Jim Riley, who got a chance to actually sit down with Christy for, again, a pre-recorded interview. A lot of our honorary members and special guests have very demanding schedules, so we were very excited to get a pre-recorded interview. So this is a pre-recorded interview. It does run 30 minutes, so we'll see everybody back. You get to see me in the corner watching it live because it's the first time I've watched it. but till 5:30. So we'll be back with a live panel at 5:30 with Jim Riley. So enjoy Christy Golden and their interview. Thanks.
Welcome to our next panel. This one is entitled "Even Stormtroopers Like to Crack Open a Good Book." My name is Jim Riley, and I am with Inferno Squad of Garrison Tyrannus. I am joined here by my cousin Brett Riley.
Hello.
Brett and I have been talking about Star Wars books going back to probably Splinter of the Mind's Eye when that came out around 1978, 1979. And it's been a wild ride all these years, to grow up with somebody and to be able to have these conversations. And we're thrilled to be joined today with one of the great Star Wars authors, Christy Golden. Christy is the author of the Fate of the Jedi trilogy. She's the author of Dark Disciple and of Battlefront 2 Inferno Squad, from which our squad took its name. So we were extremely pleased to have her with here. It's very fitting that she join us here. And not only that, she's also written some short stories from the Certain Point of View collections. And as far as her connection with us, apart from the Inferno Squad name, she actually grew up in Arlington, Virginia, which is in the heart of Inferno Squad here in Garrison Tyrannus. And she's a graduate of the University of Virginia. So Christy, thank you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So we'll just kind of go through a couple questions here that we have about what it's like to be a Star Wars author. And you've actually spanned so much of the genre itself. It's kind of exciting to be talking to you about this. So, I mean, you're somebody that has written for both Legends, or the old expanded universe, and the new canon. And I was just wondering, what was the difference between writing for these two? How was it writing for the old EU versus the new canon? Did you have a little bit more freedom? Was there still, some kind of guidelines and directions you had? But what was it like, and what's it like now?
Well, first of all, The Fate of the Jedi was, first of all, it was my first Star Wars novel. And I had not kept up with the books as well as I probably should have. But it was my first Star Wars novel, and it wasn't just my first novel, it was a hardcover. It wasn't just a hardcover, it was 3 books. It wasn't just 3 books, it was 3 books of 9, and I got to write all the middle parts. And as we know, the middle parts of trilogies are the hardest. So I didn't get to start it and I didn't get to finish it, but I wrote with the wonderful, greatly missed Aaron Olson and Troy Denning. And I could not have been in better hands. They were just really wonderful. Everybody was wonderful. But that was gargantuan. And it was one long story. So we had a big meeting for a couple of days with us and Lucasfilm and Random House. And we went over some things. We came up with a basic idea, and then we all just tried to stay in touch via email. But yeah, it was really interesting kind of getting the baton and then passing it and trying to check with Aaron. Now what about this? And with Troy saying, anything you need me to set up for you. So it was really a trial by fire. But it was also really, really great, because that remains probably the biggest challenge I've faced in my career. And for that to have been my first experience, so it's like, well, the rest is going to be cake. So yes, the rest of it has been very, very easy compared to that. It was hard coming in because there was 40 years of history of all of these characters, and there were so many characters in the AU that people had loved as much, or personally maybe to some people more than the established characters. It was just so densely populated. When we did the canon, decided to start fresh from the canon, I knew that was probably going to happen, because I've worked in entertainment adjacent long enough to know that there was no way anybody could get up to speed enough, and several somebodies, not just a single person or a handful, but dozens, hundreds of somebodies could get well enough on that to do it. And I think somebody once joked, Well, I think there's a 15-minute span of time where Luke Skywalker is unaccounted for because there's so many books that covered all of it. So I think it gave people a chance to really, start fresh and yet not, because it is a universe that we all know and love. My first assignment was to adapt the scripts from the Clone Wars based on Asajj Ventress and Quinlan Voss. And that was really, really wonderful. And then, of course, my second was Inferno Squad.
Yeah, no, that must have been quite the challenge. In fact, that kind of leads me into another question here. You've written an event trilogy, you've written an adaptation of a video game, and you've adapted unproduced Clone Wars scripts. So, that is just such a variety right there. How did you find each one of those experiences? I mean, each one must have been different and challenging in their own way.
Yeah, they really were. They really were. Honestly, the only thing that connected them really was that they were set in the Star Wars universe. The Clone Wars eras, I fell in love with the Clone Wars. I started watching it just because I was like, I need to find out about Asajj. I need to learn about this character. And then I was like, so I'd take my lunch breaks and I'd write that. And then I'm like, it would benefit me if I started from the beginning and watched the whole thing. And I did, and I just absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. Loved the storytelling. Loved the acting. Very, very warm place in my heart for that. And then, of course, as I said, I talked a little bit about the challenge of the EU and how densely populated that was, and how many characters showed up in a book, all of whom everybody know, which was quite challenging. But and then Inferno Squad was a really special experience because Janina Gavankar reached out to me. And people think, oh, actors must do that all the time. They want to know the backstories of their character. And I'm like, not really. For most people, not to insult them, but it's a job, right? It's just what they do, and they love it, and they're passionate about it, but it's what they do. It's not also their hobby. But she really wanted to know what we were planning with Aiden, how she could incorporate that in her performance. And she reached out with me, and I gave her kind of the download. And I have to tell you, that has been one of my treasured experiences in my whole career, is getting to know her and see how passionate she is about Star Wars, about games, about all this wonderful geeky stuff that we all love so much. She's just a really, really lovely person, and has been just a joy to get to know. But yeah, so we went from big epic saga with well-known characters to an intimate, action romance story, to spies and darkness and who's good and who's bad. So it's been a lovely variety.
Yeah, I think that's one of the interesting things about the new canon, is that there have been a number of stories that have actually focused on the quote unquote bad guys. Of course, that's not necessarily how we view it in the 501st, but it really gives you much more depth and layer, that this is not just a cut and dry issue, that that there are people on both sides that have their own motivations, and there are people on both sides that have pure motivations, and people on both sides that might be a little bit more selfish or self-aggrandizing. So it's been really kind of thrilling to see that. And I think even in this most recent episode of The Mandalorian, you're starting to see some of that manifest itself, where you have people that are, former Imperials that kind of look at what they had done in the service of the Empire, and now they're going, well, what I was doing was right, but these other people, they were wrong. They were really wrong, and I'm going to do something about it now. So it's really nuanced, and I really, am enjoying this ride that you and the other authors are taking us on right now.
Thank you.
I liked how that was that kind of tied back to one of my old favorite Lucas Arts games, TIE Fighter. I thought that was it felt like it never got its own novelization, but it almost felt like a spiritual successor to that. Because in TIE Fighter, you're following the story of someone, just like Jim was saying, who's part of the Imperial side of things, but he still has his own personality. He has his own motivations, and he doesn't automatically accept everything. And as far as that goes, I thought that really captured exactly that sort of side of things. It made them three-dimensional characters. I think one of the worst things you can do is to have the bad guys just be these cardboard cutout characters, twirling their mustache, and instead you have people with complex motivations. And I think you really did capture that.
Thank you.
So thank you. It was a good read.
Yeah, I always I tell people, make sure your hero has some flaws and your villain has some virtues.
Yeah, it certainly has come through like that. So, now you've like I said, written in 3 separate eras there: Clone Wars, original trilogy, and Legends sequel era / Next Generation. Which one did you find easiest to write in, and which one do you have a favorite? Is there an era that you would like to revisit again, maybe?
Well, I was 13 years old when I saw Star Wars in the theater in the summer of '77, and I literally was a different person when I walked out of that theater. It completely changed my life. It truly did. And so I always have a special emotional connection to the first trilogy. Luke Skywalker is one of my great heroes. And so it was great to write about him, and I had fun with his son and Vestara, and it's like, what if Luke's son was dating a Sith? And that was fun to play around with. So it was really good to hang around with Luke for a bit. But the Clone Wars story, Dark Disciple, I really like that because, as I said, I told you I came to love the Clone Wars, and I really liked Ventress, and I knew that I was being given like a vat of, I don't know, nitroglycerin or something. I mean, because you do the wrong thing and it's going to explode. So I knew we had to do the story right. I knew that people loved her so fiercely, and she was such a strong, powerful, independent character herself, that it was really important to me to do a really, really good job in treating her and giving her the respect and strength that she deserved. And I grew to love her. And I told somebody once, they were like, do you cry at your books? And I said, well, Robert Frost once said, no tears in the writer, no tears in the reader. And I went through that ending in various stages 4 times before I stopped crying at it. So all the way up into the last few edits and copy edits, because there was just so much there. And it's not egotistical, it's looking back on that whole stretch of the Clone Wars and seeing this one important thread come to an end, and in such a way. So that was really powerful. And I love romance. I love writing romance in my stories. So that was fun. And Quinlan Voss is fun. And Inferno Squad, I may be misremembering, but I think I only had about 6 weeks to write that. And I owe so much to Elizabeth Schaefer, my editor. She was amazing. She was like the best cheerleader. She's like, I have absolute faith in you. And I'm like, okay. So she was just really, really great. And we found the story when we were hashing out what we wanted to do. We found the story with the partisans. And, in the end, who's the bad guy, right? There's so much darkness and so much hope on each side. And it's a really dark book. It is a very, very dark book, and it doesn't have a lot of the hope that we see in Star Wars so often. But the hope comes later, because this is a prequel. And so what my job was to set these characters up so that when we saw them in the game, it would seem like a natural evolution of their characters and their path. So that was a unique challenge in and of itself. But I just feel so lucky just sitting here talking about this. I've been given such wonderful stories. I got to write about one of my side characters in Inferno Squad for the bucket in From a Certain Point of View. I got General Veers for this one, and that was a fun story, and that was a really fun story. So I feel very lucky. I would love to do more. So we'll see what always emotion is the future.
So, Brett, I think you had a question about with season 7 of the Clone Wars. And
I was curious because I don't know if at the time, but because I know it was an unpublished script that you adapted, Dark Disciple, but at the time was the Clone Wars considered to be over at that point?
I'm not exactly sure. I think yes, it had to have been, because that's why they would have, if it was going to continue, they wouldn't have needed me to write the books. Yep.
That's what it seemed like. That it's like, well, we're not going to do the story now, but then
Right.
they came back and they did continue the Clone Wars. So I have to wonder what were your feelings about that? Was were you excited? Was there a little trepidation? Are they going to step on my story? Because I didn't think that they were going to continue it, so I had kind of a free reign. So what did you think about them continuing the story of the Clone Wars after you had written your novel for it?
I was excited because I love the show. I mean, really, you're lucky to play in this sandbox, but as we saw, anything and everything could go away. We had a very hard reset, and for as I explained, I think entirely understandable and correct reasons. I think it had to be that way if we were going to do anything other than chase our tails. You just know that, but there's always something good. There's always something that comes along. And I feel lucky to have told the story. And if they were to decide to tell it themselves, that would be great. This could be a companion piece to it. I think it was George Martin who once said he had done something long before Game of Thrones. Had been a movie or something, and didn't do so well. And someone says, "Aren't you upset about what they did to your book?" And he says, "No, my book is right here. It's right up on the shelf. My book is just fine." So I think that's the attitude that you have to take if you're going to play nice in the sandbox with other people. You have to understand that you're part of a much larger whole.
And I know that this is something you've been doing for a while, because my significant other is a big fan of your Ravenloft book from the 90s.
That was my first. It's coming up next year. It will be 30 years since my first book was published. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting when you say 30 years, because next year will be 30 years of Admiral Thrawn, Grand Admiral Thrawn. So it's kind of hard to believe that that was that long ago. But
I have to interject a Tim Zahn rave gush, because he is like the nicest person in the whole world, and he is so gracious on stage with other people. And I was so happy when Thrawn came back. I was so happy for him, because not everybody made that transition into they were looking for, obviously, for new authors. We have a lot of different voices who had never before had the representation and the audience that they have now, which I think is just glorious. And I love Del Rey for doing that. But I was sad for him and felt a little guilty, because I had. And then I found out about Thrawn. And I went, oh, yes. So he's just a delightful human being and deserves all the love and all of the good fortune.
yeah, and in fact, the time that I met him, it was at AwesomeCon in Washington, D.C. And my daughter and I just happened to be walking around the various tables. And all of a sudden I see the sign, and I see Tim Zahn standing there by himself, nobody else at the table. It's like, wait, that's Tim Zahn. And so we went over and we talked to him probably for a good 15 minutes. And nobody else was there. It wasn't advertised that he was going to be there or anything. I was just in complete shock, and he was just the nicest person. So it was a great experience. And I had been at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando back in 2017, and you could not get near him, which was why I was so shocked that I was able to walk right up and have a conversation and take a photo and everything else with him there. So,
Well, we're all
I know that you're pressed for time. So I do want to ask you a quick question about the holidays, and then I'm going to bring in our squad leader, Dan Brown. But do you have any fond memories of the holidays, whether they're Star Wars related or not, that you'd like to share with our audience today?
Oh man. We lost my father almost 10 years ago. And my dad and I were the only early risers on Christmas Day because I was the youngest in my family. I was 10 years younger than my sister, 8 years younger than my brother. And they were like teenagers or close to it when I came along. So by the time I was old enough to get into Christmas at like age 5 or 6, they were teenagers and they wanted to sleep because that's what you do when you're a teenager. You're biologically programmed to do that. But my dad and I would just, I remember that it's very special, just hang out. I couldn't open the presents. I was like, just one. Nope. We got to wait till everybody gets up. And I'm like, oh, come on, everybody. It's Christmas Day. Wake up. But now I look back on that and it's a really lovely memory of just sitting in the quiet of the morning and with the Christmas tree lit and the world not yet awake.
That's fantastic. That's beautiful. I am going to bring in Dan Brown. He wants to give a special greeting to you, and here he comes right now.
It's great to meet you. Thank you for letting me join you for the last minute of this.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's nice to meet you.
My name is Daniel Brown. I'm a member of Garrison Tyrannus, and I'm the Inferno squad leader. And I wanted to thank you for joining us for InfernoCon for this holiday special that we're doing. We were all really excited when we heard you were going to be able to be with us.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. It's really lovely. I had no idea that y'all existed, and so I was absolutely thrilled and really happy also to be able to contribute to such a great cause, Make-A-Wish. I am an honorary member, and I'm very proud of that. So you guys do such amazing work. The 501st is just, bar none, one of the most awesome fan groups that is out there. So thank you for your honorific for me, and I'm so glad that you enjoy my works.
Well, we'd like to go ahead and make you an honorary member of Inferno Squad.
Oh!
On behalf of Garrison Tyrannus and Inferno Squad, we've worked up a little plaque for you here. So we've got one of our Garrison patches here. This is the Inferno Squad patch that we wear for our unit. And then we have an InfernoCon patch here in the corner for you. So we'll make sure that you get this later on. But thank you so much, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you again at future events.
Oh, thank you so much. That really means a lot. I'm very fond of that book. It represents a good time in my life with good people, and I'm so thrilled that so many people enjoy it. So thank you very much.
And I do want to point out that the Inferno Squad patch that we have is actually in the shape of the Pentagon. And given you having grown up in Arlington, I think it's especially fitting that you be a honorary member of Inferno Squad here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We hope you have a great Christmas.
And you. And I hope the con is awesome and everything goes smoothly and you raise a lot of money for such a wonderful cause. And if there's anything else I can do to help, let me know.
Yes, I really appreciate your time today. And
my pleasure. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
All right, everyone, welcome back. That was such a great interview with Christy. I do love reading all her books in both the Warcraft universe as well as the Star Wars universe. So if you haven't read a book or you haven't picked up a paperback, I highly recommend it. Talking in chat that I enjoyed the From a Certain Point of View, and it is on my Christmas list, so I can't wait to hear about the General Veer section. So going to our next panel here, we have Jim Riley again as one of our moderators. So please, Jim, take it away.
Thanks, Tim. I'm here joined with my cousin Brett Riley, and the two of us will be moderating this. We've been talking about Star Wars books going back to when we were less than 10 years old, going back to the original novel and Splinter of the Mind's Eye and all that back in the late 70s. So it's been a long ride that we've been on, and so we're pleased to be here to co-host this panel together. And we've been joined by some great members of the Garrison Tyrannus here to talk about some of their fond memories of the books. And so I'll just go ahead and do the introductions real quick here. We've got Jared Silvius, we've got
Hello.
Kevin Belling,
Hello.
and Dave Perdue. And
Hi.
so we're going to move on ahead, and there's so much lore to explore here, but a limited amount of time. So we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to talk about some of their favorites and some of their thoughts and about where we've come from and where it might be heading. So the first thing I want to do is ask the obvious question: what was the first Star Wars book that you ever read, and how did it hook you into reading more of the novels? Why don't we start with you, Kevin?
God, it was so long ago. First one I can remember reading, I think, was Heir to the Empire. Definitely, and just the backstory, everything expanded. Like Han and Leia have a family, and Thrawn and everything else was just got me hooked on everything, all expanded universe that came after it. And
yeah, certainly a great entry point for anyone that was coming on board right around that time. It was an exciting time to kind of get the sequel trilogy that we never thought was going to come. So, Jared, what about you? How'd you start out, and what did you read?
Yeah, it's so hard to try to remember the actual first book, but the first book like series that I vividly remember reading was the Jedi Academy book series. And that was a big favorite of
Kevin J.
mine.
Anderson, yeah. And yeah, what was interesting about that was, there's talk about the certain point of view, and that actually lent itself to that as well with Michael Stackpole's retelling of the entire Jedi Academy trilogy story from the standpoint of Corran Horn in the novel I, Jedi. So that was really kind of the first time that I'd seen something like that done, and even beyond that, that was the first Star Wars novel that was actually told in the first person. So that was definitely a certain point of view. So, Dave, what about you? Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. Were you going to say something?
I'm just going to make a quick comment about that the Jedi Academy trilogy and I, Jedi, because for a while there was a big conflict between some of the novel fans. Some of them were like, oh, that was very. It was because it was a retelling, and some said, well, yeah, it made up for all these deficiencies in the Jedi Academy, and it fixed a lot of problems. And then fans of the original trilogy were like, oh no, it was very mean. It was he treated his work like he didn't care and made comments about it. And there's a big war between Kevin J. Anderson fans, Michael Stackpole fans, and Michael Stackpole eventually intervened and says, Kevin J. Anderson's a good friend of mine, and I went and talked to him about it, and he helped me write the book. There's no conflict. I respect him greatly. It was no, he helped me great. It's like, I don't know why you guys are arguing about it, but you're 100% wrong. So that was funny that he had to intervene in a big fan fight over those novels.
Yeah, no, that's actually an interesting story, because I hadn't heard that, but I do recall the conflict with all that, and it was certainly something that I didn't think was necessary, because read what you want, enjoy what you want. I think that's part of the great thing about having such a broad pool to pull from. So Dave, what about you? How did you start off in Star Wars literature?
Well, one, it was a really long time ago. So I think
Galaxy Far, Far Away.
Pretty much.
Okay.
It was probably the Black Fleet Crisis trilogy, but I do remember reading The Courtship of Princess Leia about that time too, and just some of the just fun and almost absurdity of some of the things in that book.
Yeah.
It just kind of, I guess it just kind of struck me as absurdities in the book. But yeah.
So as Brett and I were saying earlier, we go way back. I mean, I remember having seen the original film in theaters in '77, and at that point, there really were not VCRs or anything else where you could just be playing it on loop all the time, and maybe you would catch it on HBO at the time, maybe. Uh, but if you wanted to be involved or immersed in Star Wars at all, it was books and comic books. And I remember I still have it. I have my original novelization of Star Wars, as it was then called, not even A New Hope, but just Star Wars. And I remember, I'd be going places with my parents, and they'd be off doing something, and they go, "Oh, why don't you just go over there and read?" And so I had my copy of Star Wars and read that, and that was good. And it was fun because there was a lot in the novelization that wasn't in the film, and I guess a lot of those maybe were cutscenes and everything else, and so that was a lot of fun. So, hey, Brett, what about you? What I know. Again, we go way back on all this. So was it the original novel, or was it Splinter of the Mind's Eye that you picked up?
Oh, funny thing is that since I was I was 5 when I saw the movie, um, so the novelization was a little too out of my reach at that point. But I remember the first book I read was it was an adaptation with a lot of glossy color photos of the first half of Star Wars, which, as you pointed out, again, we couldn't re-see it, so this was great. I got to see the images from the movie and like, oh yeah, I remember this. But the funniest part about that is it included the parts with Biggs on Tatooine, and as a little kid, I'm like, did I just forget that part of the movie? Did I go to the bathroom then? Like I couldn't understand that they had cut that and they just ended up including that book. But for years it baffled me. Uh, uh, it's so yeah, that was my first really official Star Wars book. Uh, but after that, I'd probably say a real book would be Splinter of the Mind's Eye was the first one I actually read.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that wasn't one of the only things that changed between the novelization and the movie. Luke was in Blue 5 in the book and Red 5 in the movie, right?
I believe that you're correct there. Yeah.
From my understanding, from what I recall, is that it was something about the colorizations didn't work in the movies. Like the original script was called for like blue and green squadron,
mm-hmm.
and I'm sorry. And it so they had to change it when they actually filmed it. But you're right, the original novelization referred to blue and green squadron, which was was also kind of strange when you read it. Like, wait, what? No.
Yeah.
So why don't we move on and talk about the different eras? And you heard a little bit about that in our interview with Christy Golden. I mean, very few people have written across the eras the way that she has. In fact, I don't think even Tim Zahn has yet, because he's written in Clone Wars era, and he's written in the Legends in the Legends sequel era. But even he has not written in the original trilogy era the way that she has. So, what about all of you? I mean, is there one era that you've really been drawn to that you go, yeah, this is what I want to read about? Jared, why don't we start with you?
One of my favorite eras to read in is actually the era that happens right in between like A New Hope and Episode 3. I really like that era of getting to see the rise of the Empire and how they were doing stuff. The canon book, the book about Kanan Jarrus and Harrison Dula when they first meet. I forget the name of it.
A New Dawn.
New Dawn. Yeah, that's a really good book.
That was the very first new canon novel.
Was it? I didn't know that.
Yeah. There were two reasons why they called it
Commando books. But I love that era that we haven't really explored a whole lot of it yet, and I'm excited for the Bad Batch because it looks like we're going to be exploring that era of in between, right as what's happening from the Republic to the Empire.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Dave? Is there are you a Clone Wars guy? Are you OT guy? Are you sequel era? Or what?
No, totally in the Clone Wars, and I agree with you, Jared. Karen Travis's Republic Commando series, that is one of my favorites. I mean, they are most definitely beat to snot, and that's why I also have a copy of them on my Nook. And I all but cried when because the Clone Wars TV show was going on, and they had the episode where Obi-Wan goes to Mandalore to help out Satine, and they gin that back up. And I almost cried when that happened because apparently Karen Travis was in the middle of writing another book. Clone Wars happens. They drop this episode, completely set aside her 5 books that she's written in the middle of a 6th, and go, we're going to defer a different direction. It's not you, it's us. I'm sorry. And boom, just ended it. I was like, no.
Oh, yeah.
Vader scream, no, right? Yeah.
And Kevin, what about you? What's your preferred era for Star Wars books?
I have to say the Clone Wars and Rise of the Empire era. Again, like Dave, Commando books, mine are also like all creased to the hell on the spine. And again, I was upset when Karen said she wasn't going to continue the story. I want my closure of the Scarada clan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. I want them to find a cure for the aging. I want to see Papa Cal happy and, having everybody around the table. I want, Darman and his kid. I just, yeah.
Yeah, I really have a hard time kind of pegging an era myself because the way that they've done it has been so creative that they have actually done some things that have been set during certain time frames, but have really kind of gone into an offshoot. I'm thinking, actually thinking about the Chiss Ascendancy books, the new ones from Tim Zahn. I mean, these are set during Clone Wars, and in fact, there's a part in this book that references a whole adventure that was in one of his previous ones. And I was just very surprised to see that. And it's just kind of neat to see the way that they can weave things in and out. And one of them actually, Thrawn Alliances, kind of jumps back and forth between Clone Wars era and the Rise of the Empire era, where you have Thrawn in some books, in some parts, dealing with Anakin Skywalker. In other parts, he's dealing with Darth Vader. And just seeing things from Vader's point of view, and dealing with Thrawn and Vader actually is like thinking to himself, it's like, does he know? And it's just wonderful the way that they played with those time frames like that. So, and Brett, what about you? How are you thinking in terms of the different eras and how they've been handling it, whether it's in the old EU or in the new canon?
Oh, I mean, hands down, it would be the early New Republic era. Because when I was a kid, we saw the end of Return of the Jedi, and what I wanted to know and see more stories about is like, what happens next? What happens with the Empire? How's Luke going to rebuild the Order? And all these questions. And then that's where I had a little bit of a hiatus from Star Wars, because Lucas at the time seemed more interested in telling us more stories about the Ewoks, and I was like, that's not what I was looking for. And that was Jim ended up introducing me to the Rogue Squadron books, and I'd already been a fan of the X-Wing video game. I thought it was fantastic, everything that I wanted in a story, and then TIE Fighter. And then Jim's like, hey, check out the novels. These are actually pretty good. And I read them. I'm like, this is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the continuation of the Star Wars story. And that's why I was initially not as thrilled with the new expanded universe, because it was kind of, okay, well, it's kind of over in a year and that's the end of it. Now let's skip ahead, 40 years later. But now they seem to be returning to it. So I've been real excited about the Mandalorian and about the upcoming projects and everything, and how they're returning to the era that I'm most interested in. So now I feel more vested in keeping up with some of the Star Wars project now.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned Rogue Squadron because obviously we've heard now about Patty Jenkins directing and co-writing a Rogue Squadron movie. And since that news broke, she's actually referenced the novels and Mike Stackpole and everything. So I'm kind of excited to see what they draw. I mean, it sounds like they're going to be, kind of doing what Filoni and Favreau have done and look to the old EU and mine some of the best parts and see what they can turn into the new canon. So. That's actually a great segue into this next part here. Just we have the old legends, we have EU, and we've got the new canon. And I just want to ask everybody, what's your favorite book from Legends, and what's your favorite book from the new canon? So, Dave, why don't we go to you?
Wow. So I've really been enjoying the new Thrawn trilogy because I thought he was just a tremendously great character, great villain from the original Legends, right? And to see him brought back in and yeah, he's been softened, he's been tweaked a bit, he's different, but that's okay. So seeing him kind of come full circle, I've just been really enjoying that.
Yeah, and it's really interesting in that you have the same author that created the character, having written him both in Legends and in the new canon, and seeing those differences, and probably part of it is Zahn having grown as a writer, and part of it is just kind of also creating growth within the character as well. I mean, he was like the perfect foil in that trilogy that came back out in the early '90s. But now to have him more along the lines of basically is like, one, I'm not going to kill anybody unless it's like absolutely necessary because life is too precious. And then two, basically the only reason why I'm siding with the Empire is because they're the greatest military force in the galaxy, and there's some really bad stuff that's out there, and I would like to have them as allies for my home world and home system there. So that's been like what's really been fascinating me. So, Jared, how about you? Old EU and new canon.
So for the old EU, I think probably my favorite book would have to be I, Jedi. Corran Horn is just probably my favorite Jedi out there. I loved reading his stories there. I loved reading his role in the X-Wing book series as well. I really like him. And then for the new book series, I would have to honestly say Star Wars Battlefront Twilight Company. That was just an amazing book series to read, and you actually got to see the war that the rebels were fighting. It wasn't all the heroes and stuff, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, Princess Leia, everyone there doing what they're doing. This was your soldiers on the ground, foot soldiers fighting the actual war that was going on.
And Kevin, how about you?
Got a lot. Obviously going back to the Commando novels. And then I actually have it with me right now. Tim Zahn's Allegiance book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it showed like how a lot of the stormtroopers actually did sign up for their right reasons. They wanted to make a difference. They wanted to help other people. Was it Derek Larone, one of the main troopers? Like he joined the Empire because the Empire came to his home world and got rid of the pirates that were plaguing his planet. And so he signed up to help other people, like the Empire helped him. And a lot of the new stuff, I actually haven't read a lot of the new books. The only recent stuff I've read was the Thrawn trilogy, which was great, seeing how he joined the Empire and how he became the Grand Admiral, seeing his rise in the ranks and whatnot.
Yeah, and I held up earlier here the Thrawn Ascendancy novel, Chaos Rising. And what's really, really fascinating about that is only a very, very small part of that takes place within the known galaxy, and it's largely all new characters, all new situations, everything. It's him within the Chiss ascendancy and showing how he rose within that, and the threats that they face and everything. So it's really fascinating to see how they work all this together. So yeah, Brett, you and I, we've talked a lot about this stuff before, and one of the things that Brett told the story about how I got him back into Star Wars books there with Rogue Squadron, and my story about how I fell away and came back. Again, I have to credit him for getting me back into to reading the novels myself. I had read everything from, like I said, the original novelization that came out to Splinter of the Mind's Eye to Empire Strikes Back novelization, the Brian Daley Han Solo books, the Lando Calrissian books. I mean, all of that, right up through to Vector Prime when the Yuzan Vong came in. Everything. As soon as I read that book and the moon landed on Chewbacca, I said, I'm done. I just can't do this anymore. And a couple years later, I was down in Florida for business, and Brett and I were together, and he goes, I have a book for you. You need to read this. And it was Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Mindor. And I read it, and it's like, this is great. This is what I remember. This is, and it had heart. It had a lot of humor in it too, and everything. It was great. I absolutely loved it, and to the point now where they have the Shadow Stormtroopers in that, and that's my most recent approved costume is the Shadow Stormtrooper. So Brett, I owe you for that, and so thanks. Anything you want to add in terms of old EU and new canon, Brett?
As Jim knows, I'm a big lore person, so a lot of my favorite books are probably the guides and everything like that. But as far as for the novels, EU probably hands down, since my favorite movie character was as a kid was oddly enough Wedge Antilles, because he was just some guy who appeared in all three movies, and I thought that was great. He wasn't anything special. He was just a really good pilot and participated in the most important events in the Star Wars universe. So I was really invested in his story when they had the novels. And my favorite one is kind of almost the conclusion of his character arc in the whole Rogue Squadron books, which was Starfighters of Adamar. Very low stakes novel. It's the entire galaxy isn't threatened. It's a simple mission, but it had a whole thing with Wedge, and then his romancing with the New Republic agent, and it was just and his group of friends, the members of Rogue Squadron that had been with him for over a decade, and just the pranks they pull and some of the heartfelt stuff they have for their best friend, and it was a great novel that was full of good characterization. And so I would say that's my top. With the new stuff, hard to say. I've read some of the books, but I did like the Princess Leia novel. That was nice that she got her due. Something having her as a younger person, as a prequel almost. It's something I wish they'd done the old EU. So I was glad to read that. But the Thrawn books have also been fantastic. I really like those as well.
So and that's another great way to transition into our final question here about which characters do you enjoy reading about the most, and which books do they appear in that you have at the top of your list. So Kevin, why don't we start that off with you?
And I'd have to say really anyone that's not one of the main characters like Luke and Han, and then like again the Commando books, you see the troops on the ground. The Rogue Squadron books, you see the pilots and everyone that's not like the major players. Reading about like the people behind the scenes, it appeals more to me than the main stuff.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, and I think that you know, I think that not only those books, but you know, the series The Mandalorian is proof of concept right there that that people will go with an interesting side character or completely new character that is not part of the general story that we've been following up until now. So that's I think a lot of people can find that as a great entry point, and they can really kind of relate to these people that are not the larger than life heroes, but the average everyday person that does extraordinary things in the situations that call upon them to. So, Dave, how about you? What are your favorite characters, and what books are they in?
Well, I mean, look, I think everybody probably, I think the one thing coming out of this panel, if anyone's watching, is if you haven't read the Republic Commando series by Karen Travis, you're probably doing something wrong. Loved them. I love the. I think the Clone Wars is probably one of my favorite segments. Love of course, the Republic Commando series of books. It's fantastic. Probably my all-time favorite character from Star Wars is Boba Fett. So seeing some of the older stuff where they had the bounty hunter wars and kind of some of his early bounties and all that kind of stuff was just fascinating because up until recently he had 12 lines, 30 seconds, and fell into a pit in the original trilogy of movies, right? I mean, so there wasn't anything out there. So anything that I could read by him anything that I could read about him, I just scooped up first chance I could.
And Jared.
Yeah. Oh, that is really hard again. I probably have to go with Cornhorn again. Just all the books that he was in, just reading about him. It was amazing getting to see him, how he ended up on the Lusenka and help kind of discover that, which was, again, fun to see Wedge take command of that. And all sorts of fun stuff there. It's just a lot of fun seeing the people that aren't the main trio or heroes.
Yeah, no, I think that that's certainly the case, and I do want to raise one novel that we haven't touched on yet that was actually really interesting. It's part of the old EU legends, but it was called Death Troopers, and it was a zombie story, and basically it was zombie stormtroopers, and about halfway through the book, I mean, it was like all new characters and like these people that are trapped on this star destroyer that's been infected with this plague and everything, and so then all of a sudden about halfway through the book these people come across some other people on board that were prisoners, and it turns out it's Han and Chewbacca, and it's like all of a sudden it's like a Han and Chewie novel. It's like wow, and it just works so well. So I love it when they can still surprise you like that with some of these. But
yeah, that was a great kind of horror genre book. It was fantastic.
Yeah, no, I mean it really was. It was something that was completely from out of the blue that they decided, okay, we're going to try something new, and I love how they do some of these different genres like that. It's not all. Yep, that's it. It's not all strictly sci-fi. It's a whole host of different tales that can be told using that as the vehicle. So.
And they had that prequel to it, the Red Harvest, which is a nice play on the old joke about Blue Harvest. But yeah,
yes.
So yeah, that was unusual term for them to have horror, but yeah, that was effective.
I've not read that. I'll have to read it.
Okay, so I know that we are closing out right now, so I did want to thank all of you for your time. But before I go, I want to remind everybody to please go to our website, inferno-con.com, and contribute to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We are over our original goal, but we're pushing on to some new goals now. So please go ahead and contribute. It's a fantastic cause. And if you're not familiar with it, please go online and check out their website. But they They do some incredible work for some really, really brave kids that are out there battling a lot of illnesses and diseases. And I am so happy to see so many of them come through on the other side and to be able to troop at events where it's like end of chemo and things like that for these kids, where they've come out and they've won. So, please go ahead and support Make-A-Wish. And thank you again for watching. And please stay tuned for our next panel.
Thanks, Jim. All right, everyone, I heard there's some technical difficulties. We've hit the maximum limit on Facebook, so I'm actually going to end the stream and then restart a new stream. So please hang on for that. You might have to reconnect, or you might have to look for another Facebook event in case that does trigger. Same thing on YouTube. I believe Twitch will stop and then immediately restart. So hang on. This is the first time we're trying a service like this to try to get to different channels and let people watch it the way they want to watch it. So we do appreciate your patience. And again, we'll be right back at 6 o'clock, so 3 minutes. Thanks, everybody.